repeat the wrong thing?
I would. Are you kidding me?
I would too.
Ready? All right.
Why not, right?
What have we done? Hey, you better watch that.
Jared's going to time it. Yeah, I know.
Changing the order. No,
Kids can't pray enough.
my mom's dad is in the hospital. He's near the end. Sneaky way. So I've seen both shots. I should be fine tonight, but there may be a situation where I have to go. Just 99% chance.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
With this.
Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Villa Park City Council. I hereby call the meeting to order. Jared, will you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Fasinelli.
Here.
Councilman Mills.
Here.
Councilwoman Pauly.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Present.
Mayor Reese.
Here. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and do the pledge. I'd like to ask one of our citizens, Mr. James Brown, if he'd lead us. Please stand.
To the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you, James. At this time, I'd like to ask all those in the audience to please silence your cell phones or turn them off if possible. The Villa Park City Council and staff welcome you to this meeting, and we encourage your participation. If you wish to speak on an item contained on the agenda, please approach the podium at the time the item is being considered. After I recognize you, state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. Speakers will be limited to a time period of 3 minutes in most cases. If you wish to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, please do so during the period listed for oral communications. At this time, I'd like to ask our city attorney to report on closed session.
Right, we had talked about the matters on the agenda, and I have nothing to report.
Thank you so much. Okay, our first presentation is a proclamation in support of Donate Life. Donate Life Ambassador Gary Foxon will be accepting the proclamation. Gary, will you please step to the podium? So tonight we have a proclamation from the city of Villa Park. Since we have a big, long meeting tonight, I'm not going to read it, but I want to just quickly mention, I'm going to let you have a little as well. Donate Life is a program where on the back or on the front of our driver's license, we can choose to put a sticker on it. I think it's a little red sticker, indicating that if something happens to us, we'd be happy to donate our organs to some person that could use them. They have an event at Cal State Fullerton each and every year, whereas it's like a big run walk. It's a big event. It's thousands of people go to it. I've gone to it for many, many years. It's this weekend on Saturday, and I'm looking forward to another weekend of it. I'm going to let you say your thing. Congratulations on your proclamation, and thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Honorable council members, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for the city of Villa Park's support on our Donate Life cause. That, ladies and gentlemen, is all about organ and tissue donation, and the need is very great in the United States. There are about 114,000 people that are waiting for organs, so the need is huge. About 70,000 of those people are people waiting for kidneys because of our problems with diabetes. Kidney disease is running pretty rampant, and waiting for kidneys is sometimes 8-10 years. Sometimes they never get there in time. We've seen sort of a movement toward living donation, where you have 2 kidneys, you can give one away to someone, and they can still get along fine with one kidney. Same is true with lungs. I received one lung 14 years ago, and we need one lung to get along. So I've been traveling, exercising, all that sort of thing. It's great. I meet every year with the Donate Life Float people, and it's a huge event that we have in Pasadena, and there are hundreds of people that I meet that are donors, donor families, and recipients, and a great group that has never been better. Understand, Mr. Mayor, you are going to be joining us at the Run Walk, and that's super. We have about 14,000 people that will be coming this year to that.
Wow.
So it gets bigger every year.
It's a great event.
People, I mentioned living donation, and that seems to be the movement that's helping to make a dent in the kidney need, but the dent isn't big enough. I'd like to mention a statement that I heard made by an Australian guy when we were in Sydney a couple of years ago. And he said, when I die, they can take everything. Take my organs, take my skin, take my bones, take it all. If my family wants to bury something, they can bury my sins and the wrongs I've committed on my fellow man. And I thought that summed it up so perfectly.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So we encourage you to sign up to be organ donors. The pink dot on your license, on your driver's license, you can sign the DMV, or you can go to www.donatelifecalifornia.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
And I'd be happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Gary. All right, our next presentation is an update from the Villa Park Community Services Foundation. Looks like we have Mr. Rich Ulmer here to give us an update.
We do. Thank you, Mayor Reese, members of the council. It's my pleasure this evening to represent the Villa Park Community Services Foundation, and I think I drew the long straw in the month of April because a couple of really exciting things coming up that I'd like you to know about, and then an opportunity, frankly, to see the council in action tonight with respect to supporting the council in our city. On May 26th, if you're a resident of Villa Park, the place to mark your calendar is Sunday, May 26th, and be out at Irvine Lake. It's our picnic, our annual picnic for the annual Memorial Day and Red, White, and Blue celebration. It's going to be a terrific event this year. We wouldn't have this event the last couple of years if it weren't for the council member sitting on your far right, Greg Mills. The last 2 years, he's stepped up and filled a vacancy, if you will, in the chairmanship and rallied the troops to new heights, frankly. This year, you're going to find that fun-filled Sunday full of events and contests for adults as well as children. Everybody thinks it's an event for children, and in fact, it is an event for children. But we're adding a whole new piece this year, and I don't want to tell you about everything, but there'll be contests between neighboring, how should we call them? The word gang doesn't feel right, but the James Street folks call them that. Anyway, the bottom line is we're going to have a lot of extra fun for adults this year. So please plan to be out there. Bring your children, your grandchildren. Bev and I didn't go to the picnic for many, many years in Villa Park, and then about 10 or so years ago, we began to go every year, and we've enjoyed it a little bit more each and every year. So it's an exciting time. We ask all the adults to please make an extra chance to come out this year, make an extra effort. There's going to be some hot cars brought by none other than Selman Chevrolet. They've promised this, and the Ford folks are going to step in and compete as well. Lots of music, good food. The Rotary's always there with their good food, and we thank them. The lake tour. There's a lot of education in our community to do on that lake. It's a wonderful place. Sheriff's there, fire department's there. So please make a date on your calendar with May 26th. The second item that makes tonight a very exciting one for me and an opportunity to talk about the foundation is the foundation and the city formed a partnership to support, frankly, an idea coming from another council member, Rick Barnett, to formed this partnership to class up our entrances to this city. The ultimate goal, if you will, is to take the 5 major city entrances and make them, frankly, the nicest city entrances in all the 33 cities of Orange County. So tonight, it's my pleasure, if I could ask you, Mayor Reese, to come down and help me with this monstrous check. It requires 2 to unfold it. It took this to support a $15,000 gift from the foundation to the city. And it's the second time that the foundation has done this. And as you know, the first entrance, I don't think the right term is monument. Is that right, Joe? We can't use that word.
No, we have to use neighborhood identification sign.
Yes. For those of you who don't speak the acronyms, it's a NIST. So this is for the second NIST, and it goes at the corner of Vitella/Villa Park Road and Wanda. And if you haven't seen it going up, it's already started. And the city would not be able to do these kinds of improvements that frankly benefit every property in the city with respect to its value going forward. So please take a look and thank the foundation when you get a chance with a gift. I know that recently you received a letter asking for a contribution. Jetta, Brad, I have the real check for you. Please step up and do something good for our community and contribute to the foundation. A 501c3 it is, and that came straight out of your safe. They had already buried it when I got there.
Thank you, Rich.
Good job.
Well, that's pretty exciting. Whenever you can accept a check like that, that's so neat. We sure appreciate all the citizens that belong to our foundation. The foundation does a lot of wonderful things for our community, and we just thank you guys so much. The signs are going to look great out there. They already do. It's just awesome. All right. Next, we are going to have a presentation. It's a monthly update from the Orange County Fire Authority, and I believe Mr. Chris is going to come up and give us that update. Please.
Council members, thank you for having me. My name is Chris Concepcion. I'm the Division Chief with Orange County Fire Authority, and I'm your new local fire chief for the city of Villa Park. So I'm excited to be here. Unfortunately, I don't have a $15,000 check for you. Fortunately, there were no major incidents to report on, so that's a good thing as far as the Orange County Fire Authority is concerned. But May 1st through the 7th is Wildfire Awareness Week, and I want to thank the city for supporting Wildfire Awareness Week. And it's a really good reminder this time of year. We've actually already had a couple of fires to remind us that fire season is year-round. We had a fire in Ventura where unfortunately a couple of homes were burned. And then last weekend a fire in Monrovia that threatened homes and luckily did not burn any, but people were evacuated as a result. So those are real good reminders that fire season is year-round here in Southern California, and we need to be aware of it. We need to be prepared for it. Orange County Fire Authority has the RSG, or the Ready, Set, Go program, which is a wildfire preparedness program that really shows residents how to prepare their properties, prepare their homes, and then prepare themselves in the case of a wildfire. So I would encourage all residents to go to the website, which is Ready, Set, Go OC, or you can go to the CFA.org website. Both of those are very useful and have a lot of good information for the residents as far as wildfire preparedness. Thank you.
Chris, hold on one second. We prepared a proclamation regarding this item. I'd like to present it to you as well. Again, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is a proclamation from the City of Villa Park recognizing May 1st through 7th, 2013 as Wildfire Awareness Week. You did a great job explaining it. We all need to be very aware of that, obviously, and I just want to present that to you.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Winch.
Okay, our next presentation is a monthly update on law enforcement matters. Lieutenant Gunzel, please.
Thank you, Mayor and all council members. In last month, we had a total of 8 Part 1 crimes reported, lower than the month before. Again, and similar to last month, half of those, 4 of them, were coming from the schools with stolen items out of backpacks and things of that nature. Mr. Barnett asked to be brought up to speed on arrests. We had one significant arrest of last month of note, and I can't go into details, but it was due to our investigators' hard work on a burglary case that happened in the city. They did get one person in custody, and they are looking to tie him into other burglaries that occurred in the city. They have a bunch of leads to work on, but they think this one person could be responsible for several in the city. And he's also being looked at by neighboring cities for things that, crimes of that nature. So it was a pretty significant arrest, and we're also working on another one that investigators are currently working on, but someone not in custody yet. So those are the significant happenings this last 3 weeks. Any questions for me? That's all I had to report tonight.
I just say it's nice to hear those reports in addition to just the incident reports.
Right. And that doesn't count for, street stops and DUI arrests and things of that nature. These are Part 1 crime arrests.
Right.
So. I also need to add, we talked about changes, and I introduced Jeff Rollins 2 meetings ago. We have another new deputy starting Friday. I'll introduce him at the next meeting if I can. And we have a new captain. Captain Doan chose to retire, and we have a new captain, Mark Long, who I'll also introduce if I can. He's a former North Patrol deputy, lives in Yorba Linda. He's very familiar with the city and the area, so I'll be happy to introduce him also. That's all I have.
Great, thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have an add-on item. We have a report from the Orange County Human Relations Commission. This item has been on our calendar the last month or two, and we just haven't been able to make it happen. And I believe we have Dr. Ahuja here to give us a report. Please.
Thank you, Mayor Reese.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Reese, members of the council, and members of the community. My name is Gurpreet Singh Ahuja. I'm a pediatric head and neck surgeon at Chalk Children's Hospital in Orange. But I come today here before you in my capacity as member of the Board of Directors of Orange County Human Relations Council to share with you an update on the role that OC Human Relations played in Villa Park over the last year and present you with copies of the annual report that I have before you. But before I proceed, may I ask all of you to join me in paying homage to the many innocent victims in Boston last week who were the victims of such an extraordinarily heinous crime. My thoughts and prayers join yours in wishing the victims and their families strength in recovering from this ordeal. As cities work to manage the challenges to our very existence, we have to examine every expenditure to gauge its place in the hierarchy of needs. For some cities, nonprofits, and businesses, this has been a year to face down bankruptcy. And for all of the cities, it has been hard times with layoffs and downsizing. Some cities struggled this year as various conflicts grew into public demonstrations, where civility was often the first victim, and budget-busting emergency expenditures followed. OC Human Relations, in partnership with cities, maintained the capacity to serve as an asset in healing tense times and saved cities untold tax dollars in the process. We do this by mediating conflict, by creating safe, inclusive neighborhoods and schools, by developing diverse leaders, and by building understanding and respect amongst all of our residents. Many of our services are county-wide and are not easily broken down by city, such as human relations training for police officers, hate crime victim support network, promoting civility by being a voice of reason and respect, as well as community forums and educational programs that are open to the public. But I'd like to share the following data about some of our additional services over the last year in Villa Park. We mediated 12 cases in the community or courts where one of the parties was a resident of Villa Park in fiscal year 2011-2012. I'm pleased to announce, as I have for the last 6 years that I've been coming, that we documented no hate crimes and no incidents in Villa Park in the year 2011. New York City in particular has an extraordinary record of public safety and ensuring the well-being of all of its citizens. So kudos to all of the members of the council, as well as to the community members of this wonderful city. In conclusion, as we begin the 20th year of OC Human Relations Partnership with OC Cities, it is notable to recognize that in addition to the specific services that we provided in Villa Park this year, we also worked to maintain the capacity of OC Human Relations to assist when the human relations crisis hits. This year, our capacity was critical in being able to help Fulton in the Kelly Thomas case, Anaheim in the civil unrest after the police shootings, San Clemente to apply asset-based community development in the Latino community in the face of gang violence, and Santa Ana to bring Latino and Jewish communities together. And in previous years in Westminster, Huntington Beach, Cypress, Stanton, Placentia, and many other cities that faced challenging intergroup conflicts that boiled over into the civic arena. Our cities may not have major conflicts every year, but when the crisis hits, it can be enormously expensive to address in public safety, in human suffering, and in reputation costs. Significant savings can be achieved if you have a strong human relations organization with significant capacity. And with that, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the report.
Great, that's great news. Thank you, Dr. Ahuja.
Thanks so much for that.
Okay, next we have an item that was brought up on PEPRA, which is Public Employees Pension Reform. We were going to talk about this the last few council meetings, but we just ran out of time, literally, so we kind of moved it right up to the beginning here. So, Deborah, I believe you have this report.
Well, it's not actually my report. It was my requested item, and I know that Ryan has worked extensively with Lieutenant Tucker's expert on CalPERS, and I understand that the attorney that is the expert, he broke his leg to get out of being here tonight.
No.
Okay. See, that's how an attorney answers when he doesn't want to answer. But I think Ryan is ready to have that report, and it's actually maybe more prescient that we're giving it this month than the 2 previous months when I had requested it because of the recent PERS board's ruling that will dramatically impact all municipalities or any of those that feed into the CalPERS system. So, Ryan, if you want to take it away, I look forward to your report.
Okay, so as you said, you requested an update on PEPRA.
Yes.
I figured I'd give a quick background on PERS in general, and so we'll start with that, and then we'll move into how PEPRA changed that. So, as a matter of background, this is a basic summary of how PERS works, and oops, hang on, there we go, that's better. So this is a really basic summary of how PERS works, and it's a very complicated system, as we all well know. So I'll do my best here. As a small employer, as a small city, we're required to participate in one of 5 risk pools, and that began as of 2003. We were required to do that. In the years since, a lot of cities have chosen to go and increase their benefits to go to a 2.5 at 55 or a 2.7 at 55. That's not the case in Villa Park. We've stayed at the 2% at 55 benefit formula with the single year salary, which means your retirement is based off of that single year at the end of your career, your single highest paid year. So as a matter of quick math, this means if an employee retires at 55 with 30 years of experience and his final salary is $60,000, his pension would be $36,000 a year. So the total normal cost is what PEPRA deals with, and that's divided into 2 things, an employer contribution and the employee contribution. Until 2010, as a benefit to employees, Villa Park paid that employee share as an employer paid member contribution, EPMC. We'll keep it simple. In 2010, the council changed that, and employees began paying 2% of that contribution, increasing 1% each year until the full employee share is paid by the employees. Currently, we're at 4%. Until July, it'll go up to 5%, and next year, 1 more %, and so on.
And just to clarify, the employee's share would be 7%, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
In addition to that normal employer contribution, PERS requires us to pay into the amortization of a side fund. This is when we went into that small risk pool in 2003 when we were required to do that. This 10% or so is the difference between the funded status of PERS in general at that time and the funded status of that small risk pool. So the small cities were essentially underfunded, and so they've required all of the small cities to pay this certain percentage based on the size of your city. That goes away as of 2019 when that will be completely paid off. This is the breakdown of the employer contribution as it stands for 2012-13. So that net normal cost is what we're really looking at. That's 7.72. So we had some questions on when we took this to the Budget and Finance Committee on the risk pools payment and amortization basis. That is the unfunded, that's to make up for the unfunded liabilities since we went into that risk pool. So the side fund is the difference as of that date when we went into the risk pool. This is since that time. That's that 1.996%. That's what that is. So I believe it was 2010 or 11, the city had considered a couple of other options for its employees, 2% at 60 and 2% at 60 with a 3-year. The savings would have been essentially 1.1% of whatever any new employee's payroll would have been, and 1.6%, approximately $3,000 to $5,000 or so. So all of that's to bring us to what's happened now with PEPRA, which is Public Employees Pension Reform Act of this year. So as of January 1st this year, PEPRA established a required new tier for benefits for new members. And that's a term that PERS has established. That's a very specific term. So employees of the city are categorized in 2 ways now. We have classic members, anybody who was hired before December 31st of last year, and anybody who is hired after December 31st and is subject to reciprocity from another agency. Essentially, this is if the city were to hire another employee from another city who participates in PERS, they'd be considered a classic member and would be required to be given whatever our employees were given prior to December 31st. Anybody that's hired as a new member, new employee, is subject to PEPRA.
So new to the city doesn't necessarily mean that they're a
Correct.
new member.
Correct.
Okay.
Depends on where they came from.
Yeah, it actually takes away the city's ability to do a 2-tier system independently. Whereas now, if you work for another city and you come to Villa Park, you're entitled to the existing percentages and retirement ratios.
Villa Park percentages, not prior.
Villa Park percentages, right.
Yeah.
But the way the pension works is, say if you worked in the city of Orange and they're 3% at whatever, however many years you worked in Orange, you get that percentage, and that goes into your retirement formula. And however long you work at Villa Park, you get that percentage from Villa Park in your total PERS payment at the end. So, yeah.
So the caveat to that is if, as an employee, you are unemployed by a participating agency for more than 6 months, you now are automatically a new member. So you are now subject to PEPRA. So current employees remain unchanged and unaffected by PEPRA, assuming we stay employed.
So far, you're doing really well.
Well, there you go. And then, let's see. Went through that. So the requirements of PEPRA are that any new member, we'll call them that because that just to keep things clear, any new member, their retirement formula automatically becomes 2 at 62. And it also caps the pensionable salary at $136,440. That's based off of Social Security cap as well. And the biggest one is employees are required to cover at least 50% of that normal cost. That's why I went through what the normal cost is. So PERS, their actuarials have gone through and figured out what that normal cost rate is going to be for new hires. They've determined that for that 2 at 62 formula, that normal cost is going to be 12.5%. So new members would be required to pay 6.25% of salary. Here in Villa Park, it's going to be 7%, just like the current employees will be as soon as we get to that 7%. They can't obviously get any better benefit than what was offered to current employees. The EPMC, that employers paying the employee share, goes away and can't happen. And the employees are required to pay that 6.25%. So there's also new restrictions on what can be considered pensionable compensation, cash outs of sick leave and vacation time. Basically, this is to do away with the pension spiking issue. And then you're required to go to the 3 highest years formula instead of the single highest year. Those are the main points. And that's all we got.
Made a pretty complicated situation pretty simple. My first question is, are there any things that the City of Villa Park needs to do or have in place, forms, whatever, to be prepared? We're not looking to hire anyone new, but you need to be prepared prior. So that would be my first question. My second one would have to do with how the PERS Board's recent decision is going to impact us and how you're going to plan for that.
Well, as to the forms, we did prepare there a bunch of number of forms that you have to give to the new employees as a defined term, and also whether they're considered a classic employee. Those are all prepared. They haven't been used yet since we haven't hired anybody, right? We haven't used any of that stuff. But we're all good to go on that. As far as the financial issue and the reallocation of the percentage, that will increase the amount we have to pay because it's basically, they're compressing in essence, if you look at it like a mortgage, if you had a 30-year mortgage before, they're making you pay it within 25 years. And so the amount you have to pay each year for your PERS to overcome that unfunded aspect of it is being compressed, and our payments going up. So that's how that's going to be impacted. I don't know if you wanted to. Yeah.
But was that separate from the board's action that said they were going to pass on to all municipalities and counties, what have you, that are in that CalPERS system, a 30 to 50% increase, 2015, 2016, would you explain that one to me? Is that separate from this whole Pepper thing, because they seem to be two completely different things?
They are separate. They're two different things. I mean, since we're talking about it, you can see, Todd was mentioning that if you have any new members, your rate's going to go up because they're paying more. So I think that's the financial cost he was talking about. But yeah, 2015, 2016, we are going to see a spike. We don't know what that is. It's actuarial craziness, as I put it, because we get the actuarial report every year, and it's maybe 42 pages. Well, we assumed this, and we assumed this, and we did this, and we did this. Actuaries, they get paid very well. However, anticipated what I've gotten out of it is that if we kept the PERS the same, we would be maybe a 1.2% increase. That was with no change. What they recommended and what was approved on the 17th, I believe it was, is that it might be 1.9 for the first year. The next year, it might be 3. And all those numbers change every year when they do an actuarial. So we don't, October 2013 is when we will get our letter stating what our 14, what our 14-15 will be, and then they will estimate what our 15-16 will be, which that will probably be the best number we'll get in October. And that will give us kind of a game plan of, okay, how we're going to, fund for that and deal with that.
That's only really that's primarily for full-time employees, is that?
Yeah. No, it's for anybody that's into PERS. Anybody that works over 1,000 hours is required to be in our PERS retirement. So our interns work 1,000 hours, and that's it. And anybody that works over that is required, based on our PERS contract, to be in PERS. So that would be everybody.
Okay. I'm assuming that you're going to give us some sort of report as what the impacts will be.
Right. Once we know a little more, I mean, they're assuming they didn't give you, okay, Villa Park's going to be this quite yet, because it was obviously a decision made on the entire, state. So as things start going out, everybody's kind of, in the finance world, is kind of breathing a little deeper and trying to figure it out. But we're all talking and trying to figure out, what's the best plan, any good ideas, if they've heard anything. So, but usually like I said, October, every year we get the actual report from the state, which tells us the current year and what's anticipated for the following year. And since it is 15-16, we have some time to figure out what we're going to do.
I just thought it was important for us to really kind of understand what's happening, because it is a little bit different to having the state dictate how everybody's going to do it from here on, and there's just a lot of changes to make up for the unfunded pension obligations throughout the state. So I really appreciate the time that staff took to pull this together. I understand it better. I don't know if the rest of the council has questions or not.
Any questions on Pepper, guys?
I've got one. Michelle, we talked about the spread between current and change rates based upon the Pepper schedule. But based on what we've seen and where it looks like we're going with PERS, I'm going to have to assume that if it continues as usual, that spread in terms of dollars is going to grow and grow and grow in between the two plans because of the percentage spread. Is that a pretty reasonable estimation?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying here is that spread's going to grow. So whatever we estimate, if it's 1% or $1,800 this month or year or whatever, just expect with the PERS system that it's going to accelerate. As I understand it right now, we've got the basic PERS charge, which is the amortization of current pension. Mm-hmm. Then we've got the 10% fee that we came in because they were underfunded when we came into the plan.
Right.
Well, now we've got another fee to make up for the underfunding that's occurred since we got into the plan.
Well, yeah, basically the side fund will go away in 10 years. So that's a 10% of our, 20.35 right now? That's our percent. So of that 20%, we're losing 10. So we can look at it as a glass half full.
Right.
That we're losing 10% in 10 years. However, with all this wonderful law that just came down, it will be increasing, so we may wash. But the benefit is that we're losing 10, right?
Right. Maybe if they don't put it back in with a bigger spread for the future accrued pension.
True.
So
that's the thing. Yep. Okay, thank you very much for that report. Now we move to oral communications, which is matters that are not otherwise appearing on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of the City Council. If you wish to address the City Council, please step to the podium and state your name and address. Oral communications will be limited to 3 minutes for individual speakers. I see we have a speaker right off the bat. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jim Warden. I live at 10021 Sycamore Street here in Villa Park. I belong to a loosely coupled organization called Villa Park Citizens for Conservative Governance. There's about 300 people who are in that email trail. And over the years we've had communication, and over the years we've talked to you in the past. So I'm here to loosely represent, but personally represent for myself, the view of that group. Our principles are simple. One is we want the City Council, in charge of the City Council, with maintain the character and beauty of this city. Second, we expect the council to adhere to conservative economic policies. And finally, execute the city's business in the best interest of the citizens of Villa Park. It's real simple. As leaders, or elected leaders, this council must act in the best interest of the citizens. I think you're charged with that. However, there's a growing feeling against a large number of the citizens here in Villa Park that the council is remiss in its adherence to these above principles. In my opinion, some members of this council have taken with utter disregard input from the citizens, and have executed their own personal agendas. Your deliberations and actions tonight will dictate the direction and demeanor of how this council sees its constituents and how its constituents see this council. Staying with the current course of action, will result in action that none of us want to undertake, but if necessary, we'll pursue with vigor. I want to leave you with one final question. When do the elected servants of the people presume to become their masters? Thank you.
My name is Sandra Merg, 9281 Tritt Circle. And the reason that I'm here tonight is I am so disappointed in the letter that I have received from a Denise Bittle. When we were able to put the $100 in for the brick, I purchased a brick for my grandson, who's an incubator baby, who we were so happy that he lived, and I wanted to put Miracle Baby on the brick, but I couldn't fit it. So when I purchased the brick, the $100, I put 2001 Eric Samuel Gleason, God's Gift. My check was cashed. It was cashed on 3/25, so I assumed that I was going to get that brick. Well, what happened was on April 19th, I received a letter, and the letter said, "It is with great regret that I must return your check, and in order for a brick paver to be placed in the front of Villa Park, unfortunately only personal names may be written on the bricks." Well, as everybody knows on the bricks out there, my one brick says Rich and Sandy Merg, home built, 11/1974. My other brick says Love VP, Sandra and Richard Merg. Cecilia, she has the prettiest star on her brick. The Reichert family has Together Forever. There's one about the prettiest star. Live, Laugh, and Love is by the Kool-Aid family. And you see, I never dreamt that because I put God's Gift, that I couldn't have it. Now, if you would have let me know in time, instead of cashing the check, returned it, I would have rushed down and taken it off. I would have said, what do you want me to put on there? I wanted to have this brick for my grandson. Well, by you keeping the check until the 19th, I was not able to do that. I think that's unfair. If you're going to redo bricks, then I wouldn't be upset because then I can still purchase my brick. But if you're not going to do them anymore, then I want you to know as a member of the foundation, my heart is broken. My daughter's heart is broken, and my grandson, who's a Miracle Baby, will have no brick. Thank you.
Are we going to be discussing the foundation later on? We'll be discussing foundation business later on, Sandy. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, any other folks for oral communications? Okay, that brings us to item 4. This is our first public hearing. This was continued from our last meeting. It's to consider a variance permit at 18500 Villa Drive. I know Jennifer's not here tonight, so I'm going to assume Tyler is going to give this report.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight's first item on the agenda is variance permit number 0736. The applicant was requesting to put a 6-foot-high security gate 5 feet from the property line. This item was continued from the March 26th meeting. We were unable to make 2 of the necessary findings in regards to traffic and the aesthetic looks of the surrounding neighborhood as far as keeping the rural look. On Friday, April 19th, staff hosted a CDC meeting with the council. We discussed the different setbacks of the gate, and we were able to make those last 2 findings. If you guys have any questions, feel free. And staff recommends approval of variance permit number 0736.
Thank you. Any questions of staff on this item?
One of the issues why this was continued the last time is that as the code is written, it should be 20 feet from the start of the driveway to where the gate should be. And the applicants wanted 5 feet. And the problem that we were having up here with the council is that the street, what would happen is that a car length would be sticking out into the street. So what we've done here is allowed the gate to be placed at 5 feet from the street, but the street right now is of no parking, and we're working on removing the no parking on that street so the cars have some place to sit. And that's one of the the issues that needs to be addressed as to how we're going to remove the no parking signs. Because if we put the gate right where it is and someone comes to visit, the car is going to be sticking outside the driveway. There's nowhere for it to go. So I believe, unless I'm mistaken, that the applicants are okay with removing the no parking, but we have to go through the process of removing the no parking signs. And maybe, Jared, you could explain that.
Yes, parking is codified in the Villa Park Municipal Code, and it states in this area that is handled by resolution. If it is the council's prerogative, we can bring a resolution back next month waiving or removing parking restrictions on Villa Drive. Currently, it is a no parking street, and we often receive requests from residents who are hosting parties or gatherings at their house to essentially bag the parking signs, which we do. We accommodate their requests. We'll give them parking passes for their guests that they can hang in the rearview mirror. There's a neighbor who's doing quite a bit of construction on his home right now, and we waive the parking restriction for his house. In mid-September 2011, the previous city manager sent a survey to all the residents on Villa Drive. I think we counted 16 or 17 homes. Of those homes, we received 9 in favor to allow parking on one side of Villa Drive and 6 opposed to it. Again, the choice is the city council's whether or not you want to remove those parking restrictions, but it is possible through resolution.
But that's not what's before us tonight.
Before you tonight is the variance request at the gate of 6 feet high within the 5-foot setback.
And my only question of staff would be, do we still have no one that's complaining about this that lives on that street where no one actually drives?
Not that we've heard of.
I mean, that the traffic on that street is probably, I've still never seen a car, and I went up there again today. I mean, there's no one that drives there.
But it's not a private street. It is a city-owned street. It is a large street. So if you wanted to go up there and park your car up there and walk down it and do a 3-mile loop, you can't. And you should be allowed to. It's a city street. You should be allowed to park on the street. Where are you going to go? What if the cable man comes? What if the telephone man? Where are they going to park? There's been tickets issued on that street. You know, we can't have a long street where you can't have any parking. If we don't have parking, you need to allow the car to be able to turn left into their driveway and get off the street so they can ring the doorbell so the gate can open.
My question remains, do we have any complaints from the residents around that property?
Currently, we haven't heard any complaints, phone calls, or emails from the residents.
Is there anyone here to speak at this hearing? Oh, we do have someone. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Ed Loftus. I live at 18311 Villa Drive. I'm the immediate next door neighbor to Steve and Judy. I've been Steve and Judy's neighbor for 20 years. I've lived in this house for 15 of those years. I'm one of the people that asks for parking variances periodically to parties. I've got a ticket on the street. I am here to support their application for a gate. They've done everything excellent the entire time they've been our neighbors. I'd also like to, I guess, argue for no parking on the street for lots and lots of reasons, which probably aren't the argument for tonight. But for the council's benefit, I absolutely would like you to allow them to have their gate. I think it would be a great idea for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here tonight to speak on this item? Seeing none, I bring it back to council.
I move we approve it.
I second.
That was easy. I believe Rick made the motion, and I think Deborah beat Greg, or is it vice
It was a
versa?
tie. Let's give it to him. He's on the
That's fine.
CPC.
It doesn't matter.
All right, any further discussion?
No.
Seeing none, Jared?
Yes, motion is to approve resolution 20133228, approving the variance permit 0736 to allow the fence at a 5-foot setback. Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Polly?
Yes.
Councilwoman Passanelli?
No.
Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Reese?
Yes. Thank you very much. Our next item is item 5, but in the interest of a lot of folks here tonight, we're going to go ahead and make a 4B, if you will, which is going to include item 11 on the consent calendar and item 15, which is an item for Mayor Pro Tem Barnett and Councilman Pauly to speak to this issue. So I guess I would turn it over to you, maybe, Jared, at this point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This also allows time for Jennifer Lilly, our planning manager, to arrive in time for our next topic, number 5, regarding the commercial neighborhood zone.
Okay.
This item number 11, is the second reading of ordinance 2013-575 regarding safe and sane fireworks in Villa Park. This is the second reading of the ordinance, which would amend the section of the Villa Park Municipal Code pertaining to retail fireworks in the California Fire Code. Repeals that section, thereby finally allowing safe and sane fireworks in the city of Villa Park. Item number 15 is a council member requested item in which Councilwoman Pauly has requested to agendize a discussion to rescind safe and sane fireworks ordinances. And Mayor Pro Tem Barnett has requested to agendize an item to allow the community members to address a number of fireworks issues. We've received numerous emails since the March City Council meeting, which I've been forwarding to you. Some are included in your agenda packet, and the ones that I have received since distributing agenda packets were included on the dais tree this evening. Staff's available for any questions, and we'll leave it up to you.
Okay, thank you. I know I could ask for people to come to the podium, and I'm sure we'll have a few, so we could start there. But I think what we'll do is start with council member items. So, Deborah, why don't you go first?
The first thing I'd like to do is to ask some questions about item 11. And I'm asking you to explain why we have so many different ordinances. The first ordinance that was passed, we have already had a first and second reading of an ordinance that permits the sale and use of fireworks. So it's essentially a done deal, with the exception of the fact that this particular ordinance here is repealing something in our current code which is in conflict with that. Is that correct?
Correct. So we did the initial ordinance approving, as is allowed under California state law, the sale of safe and sane fireworks and the use thereof within the city. Because staff at that time didn't know what the council was going to do, we held off on other code changes. When it came to fruition that was approved, we also had to make a change to our fire code in which we had added a section, which was the previous prohibition to safe and sane fireworks. So now we are at the second reading of that second code change, which would make the code consistent all the way throughout.
So if this were to fail, this second reading of repealing that section of the code were to fail, what would be the result?
Well, the general rule under the law is that the specific governs the general. So if you have a specific topic on some legislative matter, that will govern more generally applicable statutes. I think our specific ordinance approval of the allowance for the sale of safe and sane fireworks would supersede this section. So to me, this is more of a housekeeping item rather than a prohibition of the previously adopted ordinance.
All right. So even if this were to fail, there would still be sales and fireworks booths and safe and sane fireworks being used and sold in the city of Villa Park. We would have a code that's essentially in conflict with itself. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, well, our code, as is most local, state, and federal law, in conflict with itself in multiple places. So that is not unusual, but yes. But if you want to repeal what you did before on the safe and, you can do that. So it's not like, oh my God, we can't change anything. You can change whatever you want.
That's correct.
So, but this just isn't the tool to do it.
Okay. But if this were to fail, that would be a good first step. What would be the process if we wanted to rescind council's approval last month on a 3-2 vote? What would be the process?
A new ordinance that said we repeal the previous ordinance allowing safe and sane fireworks.
And what would be the timeline, the most expedient, legally permissible timeline?
Well, sure. No, go ahead.
I was crunching the numbers. Ordinances, and step in here, cannot be passed at special meetings. So the city council cannot call a special meeting to approve the new ordinance repealing fireworks. With the deadline that we're on, our next city council meeting, regular meeting, is May 28th. May 28th is too late for the first reading of this ordinance in order to repeal fireworks by this July 4th. So what we need to do here is adjourn this meeting to a time-specific adjourned regular meeting, pass the first reading of the ordinance, and then by law you have to have 5 days between first reading and second reading. We would schedule the second reading and adoption for the May meeting, takes effect 30 days after that, which is June 28th. Thereby, fireworks are repealed in time for this 4th of July.
All right, so it is possible to do it?
It is possible.
Sure.
All right, very good.
I'm glad you-
I'm going to be brief in my opening statements on this because I think that we need to hear from the community. The reason that I agendized an item to rescind the council's previous action was at the request of and the direction of a large number of community members who have contacted me and were contacting each other, quite frankly, because they could not believe that the ordinance had passed. They didn't pay any attention to it because they thought there's no way they're going to do that. And then, of course, they were surprised when it happened. So I am trying to figure out a way for this council to make it right with a large number of residents of this city. It came to my attention that night that the Women's League has decided that they are not going to participate. The way the ordinance was written, it was somewhat misleading because it made it appear as though 4 of the primary charitable organizations attached to the city were actually on board with this. And in fact, they had not even talked about it amongst themselves or had had the item addressed to them until after it had passed. Those 4 organizations, the Women's League has already determined that they will not be participating. The second organization was the Friends of the Library, who also decided to take it up right after we passed it. They have decided they're not going to participate. The third organization, the Foundation, took it up. They voted that they were not going to participate. And the fourth organization, which was the Rotary, quite cleverly decided that they weren't going to take it up until May, knowing full and well that the deadline for applying for a permit was the end of April. I thought that was pretty clever. So it was a way of taking a position without taking a position so that no one's feelings were hurt. So that's my belief is that we need to represent the city, the residents, those who live here. I do understand that there are some members of booster clubs from the different schools that would like to have this because they think it's a great, a bonus for them to raise funds for their kids' sport. I mean, my kids are in sports, so I know what that's like. However, 92% of the students attending Villa Park High School do not live in Villa Park. And we, as a council, are not here to facilitate fundraising for outside organizations or to represent the schools in any fashion. Our primary job is to represent the citizens, the residents of the city of Villa Park, and to look out for their best interests. And from everything I've been able to gather, this is not something that they feel is in their best interest. So I'd like us to readdress it, and that's why I brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
I may defer my comments for a few minutes. I actually sat down over the weekend, because I spent a lot of time thinking about it, and talking to people, and I was going to prepare some fairly extensive comments as to why I had the position that I had, and my wife suggested to me that no one really wanted to listen to the dissertation, and that I should shut up, listen, and vote what I thought was in the best interests of the community. So, I'm happy to make some comments as appropriate as we go. I'll merely say at this point that I've given this a lot of thought. I've talked to a lot of people. The council has revisited this basically 3 times. We've gone through this with various parties as a council. And I'm now looking to see what's changed. And so far, I perceive there is one change that's coming here. I've talked to some of my neighbors who I truly like, and a couple of them aren't real crazy. At least a couple of them aren't real crazy about it. And I've listened intently to them for hours. So I perceive there will be one issue presented that will become apparent tonight that wasn't considered before, and that's really what I'm focusing on. So I'm just going to shut up, listen, and try and address that, basically.
Thank you. Any other council?
Excuse me, there is one thing I would like to say. The inference comes up that the charities that were included in the plan to be funded by this have shunned this because it's such a bad thing. And I've made inquiries in multiple points about that. And my understanding is that the charities haven't shunned it because they're making policy decisions, and that in fact they don't even take political positions on these issues, and that the primary reason for that is staffing concerns and the ability to get involved and carry this out. Is that true or not? I don't know, but I've made inquiries, and that's what I've received so far from everybody I've talked to. That's all I think.
Great. Any other council comments before we open it up to the public? Okay. Would anyone like to speak to this matter? Come on up.
I just can't believe that Rich Barnett's going to keep quiet. I mean, I think that's great. So, yeah, I was here last in March and gave you my impression of fireworks, and I just want to reiterate some of the issues that I talked about. Gwen, can you hear me okay? Not very well. Well, I'm right on the microphone here, so.
Let me make a quick comment, Bill. Jared, are you going to keep a timer on this, please? Since we're going to have quite a few speakers on this tonight, I just want to warn everyone that we're going to, please don't get up and just say the same thing as everyone else says. Try to bring something new. We're going to try to move it along so that we're not here till 12 o'clock or 1 in the morning. So I just wanted to make that comment up front. Go ahead, Bill, I'm sorry.
Can everyone hear me okay?
No, it's not working.
How about now?
Yeah, Jared.
Is push? Is there a button that needs to be pushed?
No, I'm having trouble.
I don't think there's an on button. They control.
We're having troubles with our microphone
are we
on
sure
the
that-
podium.
Do you have a hand mic? No.
No, we don't.
We don't.
What we can do,
The corner.
Stand up in front and talk. Okay, let me do that. Maybe that would be better.
No, we want to be able to hear you on.
Wait, Jared will fix it.
Here.
First of all,
Swoop it
I
out.
was around, my wife has been very involved in,
I'm sure that'll pick
I
it
don't
up.
think I can do that.
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead.
I don't think I could take all the credit for the amount of work she's done in the neighborhoods of getting petitions to not have fireworks in Villa Park, but my term of just walking around a little bit, this is one of the driest seasons we've had in a few years. There's 5.14 inches of rain this year, and believe me, that's not a very good sign for Villa Park. I have lived in Villa Park for 45 years and have always worked to improve our community. My wife Gwen and I are adamantly opposed to permitting fireworks stands and the sale or use of fireworks in Villa Park. This is not representative of the upscale community that we have become. It's not wise to be the only city in the surrounding area where it will be legal to detonate these fireworks. Many of you are aware that I attended the March City Council meeting to express my concerns to the council before they voted on the second reading of this ordinance. I was very disappointed that 3 of the council members completely disregarded my warnings and voted to approve the ordinance despite the protest of many, many citizens. During the years that I served on the city council and as your mayor, I have always made a point of facilitating dialogue and listening to the residents and respecting their input. Lately, there has been a disturbing trend by this newly appointed council to treat our citizens as unworthy of consideration. This has caused a division in the city. This is not the type of leadership I expect. It is certainly not the type of leadership I provided. Safety, security, and strong fiscal oversight were always upmost in my mind when I was your mayor. I was always very mindful of the funding and resources we spent to keep our city a safe and clean place to live. One of the issues I raised at the March meeting was the limited number of officers we have available, which is 1.5. I don't know if a lot of people realize that Villa Park only has 1.5 officers, and I've never seen the half of one, but I have seen the once. And also the fire. It's a busy time of the year for them, and I remember, and I lived in Villa Park for 40 some odd years, they were shooting bottle rockets off, and we had a little fire in our backyard. Nobody ever showed up. So I was out there with a bucket trying to put out this fire. So it just shows you that these things can happen. It may seem like it's too late to stop this bad idea from happening, but it is not. Do whatever you need to do up to the including the recall of council members who would put the city at risk despite our citizens' protest. And I really thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate the audience we have tonight. Thank you.
Do we have sound restored at the lectern now?
Yes, we do, and we did get those comments as well.
Thank you.
Next.
I'm not sure if you could actually see me over the podium.
Yes, we can. Please speak.
I'm Lauren Xerxes. I live at 9412 Villa Vista Way. Good evening, Mayor Reese and council members. This issue came about, and I did not hear of it directly. That was one of the feedback that I did receive from many of my neighbors, as well as walking the community in Villa Park, that for some reason they just didn't receive notification. I don't know if they're not on the email list and that we haven't promoted the new website where citizens of Villa Park can receive information, but it would have been nice that this went out across the board, since hearing the past ordinance regarding the variance, a notification was asked for all of the people that were affected in that community to whether or not to get rid of no parking sign versus why isn't the rest of Villa Park being informed about fireworks then, if that is the main concern. Yes, high fire danger. The City Council just tonight recognized that it's high fire season coming in May. We already have seen Monrovia. We've already seen Ventura. These are a glimpse as to what is to come. We also have seen in the last week significant tragedy that has taxed our first responders. Firefighters and law enforcement are the first people to run in. They are the ones who are running in while everybody is running away. We lost a lot of firefighters and a lot of great people this past week. It would be a shame that we lose the firefighters and law enforcement within our own community, the people that protect and serve us every single day because we want fireworks for one day out of the year, versus going to a firefighter's funeral, seeing the family members and the children that will never have their parent ever again because of one hedonistic moment of wanting fireworks for one day. Is it worth it? The feedback that I have received and have submitted to the council is not. And I also asked the council to consider, why isn't the pollution factor looked into? What is our carbon footprint that we're leaving? Because it's not just the debris that's in the street that the city is going to have to pay for street sweeping, but it is also the smoke pollution, the pollution that's going to end up in the water table and down the Santa Ana River to our local oceans. And that hasn't actually, that I've heard at all from the City Council, being addressed. And then, me being a former attorney, prosecutor, I've also seen a lot of injuries. Many of you may not have seen children with blown off fingers or burns, or see the parent saying, if I had known that this was going to cause this kind of injury, I wouldn't have done it, because now I have to look at my child for the rest of their life and ask what I could have done before versus after. And I just asked the court, not the court, but the City Council. Sorry. So used to making arguments in court. I just asked the City Council to reconsider. I know that all of you serve so greatly, thanklessly, endlessly, and it shouldn't be an issue of name-calling or attack personally. It's just attack on the issue that we're requesting that the City Council repeal this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Amercon. I reside at 9352 Villa Vista Way. I live in this hidden jewel because, well, I was raised here, left for a little while, and then came back because it was a very safe environment. It was safe for my family. It was beautiful with the wonderful mature eucalyptus trees in our backyards. And I completely respect the position of Councilman Barnett. You want to sit back and listen and see what has changed. Well, in my opinion, what has changed is we now know about it, because I just heard about this 2 weeks ago, and I was appalled at how anyone with a shred of common sense would allow live fire around eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus trees, just in case some people may not know, do three things. They live forever. Every so often, a branch falls. The leaves can be used for medicinal purposes, and they burn forever. It's highly flammable. Eucalyptus oil is extremely flammable. And unlike our former attorney, Lauren, I am a physician. I'm a family physician, and I also work in the ER. And we love 4th of July. It's a very busy time in the ER. And I don't want that in my community. I've seen fingers torn apart. I've seen eyeballs hanging out. I'm not going to get more gruesome than that. I've sewed people up, and frequently you just look at the parents and say, shouldn't have done it, shouldn't have done it. It's dangerous. Unfortunately, sometimes that wisdom comes a little too late. I'd like for it not to be late for this 4th of July. I'd like the wisdom, hopefully, of the council members to listen to our public, these wonderful neighbors of mine, and listen to us, and not allow such a dangerous hobby, habit, fun thing to do to happen in our environment, in our neighborhood. As Councilwoman Polly mentioned, 90% of the children that go to Villa Park schools do not come from Villa Park. So those children from Orange or anywhere else that come over, this is where they're going to end up on 4th of July. And I would really not like to be that busy this 4th of July. I think it's the first time in 10 years I'm going to take off. I would like to salute members of our fire and law enforcement. I think it's because of them that this jewel is just that, a jewel. And I think they're going to be pretty busy on this 4th of July, 2013. I'd really not like to add to their burden. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, and our community. My name is Marion, known as MJ Lucero. I live at 18501 Jocatall Avenue. I personally did not hear about the ordinance on the first go-around. I had a couple emails that were sent to me, and we talked about it a little bit at the Women's League meeting. And I went home and I wrote to all of the council members a very brief and short, concise email stating that I moved here three years ago, found this to be a very rural area, and to have fireworks, I feel that to be just appalling. But what really irked me was the response that I received back from one of our council members that basically told me that this was a done deal, even though they were going to vote on it again at the second meeting. And that just irked me and riled me up to where I have been talking to everyone to sign petitions, to come to this meeting, and to make the council members look again and rescind this. Thank you.
I'm Wayne Selzell. I live at 18202 Montana Circle here in Villa Park for the past 40 years. I'm also a past member of council and was on the city council from 1980 to 1990, 10 years. And during this term, we passed the ban on fireworks. At the time, we went through very similar discussions. Not much has changed in terms of the reasons for why we banned them. Actually took it up several years prior and hummed and hawed over it and finally decided in 1989 to pass a ban. I'm going to reiterate my 3 minutes, the points that the grand jury raised at that time, and if they sound familiar, they are. I also want to thank the fire authority and our sheriff's department, which only has one deputy to cover the city. They'll have more, of course, if we have to have them. I want to thank them for standing up and telling this council, advising them, don't pass it. So here's the story from 1989, and I'll be brief. My wife condensed this from the actual report. She gave this at the March meeting, and I spoke the same language I'm doing now, and apparently we weren't heard. The 1989 grand jury recommended that the sale of legal fireworks be discontinued and that cities take a more effective role in encouraging local community nonprofit groups in raising funds for their organizations. That latter part we need to do. We need to help these young people fund these sports and so forth by means that are safer than this. In 2007, 2008, the grand jury review of the 1988-89 GI report found safety officials to be unanimous in their opinion that the sale of legal fireworks should be banned. These are the professionals who deal with the problems. Their use contributes to injury, usually children, destruction of property and public property, both private and public. Legal fireworks also mask the use of illegal fireworks, often contribute to the disruption of public order. Police officials believe they could significantly reduce the usage of illegal fireworks if the sale of legal fireworks were banned. They go together. The grand jury also found that the city and safety officials are unable to enforce some of the municipal ordinances during this period due to the sheer volume of the illegal activity. Safety officials stated that the roving gangs come from as far away as San Diego to ignite illegal fireworks in those cities which approve it. Animal control officers see a dramatic number of increase in calls because of the increased runaway animals, horses, and so forth. Safety officials in the city authorizing nonprofits to sell legal fireworks unanimously state that the sale of legal fireworks significantly impacted their cities. And the last item, cities that allowed the sales are bordered by neighborhood cities where fireworks are illegal, and that is our biggest problem. My 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Council, my name is James Brown. I do not sing. I live at 18552 Mendocino Circle, Villa Park. I've been here for 42 years. I love this city. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not a physician, but I'm a retired nuclear aerospace engineer, and I spent almost most of my working life working on safety in the nuclear and the aerospace industry. And most of it was in solid propellant in the aerospace, which is nothing more than some of these little things that we burn is like a solid propellant. And safety is the most important thing in the world. The aerospace industry, the nuclear, spends 90% of the money on safety. I mean, the rest of it is, easy, but the safety part is hard. And for our city to do something that's unsafe, this is a big missile that we got here, and you can make it safe or unsafe. And to do anything that makes it even unsafe, and I've had discussions with a couple of you about that, and safety, if we don't always think of that in everything we do in this city, we're remiss of what we're doing to try to make it a better place. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Mike Mundia. I reside at 10536 Beardsley Circle in this beautiful city. I hope nobody gets mad at me or throws something at me, but I may be the only one that's a little different here. I think it's a great idea. I was very excited to hear that the city was going to allow fireworks this year. I think it's a beautiful opportunity for our nonprofit groups to make some serious money. I have been involved in fireworks sales in other cities, and it's a wonderful time, a good opportunity for that to happen. As far as injuries, I think that they are called safe and sane. They don't hurt people that are responsible for lighting fireworks off. That would include parents. Parents, you should never allow children to light fireworks off, my gosh. And as far as gangs coming to Villa Park to ignite fireworks? Please. Really? A gang coming from San Diego to light fireworks off? Why in the world would somebody come from San Diego to light fireworks off in Villa Park? Why don't they go to Santa Ana, Costa Mesa? Why would they come to Villa Park? I don't get it. Anyway, I wanted to say that I know I'm probably the only one here that thinks it should be allowed to do, and I just hope that you would leave the ordinance alone and allow it for this year. Give it a try. See what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
My name is Roger Brown. I live at 18551 Roseno Drive. Been here for 12 years and love this place. My issue is I came to this council meetings, or several meetings we had here last year, or a little over a year ago, when CAL FIRE put my home under an extreme fire hazard map. And I was very upset about that, and the city council talked about it, and they basically came to the decision that that was what CAL FIRE was going to do, and there wasn't anything they could do to change it. Now, my biggest concern was that extreme fire hazard was the highest level of danger on the CAL FIRE map. I have property in Madera, California, in Madera County, where this year I've had to pay a $150 fee that CAL FIRE has imposed. So I'm just waiting for them to come along and ask for one, because my present home in Villa Park is also in an extreme fire hazard zone. So if I have to live with the fact that my home is in an extreme fire hazard zone, I'm fervently opposed to the city having fireworks of any sort. It just doesn't make common sense. Thank you.
Mayor, just as a point of clarification, actually the city didn't adopt the very high fire zone. There was an option to upgrade our building standards to prevent fires. That's what the city did, because people were worried that their insurance rates were going to go up if we were in a very fire. So we actually didn't do that. As far as CAL FIRE, I think that's only for the fee thing is in state responsible areas, so that won't happen here. We're under OCFA, just so you know. Well, you're right. Who knows? The government, but under the law, that's not supposed to happen.
Any others to speak to this item?
I would.
Okay.
Thank you. Council, good evening. My name is Roger Fitchin. I live at 17861 Lincoln Street in the city of Villa Park. I was born in Villa Park about 65 years ago. And the past 40 years I've been employed by the city of Orange as a firefighter, stationed on the eastern part of the city of Villa Park. City of Orange banned fireworks back in the 90s. And before that time, it was my experience that the 72 hours preceding the 4th of July, when the fireworks went on sale, were probably our busiest time of the whole year. We had illegal and legal, safe, and sane fireworks being misused by unsupervised children. Sparklers thrown in trees, on the roofs that caught fire, burns when the parents weren't watching the kids. I am a deficit in not attending the other two meetings when this was read. I didn't think in any way that this council would pass such an ordinance, given that one of the members was a member of the Orange County Volunteer Fire Department, Station 23. My dad was for 26 years. I think it left a serious imprint on me, and I'm really surprised that it hasn't left more of an imprint on this member. I think Huntington Beach had an experiment last year with it, and their reference as far as their fire department goes back to the 2007-2008 grand jury report, which declared that area as resembling a fire or a war zone with multiple illegal rockets going along with the safe and sane fireworks, that it was impossible to enforce any of the legal fireworks because they were mixed in with the safe and sane. In the grand jury report, it states that this is a common occurrence when you have safe and sane fireworks mixed in with illegals, that it only encourages those people that are using the illegal fireworks to come in and use those more, because it says the city is giving their blessing to going ahead and using the fireworks. So that's increased. In the city of Orange, when we outlawed the fireworks, safe and sane fireworks, our call load just evaporated, including illegal fireworks. Those days almost forgot years after that how busy we were, and it was such a sigh of relief that we didn't have those days anymore where we went those 72 hours. So I'm opposed to having fireworks in the city of Villa Park, and I hope you would really reconsider this. I mean, we all enjoyed them when we were kids, but we're adults, and we know what's better, I think, now that we're older. I certainly have experienced it, and it's my experience that that we don't need them. Thank you.
I'm Mary Silzel, 18202 Montana Circle, Villa Park, a 40-year resident of the city. I've spoken to you before, but I'm just going to reiterate 2 quick points that I have not been made. I may be the only one here who sold fireworks in the 1980s, late 70s and 80s, for the Villa Park High School band boosters. They were safe and sane fireworks. And 2 points I want to make. It was terribly difficult to get people to staff that booth. We did not have the requirement of the $1,000 license fee. We did not have the cost of the guard. We did not have some of the expenses for liability insurance that will be involved. And I want to tell you honestly, we made nowhere near the amount of money that the fireworks agencies promised us we would make. I know we have heard this again. We've heard $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 for the band boosters. Don't be misled. It didn't happen in the 70s and 80s. It's not going to happen now. And it's going to be terribly difficult if we do get the booths for the schools to get them staffed. Secondly, when I was in college, I served a summer internship with the occupational therapist at Tacoma's Orthopedic Hospital for Children. I saw the horrors that came in during the 4th of July from children with safe and sane fireworks supervised by their parents, and I don't ever want to see hands, faces, eyes destroyed again in Villa Park. Thank you.
My name is Tom Dodge. I live at 18221 Montana Circle. Been neighbors of the Silzels for 40 years almost. Just one comment by way of food for thought for not only for this city council, but for any city council now and forever. A little over a week ago, my son-in-law crossed the finish line in Boston 45 minutes before the bomb went off. It was reported on the news this afternoon that the FBI has finally found out that the explosive that was used in those 2 bombs was extracted from, quote, safe and sane fireworks. They bought the fireworks at a legal store. I don't know who runs it, but it runs year-round in New Hampshire. Extracted the powder and packed them in the pressure cookers. So safe and sane is not safe and sane in any way. And if it supposedly is, with a slight modification, they can become disastrous. Thank you.
Good evening. Terry Dunsing, 1510 North Harding Street in the city of Orange. I was also a resident of this city for 12 years. I also walked this city about 30 miles a week. I've prepared some information that has been presented to the city manager, but I believe council has received. I was also a servant leader of the county for 27 years, working for animal control, the sheriff's department. I was the emergency manager, and lastly for the healthcare agency as a division manager for health-related disasters involving the healthcare agency as well as EMS. Some of the information I provided: CAL FIRE fireworks. California H&S Code 12689 means that anyone who is 16 years of age or older can purchase fireworks, a 16-year-old. California Supreme Court recently ruled juveniles who accidentally start a fire caused by fireworks can be charged with arson. Penal Code 451, which is a felony, or Penal Code 452, which is a wobbler, a felony or a misdemeanor. Do you want that on your hands? American Pyrotechnics Association, National Council on Fireworks Safety. This information was verified July 3rd, 2012. Number of serious injuries in the United States each year due to fireworks, 9,300. Do you want that? Percent of injuries incurred by children under the age of 14, 45% of those injuries. Do you want that? Number of Americans who lose eyesight in one or both eyes due to fireworks, 400. Do you want that? Number of fires in the United States caused each year due to fireworks, 20,000. Do you want that? The National Fire Protection Agency, who is the authority on fire, electrical, and building safety, a nonprofit organization. To keep the public safe from fireworks-related injuries and deaths, the NPFA urges everyone to treat fireworks, whether legal or illegal, for consumers as suitable only for use by trained professionals. Even sparklers, who are considered to be, by many, harmless, reach temperatures of more than 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Fireworks-related fires have typically caused at least $20 million in property damage, and that's not adjusted for inflation in the recent years. Do you want that? In 2010, fireworks caused an estimated 15,500 reported fires. In 2010, U.S. hospital emergency rooms treated an estimated 8,600 people for fireworks-related injuries. 57% were to the extremities, 37% to the head. The risk of fireworks injury was highest for children ages 5 to 14, more than twice the risk of that of the general population. Do you want that? I don't know if you have reviewed the Orange County Hazard Mitigation Plan, written by the County of Orange and the Fire Authority, 237 pages. The top related mitigation areas: earthquakes, urban wildland fires, and floods. If you have not read it, I encourage you to read it. Gordon Graham, who is a retired California Highway Patrolman, who is an attorney, who's also a risk manager, who travels the United States giving lectures to high-end, high-level law enforcement and emergency managers, says, things that go wrong in life are predictable, and predictable is preventable. I urge you, be a servant leader. Do not be a power leader. Be a servant leader. Represent the citizens of this city. Please consider rescinding what you put in action in the last meeting. Thank you.
I'm Peter Jacoby. I live at 9761 Janus Circle. And after listening to all these discussions, I have one question. What is the city's liability? That's it.
Thank you. You want to address that, Todd?
This may not be a popular answer. None, really. It's a discretionary action for which the city is immune from liability under state law. So, none.
Any others that'd like to speak to this item? Are we done? Here's. I'm just making sure. Just making sure. All right. I guess we'll bring this. Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Jennifer just came in. It's perfect timing. All right. We'll bring this back to council to discuss. Discussion.
I have some disappointment in the residents who wanted fireworks that I have spoken to. and the fact that they haven't come here to speak publicly. We have gotten several emails, several phone calls, and we listen to them as well as we listen to you. So with no disrespect, I have read every email that you've sent that has been presented to me. I responded to some of you. So the one thing I want to make sure everyone understands is we do listen to you. I will respond to you. I've heard your concerns. I've also heard the positives, but I'm disappointed with the positives right now. We're not coming here to tell you why they wanted fireworks. I can tell you, but it's not going to change your mind. One of the issues I want to make sure that we understand is when it came to our nonprofits, it wasn't assumed that they were going to take this on. It was just an opportunity for them. There were 3 permits that were going to be issued, and we wanted to make sure that we took care of our own charities first, the schools as well as the nonprofits. All they had to do was say, we can't participate. I don't believe any of them actually said that they were not, that they were against fireworks, because I don't believe that that's their position to say. They're just a group. They don't have the manpower. Some of the schools don't have the manpower either. The high school is begging to get some of the other permits because they do have the manpower. As far as the dangers of fireworks, they are dangerous. Fire is dangerous. Drinking is dangerous. Boiling pasta is dangerous when it falls on you and you end up with 3rd-degree burns. And you know what? I know you think that's funny. Now listen to me. I have a friend who has been visiting the burn center now every 2 days. Okay, she's a mother with 3 children, and you want to know how that happened? Because she took the pasta and she moved it to the sink after it was boiling, and the pot fell, and that's where it got on her. It's dangerous, as well as fireworks in children's hands are dangerous. I acknowledge that. I have a concern for the children. I have a concern for the community. I want everyone to understand that when we voted on this, this was not a rash decision. This was a decision that took 90 days. And it was posted, and it was agendized, put on the website. It was posted outside on the TV and the walls. This was nothing new. The schools knew about it. The Women's League knew about it. The Rotary people knew about it. We're a small community. We are a very small community. We talk about everything, and if you're in the Women's League, you very well might be in the foundation. This was not something that was, as one person put it, rammed down the throats of Villa Park. We didn't want to do that. I've listened to everything. I may change my mind after hearing everything that I've heard at this point. But I want to make sure that you understand that nothing sneaky was done up here, that nothing was rammed down the residents' throat, and that we put thought into it, and that we did all the notifications that we could. But there are dangers involved in anything that we do.
Thank you, Deanna. Any other comments?
My turn, I guess.
Go ahead, Rick.
Let me kind of start, I guess, with some of our original rationale for this, because, and I would like to reiterate what Deanna said, is I am a little disappointed. I've had more emails and more favorable discussions with people than I have the contrary, and yet here you are in vastly predominant numbers in the negative. So I express that same frustration and concern. That said, some of the rationales that we went through to get here, as it stands, we have fireworks all over Villa Park every year, illegal and illegal. I see them popping off all over. They're in backyards, under trees, under arbors. You know, they do it to get them out of the street so that they can cover them up and have their fireworks display. The stuff is randomly available. It's readily available. It's in Santa Ana. Fullerton just enacted, and I understand I believe they did it by a vote as well after that. Huntington, Westminster picked it up. I think they had a vote in Huntington and enacted it. We have the fireworks people come in and say that in 25 cities they've done it. The populace all elected to have it. So we looked at this and said, okay, we've got all this going on anyway, so we criminalize these people and our neighbors, and we shove them in the backyard to set off these fireworks. Why not let them out in the front yard? Let's regulate it. Let's get it away from the buildings. Let's mandate the requirements. Let's have water there. And let's make it a deal where they want to have a block party. They can do what they want to do. Let's put it out in the open and ask people to take charge, and let's put some regulations. Limited the sale to 18-year-olds, 25-year-olds if there's underage kids there. We tried to make it a safer activity on the front lawns and out on the street in front of the house rather than having them copied up in the backyard running this stuff illegally. It is readily available everywhere. And if people want it, they're going to get it. And the illegal is readily available, not as readily, but it's out there as well. So it seemed more appropriate to do this. The people that have held off on the safe and sane are probably the more carefully law-abiding, anal, whatever you want to call it, and those presumably will be some of the people that will have it, maybe that didn't have it before. Those aren't the ones, frankly, I'm as worried about. So that was one of the rationales that we had. We came up with this. We looked at. I know that the most concerned about this when we started it was Deanna. She was very concerned, and she came back the next meeting. She made calls to one or more other cities, and apparently she can tell you about it. But she apparently beat on them rather heavily to say, "What problems do you have?" And they told her not a lot. And I understand she reiterated, "I want to know all the problems. I want to know what's going on with these fireworks." And the response was, "We're really not having any problems with it." And that, frankly, is when she came back and she moved to support the activity. So, spoke with Brad. I've talked to some of the fire people. The fire authority, as an authority, opposes it. The police aren't crazy about it, and that's understandable. If I were in their position, I'd be doing the same thing. On a personal level, I think you'll find that Villa Park is apparently perceived as a fairly safe city and pretty well prepared for fire activities. A lot of things have changed since '87. I got an email the other day that said, we had all these dry roofs. They're drier now, and it's worse. You don't have drier roof. We have concrete roofs now. I'm just trying to point out some of the issues that we looked at. So please let me run through this quickly and see what we've got. And I made some notes as we went through here, and so they'd be a little out of order, but just kind of in response to some of these things, so at least you could be aware of the other side of the issue. The safe and sane, even fairly appropriately used, don't seem to be dangerous per se. They're dangerous when they're seriously misused. The other fireworks, the illegal fireworks, may be dangerous anyway. They go up in the air, you don't know where they're coming down. So this is really an issue by my thoughts, and I think the council generally, that the fireworks aren't dangerous. It's the use of the fireworks and how they're maintained and supervised. I would hope people would keep an eye on their kids. The last couple of years, I think we've had 3 cities at least come up in Orange County that have added to the list of fireworks cities. Westminster, Huntington Beach, Fullerton. I read an article said Orange was considering it. Just some discussion about the mayor. I received a call from another South County city. I didn't receive a call. I had the mayor confront me the other day, and he wanted to put it in his city and wanted the information about it. So I'm just trying to let you know what we see up here and the things that have gone through my head on both sides of this. That's all I'm trying to do. This issue of people showing up to detonate fire, come over here buying and setting them off. Frankly, I don't see that. Other cities have them. People go and they buy them in those cities and they bring them back. I don't see anybody going to a city, buying them and setting them off. Furthermore, if you read the ordinance, because that was one of the issues we considered, the way the ordinance was written, I don't know where you would set them off if you didn't live in Villa Park, because you're really pretty much constrained to your own yard. Unless you want to trespass and light them on somebody else's property, it'd be very difficult to do that here. We set it up as a 1-year pilot program with the understanding that we'd look at this and we'd review it, and that we weren't going to just knee-jerk and authorize this as some other places have. We thought that was the more conservative route to take. All right, again, we have the fireworks here already. They're rampant, and I think everybody knows that. I said this before, I just want to reiterate. I have to believe that the people that would take advantage of this are the ones that are the most nitpicking, law-abiding group. because otherwise they'd already be getting them. And frankly, that's not the group that I'm most concerned about. The money issue was touched on. Again, I apologize for bouncing around, but I took notes as I went. Very low numbers have been quoted. A few $1,000s was quoted in a prior meeting. It was implied there'd be very little money here. Let me tell you what I do know. There was also discussion in a prior meeting about the fact that there was a $100,000, $300,000 insurance policy, clearly inadequate. And a judge made this point. He said, you'll be lucky to pay defense costs on one of those. And I fully agree. Totally appropriate comment. However, the reality is that I've seen one of the agreements, and it provides for a $20 million blanket policy, and the city, as council's indicated, doesn't have any liability anyway. And on top of that, with regard to the money issue, we've had, I've seen the agreements, there are 50% of the gross revenue, the gross sales is allocated to the charities. The other 50% goes to the fireworks company, and they pay all the costs. I've heard numbers ranging anywhere from 35 or 40 to well over $100,000 for the numbers. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's not going to be this tiny little percentage. Those contracts vary. Some places, the fireworks company, you have to pay license fees for the stands, and that erodes the profits. In the center, that may happen to some extent. There was a comment made about being 16 years old. This ordinance provides at least 18. If there's anybody around under that age, you need to have 25-year-old when you're setting them off. Finally, there's been a lot of reference here to, hey, you're not listening to people. You know, the majority of the town doesn't want this, blah, blah, blah. I frankly don't know that to be the case, and I frankly don't mind if we put this on the ballot. I think it would be appropriate if we are going to carry on, put it on the ballot after a trial so people can see what happens in terms of money, any problems, et cetera. But I don't have a problem with that, and I also don't have any real reason to believe that a majority of the people in Villa Park oppose it. I know there's a significant group here, but I'm telling you, I've talked to people. I care about the city. I love this city. You know, I got my kids here too. So from what I've seen in emails, from the people I've talked to, what I've seen around town, I don't have any reason to believe that the majority of people in this town don't want fireworks. I don't know, and it's fine with me to put it on a ballot. So having said all that, what I do see here tonight, and what I've seen from talking to some neighbors, a couple of my neighbors who I'm very fond of and had very lengthy discussions with, the thing that I do see is a real concern generally and unease about this situation, whether it's people coming in town, whether it's, you know, an increase in illegal fireworks. I've had some, in my opinion, some irrational concerns expressed, but they persist. So what I do see across the board, and particularly with the group that's already raised their families, the younger group seems to be more in favor of it, it's been the gist, is an unease about it across the board. So I asked our city manager to contact the sheriff's department and see how feasible it would be for us to load the city with security on the 4th of July. My thought being that the fireworks aren't the danger, it's the use and abuse. As it stands now, we have fireworks go off every year all over this city with virtually no police oversight. We've got a car running around. They can't do much of anything. I personally think we're probably better off with a multitude of security and allowing the safe and sane, at least in a one-year trial to see how it plays out, than we are now. We have lots of fireworks, virtually no security, and I'm not aware we've had any big problems. So what happens if we let the law-abiding group, whatever group of them wants it, I don't even know how many it will be, we tell them it's okay to have safe and sane this year, and then we flood the place with security. My personal perception is, right, wrong, or indifferent, I think we're safer and better off than we are right now, and I'm not aware that we've had any significant problems right now. So that's kind of my response to it. And it's a one-year program. I will tell you this. If this goes, and I don't know what will happen here, but if this is approved and there are significant issues here, I will be the first one killing this ordinance next year. It'll be a risk to kill it. And it may get killed now, but I'm just telling, that's my perception. I think we're safer that way than we are with all these unregulated fireworks in the backyard and no security. And the money that comes in from fees on this to the city, we can use to load this place with sheriffs on the 4th of July.
Shall I go next?
Go ahead.
Or you want to go? Where do I even start? Honestly, I don't care if we have them or don't have them. There is absolutely no agenda by this council where we need them, gotta have them, we're gonna make money from them, one of us' pockets are getting fatter because of them. There's no agendas at all. We are all residents of this city. We love this city. We are the same as you guys. As most of you know, I did work for OCFA for 28 years as a reserve captain. Every 4th of July, I was out cruising in this very city for fireworks when it's been illegal. And as Mayor Pro Tem Barnett said, lots of people do fireworks in our city. I have stopped tons of them. I have confiscated tons of them. I witness what happens. I am #1 in safety, guys. Why do you think I would do 28 years as a reserve captain making $7 a call? There's no pensions, there's no... I did it because I love helping people and I love safety, and I'd run in anyone's burning home for anyone in this audience today. These fireworks, safe and sane, are safer out in the street where there are no flammable items. Currently, our residents do them in the backyards and in hiding spots where there are trees and where there are vegetation, where there are structures. It's safer to do them in the street. I've heard some residents say, well, we don't, I've queried our neighbors on our little street, none of them want it. Well, great, you don't have to do them. Don't buy them and don't do them. We're not telling people they have to do them. If you don't want to participate, don't. This activity is dangerous. It's fire. Of course it's dangerous. As Councilwoman Fasanelli mentioned, you need an adult out there, as our ordinance states, supervising with water in the street. The kids are not allowed to do these, folks. There's many dangerous things in this world. Of course it's dangerous. We have weighed all the pros and cons. I would have not have voted yes for this had it not been a one-year trial. Do you think this council is going to agree to do it next year if we have any issues at all? Of course not. Absolutely not. So these are just some of my quick comments. We're not trying to do anything sneaky. We love our city as you folks do. We want the best for our city. It is a side benefit that the nonprofits would be able to make some money. I do not believe we will have gang members come in our city. I do not believe we will have other folks coming in our city hiding in the corners lighting off fireworks because we allow it. We are now the 9th city that have allowed fireworks in Orange County. This trend is coming back. This trend, as you guys know, in the olden days, sparklers were allowed. Do you guys know sparklers are not allowed anymore? They don't have those anymore. Safe and sane fireworks have gotten safer. Home building codes have gotten safer. That's why fireworks are coming back, because the trend is things are safer now. So you're going to see more and more cities approve this. This isn't just us. We're the 9th one in Orange County to approve this. And believe you me, if we have any issues, we will not do it next year. It'll be over with. Those are just my quick comments. Greg?
The only disappointing thing that I've heard tonight, and I think Councilwoman Fasanelli said this, is that a lot of people claim they weren't aware of this, and I believe that our city staff does a good job of all the different issues that we do come up. They are well publicized, and there's many different avenues. But we would like to welcome any suggestions you have to bring them up to the city council, so we can further have all of the citizens of this city aware of what's going on, because we want this to be completely transparent, and I think you've seen that display tonight, that we want to be transparent. So if there is something that's remiss in doing that, then let's please contact us, and we'll try to fix that even more. Because actually, this whole issue has been on the docket here for almost 5 months. And so if we can improve how we communicate with you, please let us know. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
That's great. Deborah?
Yeah, this is actually the 4th month. All the legal processes were followed. There was nothing done secretly. I think that is a point well taken. It tells me that our residents trust us, and when they first saw it, they didn't think a thing of it. There should be a cautionary tale to all of you that you need to pay attention to your government and what it is doing. It's easy enough to do, to quickly go online and review the council meetings, to quickly look at the agenda and see what's going on. I will say this, when the city's leaders are acting wisely, the people are tranquil and at peace. That is not what we have right now. The people are not happy. There is dissension. There's a lot of community unrest right now and a lot of concern. Not that it was done secretly, it's just that they didn't, I've heard it repeatedly, didn't think that our good council would do something like this. We have a lot of really smart people in this community. Many of them came up here to speak, professionals in the field that cautioned us. We have elders in this city, and I was taught to respect my elders because they have lived life already, and they've experienced many things that I have yet to experience, even though I'm catching up. I think that it would behoove us to listen to those elders who've already been there, done that, instead of trying to, recreate the wheel and try to replicate the mistakes that they made and corrected. In 1 week's time, the residents were so concerned that they went out and collected signatures, not from just people, but from residents. You can see their address, where they live, the signatures of 403 residents of the city of Villa Park who are asking this council. They are asking this council, please rescind this. They don't want it. The people don't want it. It is
Do you have
our
copies of those?
Yes.
No, do we?
Here's a complete copy right here for the council to review. You will look through those names. You will see members who are presidents of different organizations in the city, former mayors. You will see people who are on the boards of different organizations that are in this city, community leaders. You will see young families, younger than you. Even younger than you.
I'm an elder too. I'm not that young.
Okay. Well, the thing is this. I appreciate the desire to help our schools. I really do. And I think we do a lot in this community for our schools. The Rotary does things, the foundation, the Women's League, that's primarily what they do is raise money for the schools. So it's not about that. But we have to, I read one email that we got, and we did get a few emails today that were in support of it, and they said we should do anything to help raise. No, we shouldn't do anything. There are lines. There's wisdom and there's foolishness. This is an act of foolishness. I am asking you on behalf of the 403 residents who signed that and the others who have written letters pleading with you. They're pleading with you, their leaders, to rescind this. I would like to make a motion that we adjourn to a regular meeting in the most expedient fashion.
Yeah, actually a regularly adjourned meeting.
A regularly adjourned meeting, and to rescind this at the request of all of those citizens. Can I get someone to second that?
I would like to make a comment.
Yeah, I probably have a comment as well. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a couple comments here. First, I want to make this a little clearer. The fireworks did not come from me, and I frankly don't care about the fireworks and don't have any great desire to use the fireworks. I probably should tell you that, okay? However, when it was suggested to me, I did make a number of inquiries, and I had no opposition from the random group that I talked to. Everybody thought it was a decent idea. So the first real opposition I've seen is here. I received emails, and frankly, I got more emails in favor of it than I do against it. Now, just to address the ballot issue, and I don't mean to be a hard
Your job isn't to keep arguing with everyone. Honestly, we've already heard your position on this, Mr. Barnett. Yes, I have your wife's email here in support of it. I have it. That's crazy.
I'm responding to your comments, okay?
You respond to everyone's comments. Let's just deal with this. If you want to vote no,
we are
vote
dealing
no.
with it. Robert's Rules of Order. Go ahead.
I I made a motion. I'm asking for a
We go through
second.
this
There's no
meeting
second,
after
Deborah.
meeting.
We're
You're
having
out of order.
discussion.
I sit
You
here and
have the
listen to
first and
you.
a second, and then you have discussion. I'm asking, will someone please second my motion?
I second it.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Oh, for God's sake.
On the issue of the signatures, and I haven't looked at these because Councilwoman Pauly didn't make them available until Councilwoman Fasenelli just asked for them. I only know of 3 people that signed it. I'm sure there's 402, I'm sure that signed it.
403.
403, and I have no doubt. But I only knew of 3, and I went and talked to the 3 that I found out about. One of them told me, the neighbor came up and said, and he says, I don't know anything about this, but the neighbor was concerned, presented it to me, so I signed it. The second one I talked to told me that he asked, since it was somebody on my street, what my partner, or what Barnett's position was on it, and he said you supported it, so I signed it. Frankly, I don't have any problem with it at all. If you want to have a street party, I'll pay for some of the fireworks. The third one, I happen to know that the family does Safe and Sane every year. So that's the only 3 I know about, and those are the 3 responses I got. I just want to make it clear. This is not like a ballot where there's a pro and con and the issues described or the ordinance is there to read. This is just people walking around passing these out saying, sign this, we don't want fireworks. So, again, I don't know. Maybe the whole other 400 of them are adamantly opposed. I don't know, but I think in all fairness, I need to share that and put it on the record.
This is what it stated, and people, I'm assuming, read things before they sign it, because we don't have a bunch of stupid people in this city. It's a petition opposing sale and use of fireworks in Villa Park, circulated by the Coalition for Safe and Sane Government. We, the undersigned, registered voters residing in the city of Villa Park, demand that members of our city council rescind the ordinances, and then they list them, which allow for the sale and use of state-approved safe and sane fireworks and mechanisms to support same. We request this action take place at the regularly scheduled April 23rd, 2013 meeting of the Villa Park City Council. I know you are an attorney, but I can tell you this. This is supposed to be a neighborly way of asking the council to do what they want. We could have gone the initiative route. We could have gone many routes, but they didn't want that because they don't want to waste cities' money by putting it on a ballot. You keep saying that there are 25 cities that are doing this, or that we're the 9th. That is not true. We would be the 8th city out of 34 cities that would be permitting this, and none of the unincorporated areas and none of them that surround us permit it. The types of cities that permit it, you've named them, Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, Stanton, Westminster, Garden Grove, that's not Villa Park. Not at all. That's not how we see ourselves.
I forgot Fullerton and Huntington.
Well, Fullerton just passed it, so we'll see how that goes with that. We'll see how that goes. But there are many younger residents who said, I moved away from cities like that for a reason. I moved to Villa Park because I wanted to live in a different type of community. So that's where we are with that. But
Well, Dave. A few more comments that probably are somewhat irrelevant, but I'll just mention it. When we have over 6,000 folks in this city. There was a meeting here last week held by some private residents. Wayne and Mary Cizelle called a meeting, a private meeting, not a city meeting, and Deborah was part of that meeting. Well, yeah, it wasn't a city meeting. It was residents had asked to rent the room out and have a meeting regarding this issue. And I came to that meeting. I sat in back and took notes and listened to the entire meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Barnett dropped in as well. Per our city attorney, he recommended that we not speak at that meeting because we'd violate the Brown Act. So I was asked to speak, and I had mentioned I can't speak. I'm happy to stay and talk to people after, which I did. But I took notes and I listened. When the meeting started, I think there was 28 people that came, and at the end of the meeting, I believe there was 32 people. The agenda of this meeting was get rid of fireworks, and that meeting again was created by Wayne, Mary, and Deborah. And those 32 people came, and they passed out petitions at the end of that meeting, asked them to go to all of their friends that live in the city, their neighbors, their streets, and get the petitions filled. They had to get like 460 signatures. I see they're a little short tonight.
Our goal was that we didn't have to do anything because we did not want to go the formal initiative
That's fine.
process.
Yeah. So anyways,
Excuse me,
my
Councilman
point.
Pulley, would you please let your fellow council members speak?
I want to correct him when he's
You
mistaken.
correct him when he's
I don't
done.
correct- yeah,
You do this
exactly.
all the time.
Yeah.
You don't have the courtesy to sit and listen. I listen to yours whether it makes any sense or not. At least be courteous.
All right, so again, guys, when always the people that have the no position are much, much louder than the people that don't care or have the yes position. As Deanna had mentioned, she was disappointed. Where's our yes people? That's because they don't care or it's no big deal to them. So when you have the no people that are here, and they're very loud and boisterous, and that's where we're at. And sadly, this is kind of like it's almost, I don't want to say it's a personal thing, but it's kind of sad, really, because you've got Deborah, Wayne, and Mary rallying the citizens. And I got news. If I went door to door with a petition in favor of fireworks, do you think I couldn't talk my fellow residents in the city to say yes and sign? Oh, sure, that'd be great. I'd be out there with my kids. Wow, we did that as a kid and younger and all this stuff. Do you think I could not have gone out and done that myself? Of course you can. So what you have here is a small minority that didn't like this, so they went out and rallied people to sign the petition because they know these people and this and that. And here we sit tonight, and it's almost like some of us want it and a few don't, so they rally these signatures, and here we sit. And I really feel bad about this whole thing. So those are just a few quick comments. I think I will open it back up to the public. Mary, go ahead.
Thank you. I request the opportunity to speak for myself, since I have been, it has been stated that my husband and I rallied people. As you well know, I spoke at the February meeting. At the time, I explained I had sold fireworks previously.
Yeah.
I explained that I was part of the grand jury that came to this decision.
And we listened
And I
to you.
cited the grand jury. After speaking at the February meeting, we probably had 25 to 35 phone calls, emails. People saying we had no idea that this was taking place. What should we do? We said, we suggest you go to the March meeting. We watched the March meeting, and apparently some people came and spoke. After the March meeting, when the ordinance was approved, we continued to receive constant phone calls and emails. People saying, what can we do? What can we do? I did not rally anyone. My husband did not rally anyone. We said, we suggest you talk to the council people. People called and said, could we have a meeting? I said, I have no idea why you would not be able to have a meeting. Could we have it at your house? I don't care. Doesn't make any difference where you meet. And they decided that if we could use City Hall, was that possible? I called and asked Ryan if it was possible. Ryan said yes. I said, okay, how about if we just set a date? I did not rally people. I do not have a personal interest, nor do I have a vendetta against the council members who voted for fireworks. I gave you the reasons why I oppose it. I was part of the grand jury who made the study and did the work. I trust their findings. I believe in them. When we sold band booster fireworks, we did not make significant sums of money. I saw what happened with Safe and Sane Fireworks when I worked in the hospital, and I do not wish to see our city bear that burden. Personally, I don't care whether we have fireworks or not. There are people in my neighborhood who shoot them, and it's their business. My concern is for the city, for the city's appearance, for the residents and their satisfaction. And I would appreciate it if you would revise your statement, claiming that I rallied people.
I will revise my statement,
Thank
Mary.
you.
I'm
I am
sorry
not
to
a
say.
naysayer.
All she said is true. I know from the school board, a member of the school board confirmed that 8% of our students in our Villa Park schools are from Villa Park. The other 98% or 97, whatever, is from outside the city. I believe that the interests of the schools and raising money is an important issue. But I believe the groundswell of support by younger parents in support of those very vital issues thought of the financial benefits primarily. But unfortunately, they can't speak for Villa Park. They speak for the school district, perhaps, but we are, as a city, have no direct responsibility, other than good neighbors, to the city, to the schools. So I believe that some of those parents have been misled to think that we are Villa Park and we're Villa Park schools. Essentially, we host a school here that's comprised of a small minority of Villa Park students. So I think that's where you got misled. And I do not appreciate claiming, Brad, that we rallied the troops. If you get your phone ringing 3 and 4 times an hour and you're trying to watch Netflix or something, forget it, or the news, or even get to bed by 10:30. After 3 or 4 days of that, we said, let's just get them together for a meeting so they can all talk to each other instead of just us. And so that's why we did it. And yes, it was private in the sense that Mary and I put up the $25 the city charges for a rental of this room. So that made it private, I guess, which is fine. The other thing I want to say is the three of you who have spoken about where were you when we were studying this for 3 or 4 months? And I told you in February that you've got to get out and press the flesh to find the true spirit of Villa Park. These people sit back and assume they've elected, and I say elected, responsible council members. And they're not going to bother their lives with what's going on in the city if they don't have to. Now they feel they have to. And that's what we don't need. We don't need to have. So what we have here is a case of a problem. We have a majority of this council that's appointed. I was appointed for 2 years to fill out the remaining term of a fellow named Sullivan who moved out of the city. When I served for those 2 years, I made it clear to the council I would not lead any issue because I hadn't been certified by these people, or the people, some of you didn't have gray hair back then. So I kept quiet. I followed the lead of the elected officials who had been endorsed. And you have made the mistake of assuming that you're talking to Villa Park citizens because you haven't walked every street, pressed the hands of everybody that's home, handed them campaign material, and said, will you vote for me? You just haven't covered enough of Villa Park to understand them. You only got three people that you've talked to out of 400. Hey, I can tell you right now, I've talked to, I bet at least half this room have called me. Not really, because I know a lot of you. I don't know a lot of you. At any rate, I got calls. Mary and I, between the two of us, got close to probably 50 to 100 calls. And you get tired of that, and you're no longer an elected official. So it wasn't a private drive here to get everybody together. It was a self-defense mechanism to make my house quiet.
Wayne, I apologize on the rally comment. Deanna, did you have a question?
Yeah,
Wayne?
I do have a quick comment.
Wayne,
there's an issue that's come up several times.
A few people have questions. Wayne, can you come back up?
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's a request.
Don't walk so fast, Wayne.
Wayne, I don't have a question. I just had a comment because this has come up a few times, and and I've ignored it, but it probably needs to be addressed. This issue of these people voting fireworks were appointed, not elected. It's just absolutely not true. Brad Reese, the mayor, was one of the 3 voting. Brad won by a landslide and just obliterated the people he ran against. And I know that because I, too, walked this community, knocked doors, and talked to everybody, virtually everybody in town, when I ran 2 years before, okay? And I came very close, despite being talked into running by someone else who was going to handle this stuff for me, and never did. So I came at it with no knowledge, laid signs, not having any idea what I was doing. And frankly, I came extremely close to Councilwoman Polly and one of the other council members at the time, Jim Ryans, I was running against. It was relatively close.
Oh,
Brad
you were
Reese
in
was
fifth
landslide ahead of all of us, including Councilwoman Polly. So to say that these people haven't walked, haven't talked to them, and aren't elected is seriously misleading and just wrong. It's just like Brad may have been erroneous to the extent that he said you rallied or did it independently or whatever. The fact is you have led the group. You were passed the petitions at your event. And the fact is that Brad was elected by a landslide, and I walked this community and knocked on virtually every door.
Okay, I don't know how to shut you off, but I'd like to just say this. These people are tired. They've listened to this for 2 hours more. Let's just bring it to a close, okay? I forgive any misstatement I made to you personally. Brad's has asked for my forgiveness. He has it. Let's just cool it all off here and get on with business.
I agree. I've just heard it several times, and I got a little tired of it. Okay.
You know what's the most disheartening thing of this whole meeting is the 3 members that voted yes. I was here.
Yep.
Have spent this entire time justifying themselves. And Rick, you and I love you. We've spent a lot of time together, and you got to quit playing the lawyer. You sit up there and justify yourself like you're on a stand with a case. And I'm saying, you talked about, you had all these emails and you had all this as for it. You got, I don't know, 70, 80 people here, and you got one person, I think, that spoke yes. That's a good example of what this city is made up. There's one out of, say, 70 or 80 people should give you a good percentage, and I think we got to stop this justification. I don't hear anything being justified from this gentleman and from Debbie. From the mayor, you're our mayor, and you spend this time justifying. And Rick, you've got to let other people talk. These people are tired of it, and I'm just saying that because these people are very mad at the point right now. And you 3 people have got to quit justifying. Talk about the facts and what this city needs. And how many times did you say, Rick, and you too, Brad, as a fireman, we know they're unsafe, and yet you still are voting yes? We need to change this ruling. And if you don't change the ruling, there's going to be an uprising in this city. And I've gone around and I've provided a lot of these names. And I've knocked on a lot of doors. And the only no's I got was the ones that were not home. I mean, they weren't no's. I couldn't get their signature. So you've got to realize just because you got a few emails, it doesn't mean the representative of the city. This is the representative of the city right here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Something that you need to be aware of, maybe painfully, I don't know, but the communications from the city council to the city of Villa Park is badly broken. Okay? Your previous city council appointed myself and another gentleman as the co-chairman for the community emergency response team. I should be getting emails several times a week. I watch my email to see what's there. I got not one word about this fireworks issue at any time prior to finding out that it had already been approved. Okay? And at the time I was taking my classes to become part of CERT, I was informed by somebody from the Orange County Fire Authority that in case of any kind of a disaster, which could happen with these fireworks catch on to either the palm trees, pine trees, or eucalyptus trees, the city of Villa Park is going to be on its own because we have no major structures other than the schools. There would be nobody to help us. And CERT is not designed to take on the whole thing if we have a major fire. It's just not here, and it wouldn't be here. So you need to keep that in mind.
Okay.
Roger Brown, Roseno Drive. A neighbor of Rick's. And Rick, I'm sorry. I consider us friends, and I hope after this is all over, we're still friends.
We will be, I assure you.
Okay. I have to take issue with something you've said. You've said several times you heard very little opposition to this before you made your vote. Well, I didn't. The first time I heard about it was when I read it in the Villa Park News that it had been approved. but I walked our street and the two cul-de-sacs that are attached to it. And out of approximately 27 houses, one is vacant, 3 were on vacation, and 2 I never got an answer at. Your neighbors, the people on your street, all the rest of them, except for one other family that has young children who was in favor of it, and I can understand why, and I did not try to influence the people. I said there's a controversy about the fireworks. Do you want to sign a position against it or not? And that's the people that signed it. And I'd say it's about 90% of the people that I talked to that signed it. So the city council can look other ways and say, well, this is only a small portion of the residents of Villa Park. But I'll tell you, if you go out there and knock on the doors, you'll find out it's 80–90% of people are opposed to this. So thank you very much.
Roger, I have no doubt that that's what you did. My comments were limited to my experience, and I have no doubt that's what you did. But I'm just reciting my comments as well. They're also accurate.
Any other comments from the public?
How can we rescind this ordinance? How can we rescind it? How can we start by?
I'm going to make my motion one more time that we rescind the ordinance allowing for sale and use of safe and sane fireworks and schedule at the most immediately available time to a regular adjourned meeting to consider this item. I am asking, please, for one council member to join me in listening to the people and second the item, please.
I second that motion.
Thank you.
Right.
Please let us know when it is.
So there's a motion.
Go ahead.
There's a motion pending. In order for it to be a regular adjourned meeting, we have to adjourn to a date certain. So
Well, I need
if
to
the
know
motion passes,
what's
we'll get
legally
the
the
date.
most, the earliest convenient date, so I suppose that will have to be set.
Right. It can't be more, it would have to be 72 hours after, so it would have to be next week at the earliest.
Jared, do you have a date that you would recommend?
If you want, we could do next Tuesday, this time next Tuesday.
I would like to adjourn to a regular adjourned meeting scheduled for April 30th to consider the ordinance to rescind last month's council action.
So I assume regularly scheduled 7 o'clock?
Yes.
We have to have all that.
7 p.m., sorry, of course. And that would be the only item, I pray to God, on the...
Can other items be added on that agenda?
Sure. We can put other...
Just as a normal course of business?
So we'd have to post an agenda 72 hours beforehand. All the items, it's on the internet, like all of our agendas, posted in the city. And if there's any other business, we could put it on that as well.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second.
Yep.
Everybody, if you could keep it quiet, appreciate it. Discussion and then vote.
I just want to clear, so.
Discussion. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, so what we're talking about here is merely scheduling a motion on rescinding the ordinance.
Right, so to do an ordinance, so we approved it by an ordinance, we would have to repeal it by an ordinance. It's the equal dignities rule, right? So we don't have an ordinance drafted, and you have to do it in 2 steps. You have to do something called a first reading, which would be what we would do at the next meeting, and then you can only adopt, as Jared was saying, an ordinance at a regularly scheduled meeting, so that would be the meeting at the end of next month. And it goes into effect 30 days afterwards. So this would be the process to do that. It's not being approved tonight. It would be considered at that meeting next Tuesday for first reading, but then it would be re-voted on again at the next meeting. That's how you do ordinances.
It would take a full month and a week in order to undo what was done last month.
Well, I mean, yeah, it'd take the same amount of time to approve it, to rescind it as it did to approve it. It's the same process.
Right.
Yeah. It's nothing.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I do
Everyone
have one.
understand? Go ahead.
Jared, are we comfortable that the sheriff's office could provide significant enhanced security?
I don't understand that.
Any final
If we
questions?
need additional resources on the 4th of July, we can use them, either use reserves or pay for an additional
Actually,
deputy.
one of the city's most prominent reserve deputies caught me in Nordstrom's, and he actually asked for attention. He signed it, as did his wife. They don't want it, but he's in law enforcement, and he says he's seen things.
When you said caught you, were you
Well, he didn't catch me. No, I was.
What are you guys doing?
No, I made some purchases and was leaving Nordstrom's, and he apprehended me. No, no, you know what I mean. He caught my attention. My only statement would be to the council, please, can we put this matter behind us and restore tranquility to our city? I'm asking you, please, to help restore tranquility.
That's what it would be.
Can we call for the question?
Yes, Jared.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion is to adjourn to a regular adjourned meeting on next Tuesday, April 30th at 7 p.m. to rescind the fireworks ordinance. Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes.
So, just to be clear for the audience, though, so what they did was it's going to come back next Tuesday, right? That's what we said?
That's right.
And then it's going to be considered. So, it hasn't been rescinded. You'd have to come back next Tuesday if you want to speak about this.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective.
More to do tonight.
Let's don't talk about it anymore.
I'll just tell everyone from my perspective, I did this so that I can get some more input.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
This now has lots of attention.
Really?
Yeah.
So then, Mr. Mayor, item 11 is open, and that's the second reading of ordinance number 2013-575 that would repeal the section that's in conflict. I would like to make a motion.
To continue. I would continue that until next Tuesday so it could all be considered at the same
Actually,
time.
I don't want to vote for it. That's not what I want to do.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
that's the most logical thing to do.
All right, then I guess, all right. I will be logical for the sake of restoring tranquility and ask that we continue this motion until the regular adjourned
Yep.
meeting next Tuesday.
Second.
Jared?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes. Thank you. All right. So we have killed off item 4B.
11 and 15.
Well, 11 and 15 is what we killed off.
And 4. Now we're on to
Right.
5.
We're on item 5. Thank you all for that long talking. Jeez.
Yes, I need
let's take a little
I need
break.
5
Good
minutes.
idea.
I absolutely need 5 minutes.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Okay.
Is there anything else I have to have here? Yes.
Okay, we're back.
Yes.
Our next item is item 5. This is our second and final hearing tonight. It's to review the draft ordinance number 2013-576 relating to the CN Commercial Neighborhood Zone. Jennifer, do you have a report, please?
I do, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you so much. Welcome back from the break. We're going to fire up a... It's going. Excellent. Okay, so I will start with a little bit of background. As you're well aware, at this point in time, we have been studying the town center for about 2.5 years, actually before that as well. Part of that study came out of the opportunity study that was conducted with the community several years ago. During the opportunity study, there was concern raised over the balance of land uses here in the center, and other issues were also brought to the attention of the city to take a look at to ensure the vitality and continued success of the center. When we began our review of the town center, related to land use. So the CN zone is our zone that manages land uses today in the town center. We found that much of the code is unfortunately out of date and in need of some revisions, specifically dealing with the types of land uses that are prohibited, conditionally permitted, and permitted. Also related to the development standards themselves. Development standards deal with how large buildings can be, how close they can be together, how tall they can be, and also related to parking and landscaping. The code at the time dealt with the center as one big piece, which would be lovely, perhaps, if we had just one parcel of land and all of the buildings kind of fit inside that. But the town center itself is actually divided into smaller parcels, and so the code really wasn't written to address these small individual parcels as much as we might like it to be. For instance, the code talked about setbacks around a particular property. The way that the code sits today, it required that every property had 20-foot setbacks on all 4 sides. That you would typically see on the exterior parcel lines of any given property in a commercial center such as ours. On the interior, to have such setbacks creates almost like alleyways and empty spaces between buildings that aren't usable for the buildings themselves, or sometimes they can be used for parking and other things, but really doesn't fit the character and the way that the buildings have been developed in our town center. It also created some problems for our current buildings because since they weren't conforming to the code as it sits today, the buildings would be considered existing non-conforming, and that creates some inherent issues when it comes to remodeling, adding on, or even financing and selling the buildings themselves. With all that being said, we started on a very quick process since October, putting into place some revisions for you to consider. Tonight we'd like to walk you through those revisions, but I'd like to, just for the benefit of the audience, explain a little bit of the participation process that we went through to get here. We started with the community in January and February of this year, hosting 4 community workshops on the town center as a whole and the code that we were looking at to obtain input and allow the residents, business owners, and property owners to ask questions and provide information to the city that would help educate us on what's happening in the center and what concerns exist. In addition to that, just this last Friday, we presented the draft ordinance to the property owners at the Community Development Committee hearing or meeting. Several property owners were there, and we had a very lively discussion that resulted in really good input, actually. And unfortunately, tonight, what you're going to see when we do the comparison of the old and the proposed code was before Friday's meeting, and some of the changes hadn't been made. And even tonight, as I'm presenting information to you, I want to present some of the suggested changes to incorporate some of the suggestions we've received from the property and business owners. But nonetheless, we want to walk you through, as we did with the property owners, the changes that we're presenting for the CN zone. So if you would. So on the list, it's going to look like, just from this first slide, that the old list is very short and the new list is very long. However, there's going to be several other slides that are going to continue the old list of permitted uses. Currently, our code permits or lists over 40 uses that are permitted in the CN zone. This is very common for cities to call out specific types of land uses that they want to see in their commercial center, rather than just one generic category. To give some specificity allows less interpretation and gives better and clearer direction, not only to the staff that will be implementing the code, but also to the property owners and developers that would come along in the future. We have whittled that list down some. However, with the input of the property owners, we've expanded some of the categories. Our true intention is to try to create better clarity in the list of permitted uses, remove anything that is of concern to the city, to the residents, or to the other property owners. Some of the items may be outdated, but some also represent concerns that have been identified. And also to expand the list of uses where appropriate to ensure that we're allowing to the greatest degree possible the uses that we do want to see here in the center. And we'll go into some of the more specifics as we move forward. So go ahead and get us to the next slide. You can see there the old list just continued. This next slide shows the list of conditionally permitted uses. Typically, a city will put under conditional permit any use that they find sensitive to the community. We have a little bit of an unusual circumstance here where our commercial center backs right up to a residential neighborhood. So we do have some concerns with what happens here in the center has the potential to impact residents. And so we want to be very cautious about some of the uses that could come in that could create issues of noise, parking overflow into the residential neighborhoods, or other impacts that could be a nuisance to our residents. So before, and this is in the only case that we've done this before, our list of conditionally permitted uses was very short. However, it included this catch-all, if you will, number 5, that said any general commercial use not specifically listed above. So it made a very short list, but it kind of created this big net, and anything that wasn't specifically listed became a conditional use permit. That was problematic because with a very outdated list of permitted uses, we were finding quite a few things that could fall into this net. We feel it creates better certainty for our property owners and for businesses wanting to locate here to make a more distinct list and also to clean up that permitted list as well. And again, we'll come back to this. I just want to give a general overview and then get into some of the specifics. So moving right along. Our list of prohibited uses, again, we've reduced some of the list in some cases. However, we did want to identify uses that we were hearing pretty unanimously were of concern, and also maintain the uses that we felt did not represent Villa Park and the town center and what we want to see into the future. And we will get back into detail. So is that the end of that? Perfect. So let me touch on the development standards. The biggest changes you're going to see in the development standards. Previously, as I mentioned before, the code required 20-foot setbacks for all of the parcels. What we've done on the interior parcels is we've removed the setback requirement. So all of the interior parcels have 0 lot lines, so they're allowed to build right out to their edges. That allows, in our opinion, more connectedness in our town center. It also allows a potential for buildings to expand. And it also, in some cases where buildings are already built up to the property line, it legalizes those. It makes them now conforming. So it corrects an issue that was there previously. However, we have maintained the setback requirement for the exterior property lines on the exterior lots. So we still want to maintain those buffers between our residential neighborhoods, and also having buildings set back off of the street we feel is very important, so you get some landscaping and some relief from the street view. We've also proposed to take out the provision for lot coverage in our town center. Previously, there was a minimum lot coverage or maximum lot coverage. Again, we feel that that is not important in our town center, that the way that the center has been developed, we can't imagine that there'll be quite a lot more development in terms of building size. And we think that the scale and the mass and the intensity of our town center is appropriate at this time. We've also addressed the height issue. Previously, our code allowed for all buildings in the center to go up to 35 feet without any additional review and approval. We felt that that was of concern, where if we had buildings adjacent to the street at 35 feet and then buildings in the back at smaller, you're going to be blocking views and whatnot. We felt it was more appropriate to bring the scale down to more of a two-story building, so 25 feet in height is what's allowed by right with our proposed code. However, just like we've done in our residential zone, or exists today in our residential zone, if you want to go above 25 feet, you do have the capability to do that through an alternative development standard that would allow that request to come before the council for your review and approval. Finally, what you have in your packet is a proposal for changes to our parking ordinance. Currently, we have one parking standard for any type of use in our town center, and that would be 5.5 spaces for every 1,000 square feet. Doing a parking utilization study, a review of every parking ordinance in Orange County, and actually in Southern California, we've identified that that parking standard is really quite intensive and requires quite a lot of parking for the types of uses that we have here. It's also very outdated. It came out of the county ordinance and was adopted just as one generic standard rather than a more tiered approach dealing with the use itself, and recognizing that some users are going to have more intensity and others less. So we've proposed for you a parking standard that would take into consideration the type of use itself and put a standard that is more reflective of how those uses operate. In doing so, we actually, as part of our analysis, plugged in all of the current uses with their existing square footages to determine whether or not they could meet the current parking standard. And while today, given our current standard in the code, we are typically underparked in the center, or we do not have enough parking for the uses we have, with the new code in place, we would have more than enough parking and actually have the ability to have other uses or expanded uses in our center. In addition to that, we've added a provision that if a use felt that they were not going to have the same intensity that the code would require them to park for, they could provide a parking study that would show that they don't need the amount of parking that the code requires, and that would be reviewed and approved through the City Council as well. They could also come before you with an alternative development standard that would consider shared parking. Or for instance, if they said, gosh, look, you have an office complex that's using parking only during the day, we're a restaurant that will be only open at night, so we want to use those same parking studies, the council will be allowed to use some logic and say, yes, in fact, we have enough parking on the ground, we should allow that use to go in. So with that, we are recommending tonight that you simply walk through this exercise with us and provide direction. Open the public hearing and hear from the folks here in the audience. We have worked with the property owners. We understand their concerns, and if I can break it down a little bit, essentially, as we understand it, we completely can empathize and sympathize. The property owners feel that they would like the least restrictions possible. They feel that it's very important for there to be private property rights and for them to be able to manage their land the way they see fit and lease and sell to uses as they see fit. The city has a responsibility to the community and to the other property owners. And our job is really to manage land use in a way that's not overly restricted to any one property, but manages the compatibility of land uses so that any one property owner's use of their property doesn't infringe on the rights of another. So in doing that, our list is comprehensive, and at the same time, we've taken into consideration the requests of the property owners to consider other uses that they'd like to see added and some that they'd like to see taken out. So if it would be okay with the mayor and the council, I'd like to go back now to the list of uses, because I think that's going to be our perhaps biggest bone of contention this evening that we need some clearer direction from the council, and I'm sure the property owners will want to talk about as well. So can you pull that back up on the screen?
Can I ask a real quick question, Jennifer?
Sure.
The list that we have right here in front of us that was handed out to us Friday night incorporates the changes or the modifications that were recommended that morning. I just want to be sure that I'm...
At Friday's meeting.
Friday morning's meeting.
Yes,
Okay.
the list on the screen does not.
Okay.
The list in your packet does.
Okay.
However, there are some items that were requested by the property owners to be changed.
Those are the highlighted ones.
We felt those were somewhat in conflict with what we heard from the larger community, so we've highlighted them to ask the council to give us direction on whether you feel they're okay to change or whether you feel they should stay where they are.
Okay, thank you.
In addition, if I could, we've also received some additional requests since Friday. And tonight, I've been going through these, and I believe that most of them can be addressed as part of the code. The ones that have not been, I'll add for you this evening. We can talk about that. Councilman Mihm?
Yes, Jennifer, do the property owners and the general public, do they have access to these yellowed changes?
The public agenda packet is in the back of the office, so yes, I'm happy to make photocopies
You
for everyone.
have a record of the changes so far, and then we're going to add to them.
We've not seen
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good request.
Thank you. We're getting copies now.
Jennifer?
You probably didn't know they were there, so, okay. I think that some folks in the audience would need to have some copies as well.
We're getting on that right now.
Okay, thanks.
Is there a property owner group, organization, whatever, that you can talk to? Is there any organization or any speaker, if you will, for the property owner group, or is there a small group that you, in other words, who do you deal with in regard to the property owners? How do you address them directly?
Well, our responsibility is to contact them all. There are 13 different property owners here in the center. Some of them are represented as a small collective, perhaps by an attorney or by a property manager, but many of them are individual property owners. So our job is to contact them each individually, and I've been meeting with them separately or together as a group, and very happy to do that.
Okay,
We had almost all of them at our
we-
meeting, too, on Friday, other than like two of the owners.
Okay, I'll just tell you where I was headed with this. I mean, what I would really like, I read all this, okay, but what I would really like to see is, if it's possible, if there's a property owner group that you could get together with, and you could generate this with some red lines, okay, which highlights the bones of contention here, because I'm sure they don't object to the whole rezoning plan. I would like to see this printed out with highlight red line showing the property owner concerns with some footnotes, insert, whatever, explaining the issue.
That's actually what we provided for you this evening. So the items that are highlighted
in yellow,
essentially are the areas of concern. Now, to be clear, there are still property owners that frankly would like to have us not have a list. And I feel very strongly that it's important for the city to not build a code by committee. In some regards, it's very challenging to come up with a full comprehensive ordinance with 13 or 20 or 25 people in the room and everybody come to agreement. So what we're trying to do is present a draft. We did that with the property owners, and then walk through that draft and make changes as best we can to meet the needs of the many, while still respecting the opinions of the few. And then our next step is to bring those changes and drafts to you and ask for your input. And our plan, and the reason why this is not on for a vote this evening, is to continue to work this through over the next several weeks and come forward to you in May with a final draft that's reflective of not only what happened on Friday, what happens tonight, but what happens in between now and the next couple weeks as well.
I guess I'm looking at the yellow, so we've only got, it's the use is permitted subject to a conditional use permit is the only highlight I have in mind. Is that the only, yeah. This is all I have in yellow. Is this all the contention, all the dispute is between?
To be clear, yes and no, in that there are some that would still prefer we not have a list, or that we have much fewer things on the list. For instance, just under permitted, it would just say general retail, general office, and leave it at that. So my answer is not as direct as I'd like it to be. In my opinion, based on our meeting on Friday, the areas in yellow are the areas of general concern. There are some individuals that would still like to see other changes. And then again, as I mentioned before, we do have an additional list that was provided that's not reflected on this yet. However, I feel that many of these things are kind of caught in some of these general categories and can be addressed.
Well, obviously, the reason I asked this is it would be really nice to look at this, see where the disputes are, with some little synopsis as to what the issue is or what the battle is. Maybe it's one synopsis, address them all, but then we can look at it and at least be aware of what the community is concerned about, and we can address those issues. Reading through this the way I did is,
So in your staff report, we did the general synopsis of the dispute, if you will, the differences between the property owner's opinion and areas of concern, and what staff feels are best professional and technical advices to the council.
Jennifer,
in the code, as we've presented it, the highlighted areas represent the areas that we could not come to agreement on, because I feel that my job is to represent the 4 public meetings that we've had, as well as a town center opportunity study. And while the property owners may feel strongly about a change because those other items of input are in conflict, that's why we wanted to bring those to the council. So that's what you see in yellow before you tonight.
Let me maybe clarify this. Rick, initially when she gave us the draft, if you look on, and this was a draft that came to us through our email. Number 2 was apparel stores. Now it's apparel and shoe stores. From our discussion on Friday morning, and all the property owners, they wanted it changed to apparel and shoe stores. When it came down to uses permitted subject to a conditional use permit, the administrative and executive offices, we had a lengthy discussion on that. That was one that I did not want a conditional use permit on, but based on her feedback from the town, from the town studies, from what I understand, there's an issue there. So because of that, she's left it under conditional use permit, highlighted in yellow, because she's looking at the other side from all the 4 studies. So that's what's been left. But there have been changes made to the draft based on what we were in agreement with. All right?
Great.
Okay.
So if we can talk really quickly about the permitted list, a few of the items that have been asked to be added are things like clothing stores, flooring stores, a frame shop, windows and doors, bath and kitchen. I have some recommended changes that we'll bring back for you at the next meeting, but I believe that some of those things, where we have item number 6, for instance, not up there, again, I'm sorry, but in your packets that you have before you, appliance and hardware stores, for instance, is a category that you could see bath and kitchen, windows and doors, things of that nature. However, we could expand that to be a little clearer to talk about home goods and home repair. So we can make a category that catches many of the items that have been listed on this additional list that aren't seen here tonight. Another suggestion was made about children's stores. We do have apparel and shoes, which is any age, and then we have a toy store, which would talk about kids' toys, and then we have general retail. In our mind, that kind of catches all of those things. However, if it's important to the property owners that we have more clarity and add children's stores, that's something we can address as well. So those are the kinds of fine-tuning that we'll be doing between now and the May hearing. But what we really want to talk about tonight with the council is to deal with the items in yellow, because these are the ones that we feel there was more conflict or where we need additional direction from the council, because you all represent the community as a whole. So not only the property owners and the business representatives, but the residents here as well.
Jennifer, is there any argument with anybody about the prohibited uses at all? I don't think we have any. We didn't have any on Friday, but I want to make sure that everybody's in sync on that one. There's nothing that we've added or left out, or I think we're good there. Let's at least get one part of it out of the way.
There you go. No highlights there, so we're in good shape.
Not a bad idea.
Just get something in that. And I think there's agreement that the ones in the permitted category are okay as well, but there will be additions probably. Correct?
Cleanup. Yep.
Yeah, and I want to make sure that the public understands that we invited the owners to an open meeting on Friday, and we were happy to report that practically all of them were there, and it was a very lively discussion, as Jennifer and Deanna brought up. I think it was very good, because we want them to understand our transparency as well. We want to make sure that they see that, and that how open we're going to be with the citizens here in Villa Park. And that's why we have these types of meetings. Is there any, do you want to head off any discussion about the ones in yellow? Or
yes, so I'd like to.
In general with the CUPs?
I'd love to work our way to the ones in yellow. And I think, just to give you an example, there was a great issue that was raised by one of the property owners about some of the land uses that they have concern with. For instance, gyms, fitness studios, and the like. And they raised that they would like to see that added to the conditional use permit. Through the discussion with the other property owners, a compromise was raised to say that so long as gyms and fitness studios didn't go over 3,000 square feet, the property owners didn't have the same concern with parking and how it was going to impact the center. So I raised that before we start this discussion to say I believe that there is compromise and that there is a way to negotiate through some of this to allow private property rights to be respected, and at the same time to allow the city to manage property connection and cohesion in a way that is responsible to our community as well.
And the reason for the 3,000 square foot proposal is because, as opposed to a 24-hour fitness, right, a huge facility, correct? Which I don't think we even have that here anyway. And I think that's what was the owner's contention, that we don't have it anyway, but things could be combined.
Yes.
And
as we go into this discussion, it is important to recall that, to be reminded that our code needs to deal with all circumstances and not just today. And while we have Ralph's here today, at some point in time, and knock on wood, this does not happen, but Ralph's could leave, and we could be left with a vacant, very large building, and all of these uses that are permitted by right would be allowed to move in there without any review or approval from the city. And on the same time, while we have a wonderful relationship right now, and hopefully we will maintain so, with our property owners in the center, down the road, the properties can be sold, and we could be dealing with people who are not involved with Villa Park, who are off-site in other locations, and they may not have as much care or concern for the types of uses that go into their buildings. And that is also the responsibility of the city to consider when we're drafting a code like this. The last comment I'll make in general is that even though we draft the code and adopt it, it is changeable. And while we don't want to change it every month, because this is a little lengthy process, we do have the ability to test the waters, make sure it's working properly, and come in and fine-tune along the way. So we should feel a little bit of confidence that we can make a decision tonight, and 6 months from now, the property owners can come back and say, this isn't working, here's what needs to happen, and the city, I'm sure, would take that into consideration and make those adjustments.
The other thing, too, is that this applies not only to the property owners, but, of course, the businesses that operate in that, and make sure that's very clear to everybody. That, and I think the owners, of course, want the businesses to be successful, and so do the property owners, because they don't want to release it every 9, 12, 13 months either, so that's a painful
Sure.
process.
Sure.
So,
So to begin with, in the yellow list, we have administrative and executive offices. As you're well aware, this is one of the reasons why the moratorium was ever put in place in the very beginning. This was one of the concerns that was raised out of the Town Center Opportunity Study, that because we only have one shopping center in our community, to have the majority of the uses go to office and administrative or executive offices didn't seem to fit the needs in total for the community. And so this has become a sensitive use, if you will, for Villa Park. Not sensitive in so much that it would be a nuisance, but having a town center that could be predominantly office and administrative and executive office would limit other types of uses that the community would like to have access to. So the property owners feel very strongly that that should be removed from conditional use permits and should be approved by right, allowed to be in place no matter what. The city still feels, in representing the study that was done several years ago and what we've heard from the town, from the residents in the community, that this should be something that the council has the ability to review on a case-by-case basis and decide at that time whether it fits the context of our town center. We did present for you an option to consider. It's not necessarily one that everybody's in favor of, but we present it just the same, that you would consider in your town center a second zone. Because you have some buildings that were developed to be office use predominantly, that you would adopt a CP, or a commercial professional zone, and allow in those parcels that are zoned CP, office and administrative uses to be permitted by right. At the same time, in our proposal, we've suggested then that you take retail and service uses and make those the conditionally approved uses in those parcels that are approved for the CP. It's a consideration, something for you to think about, but it is something that we're offering as an option for completely putting administrative and executive back in the permitted by right category. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you want to discuss each of these separately or if you'd like me to just kind of go over all the highlighted, perhaps open to the public, and then have more discussion between us. So I'll look for you for direction of how you'd like us to handle that next.
Why don't you go ahead and run us through the yellow list and your thoughts on each one?
Excellent.
Jennifer, I just want to clear, I don't want to beat this to death, but is this really all the controversy? There's a fair amount of material here, okay? The rest of this isn't really in controversy. The rest of this stuff's good. We're really just talking about the uses permitted. Is that really where we're at?
I would hate to mischaracterize that if there were someone in the audience that felt strongly about something that I haven't highlighted. So I will say my best information to you right now as I sit is that yes, that is the case. However, I think when we open the public hearing, you'll hear perhaps some other opinions.
Okay, I just want to know what to focus on if I can put that on my head. All right.
The next highlight we have is convenience stores. We've added that to the list of conditional use permits. The controversy really was that the property owners felt that we've already covered concerns that would run with a convenience store based on the hours of operation conditional use permit that we've put in here, as well as serving of alcohol. Staff still felt that there was some potential concern with a 7-Eleven or an AM/PM being in the center or multiple of these uses. So we still felt strongly about calling it out. However, we're happy if the council feels that alcohol and the hours of operation are really what would be the sensitive concerns with that type of use, and we would be glad to strike that from the list. The next is dealing with financial planners and brokerages. This again falls under the administrative and executive type uses, and so one that we felt would fall under conditional use permit. Same with insurance, real estate agents, and brokers as well. Following right down in line without belaboring the point, medical, dental, health service offices, whether to humans or to animals, also falls more under administrative and executive type office uses. Tax preparation, travel agencies. The last one is used passenger vehicle sales. And this was something that the council enacted and allowed in our town center. The controversy, actually, interestingly enough, wasn't that it should go on the permitted uses or conditionally permitted uses, but the controversy was that it should be removed altogether and that we should not allow used vehicles in the town center at all. So a little different twist on why this one is highlighted, but again, something for the council to consider and provide direction to staff.
Jennifer, even if this was removed, wouldn't it fall under S right below it, any commercial use not listed?
For used vehicle sales?
Yeah.
It would go under uses prohibited.
In other words, if we dropped it from the uses permitted subject to a conditional use permit, wouldn't letter S cover it anyway?
I believe I misspoke by saying remove it. I believe the direction, hearing that they didn't want to see used vehicle sales, would be to add it to the list of prohibited uses.
Oh, okay, okay.
So to be clear with what they'd like to see in the center and what they wouldn't like to see in the center.
My question is, could you, with this particular one, because the only reason it was in conjunction with the service station. So would it be possible to say that it would only be permitted in conjunction with the service station?
Yeah.
My input on that one. Okay.
I could see a financial institution selling repossessed cars, possibly.
Yeah.
But the provision that Councilmember Polly just added would preclude that, so that wouldn't be allowed.
Let me go back to the administrative and executive offices, which is in line with K, financial planning, and M, insurance and real estate. What this means, where it's at right now, is you've got the office buildings that are over here to the left. And I'll use my example that I used on Friday to make sure everybody understands. And they have a tenant who has a law office who wants to come in and sign a lease, and at that point, they cannot enter into the agreement until they apply for a conditional use permit. The individual law office, I don't know how many offices you have over there, but I'm just going to say 20. So they have 20 new tenants that can't move in for approximately 40 days, 45 days, which is a long time for people who are looking for administrative offices. So that requires not the owner of the property to do it, but the small business that wants to lease it on a month-to-month basis at its rent, which I think is quite cumbersome to the landowner. I don't think it's good business for the community. It's not something that we have, which is why that shouldn't be there. On the other hand, we don't want the entire center, all real estate agents and tax preps. I don't think that's ever going to happen. It can happen if you don't write it into the code, but marketplace dictates. So in this area right here, I think that needs to be moved. I mean, you can't have every single real estate office, tax prep, small insurance broker who just comes into their office applying for a CUP.
So that's why staff presented to you the alternative to actually take into consideration the buildings that are intentionally developed as professional offices and change those to a different zone completely, and allow them to not have to fall under the same CN standards where you're really looking at a focus on retail and service type uses, and instead zone them for what they are, which is administrative and professional offices. And so that would speak to your concern and still address the remainder of the center and keep that focus to be the retail and service uses.
So if there would be a vacancy next to Bagel Me, the jewelry shop's not there anymore, and a real estate office wants to open up, they would have to have a conditional use permit
They would have a
over there.
conditional use permit.
But in the professional building, if we had a CP zone, they wouldn't have to.
We don't have to.
I think that makes very
I mean,
good sense.
that one for sure
Just makes good
sense, yes.
And the other nice thing that does, it allows properties, because we have these 13 separate parcels, to consider what zone they would like to be in. And so while we're making this decision of whether we should have a CP zone, the property owners can give us their feedback and say, well, I believe if Wells Fargo wanted to be CP, they could say we're always going to be a financial institution. That's what we want our property to be, so zone us CP as well. So it wouldn't just be the city saying, well, we think it should be just the building next door. The property owners can have a say at this point in time. In addition, down the road, if circumstances change, we have 2 zones to consider. A property could come forward and say, we're CN now, but gosh, the trends have changed and we want everything to be office, so we'd like to be in the CP zone, and they could apply for a zone change as well. So it provides some flexibility while also, again, allowing the city to have some management or review.
Jennifer, I note on C, banks and banking is not highlighted. Is that a mistake?
C is banks and banking facilities. Oh, that's supposed to be, no, over 200 square feet. So on permitted uses, and you're right, it should be highlighted because I'm certain that would have been, that is an area of concern. So banks and banking facilities under 200 square feet is part of the feedback that we took from Friday's meeting as well. We started talking after the meeting and contemplating what could happen. And if somebody wanted to put a little ATM in Subway so that their customers could get cash out to pay for their sandwiches, that could be considered somewhere down the road a financial institution, and they would be required to have a CUP for that. We felt that really wasn't the intention of what we were trying to do. So really we're trying to deal with large lease spaces being taken up by more banks. And so we divided that just like we did with the gym and fitness studio, trying to deal with how much space it's taking up in the center. But again, thank you for pointing out, because banks and banking facilities were part of the original concern that was raised as part of the Town Center Opportunity Study. Yes, that is on the list of conditionally permitted uses. And back to your original question, yes, that will be an area of concern that we will be talking about this evening, I'm sure.
Kind of thought so.
Okay, should we open it up? A little
Yeah,
further?
is there any other council comments, or let's open it up to the public?
Let's do that.
Anyone in the public like to speak to this item?
Yes.
I'm David Lurker, and I represent a substantial number of the property owners. I emailed a letter this afternoon. I hope you all have it. If you don't, I've got an extra copy for you. I want to give you just a little bit of background on the existing ownership. I've personally known them for well, about 30 years probably. They've developed the center and operated it for about 30 years, representing the majority of the center. And quite frankly, they've maintained pretty much 100% occupancy during that time. I think they've been able to establish the viability and some of the other words you used of the center and their leasing activities. And they obviously have an economic stake and a property stake in the uses that are in the center, and I think they've been good stewards of the center. Now, with that said, the comments that come from that ownership is, it's not broke, why are we fixing it? And the comments, I have to say on a positive note to sort of change the tenor of the public discussion, the changes in the development standards are very welcomed, and to the extent they conform to the existing use of the center is a good fix. And so there are things that we are happy about in what's been done, but there are some things that we're very unhappy about, because fundamentally what the original proposal, and we've made some really good progress and appreciate the opportunity to have the input, what really we're talking about is the substitution of the decision of the city council for the decision of the owner of the property for the uses they can put their property to. And we're talking about uses that are indistinguishable in their impact upon the center. You're talking about differences of things like travel agencies versus yoga studios and so forth. As a practical matter, you have protections in the parking standards, you have protections in hours of operation, you have other means of, you have ability to provide obnoxious uses that you prohibit, which we're generally in agreement with those uses. You have mechanisms to control the things that are the legitimate concerns of the city. But whether it be a yoga studio or whatever the Japanese or Brazilian term is for the studio, why does the city council, as a political decision, get to decide which of those services we're going to support and which ones we're not? It ought to be the decision of the property owners. In the exercise of their judgment in the marketplace, they're here to make the community happy. They're here to make the center viable and profitable. And as a practical matter, the most outrageous thing was, as originally proposed, and it's already been mentioned, any office user over here would have to go get a conditional use permit just to come into this space. Now, conditional use permit may not sound bad to you, but as an attorney and having to deal with those situations, you have the additional cost, you have the additional cost for the city, for the property owner, you have the additional time delay, and there's cities that aren't going to make you go through that. And so it makes it more difficult to lease, and it's more time consuming. Now, we appreciate the offer for the zoning, frankly, on the three buildings over here on the side that are more oriented toward office use, and the CP zone sounds good, but you're not limited to what a commercial professional zone in a traditional sense needs to have. Why do we need if we want to put a retail use over there, why do we need to come back to you for a conditional use permit for that? Why can't, for example, for those buildings, why can't a office use be allowed as a matter of right and a retail use allowed as a matter of right? Why do you need a conditional use permit? You've got parking standards and other things that allow you to control the legitimate interest of the city for that space. So the CP zone, I think that's a creative idea to deal with those spaces, but don't restrict the use of retail over there. Why do you want to impose a conditional use permit on the owners if they want to put retail over there? And that's kind of a critical point in terms of what the discussion has been. But back to the real gist of things. The difficulty is in the conditional use permit process and what's being required. And the uses that we come down to, I think many of them we've shifted around, and I think we can come to some arrangements that are workable. But the reality is, you're getting to if you look at the list, you're imposing conditional use permits on travel agencies, on tax preparers, on real estate offices, on a number of uses that benefit the community. And in a community like this, I would assume they would want those kind of services readily available. And you're restricting those kind of uses. And I question, why are you doing that? Why do you think you have to do that? It's not a parking problem. They're less intensive for parking than anything else. They don't stay, except maybe the tax preparers close to April 15th, they don't work late hours, and they don't impose an unreasonable burden on the city. But what is an unreasonable burden is placing upon them the obligation to go through a conditional use permit process and be subject to a political process that, as you can well see based on what we've seen tonight, brings out a lot of emotion in different people that like certain things and don't like certain things. And we suggest you want a more of a bright line test, and there's a lot of those uses that ought to be permitted as a matter of right and not require a conditional use permit. So the kind of dropping back for a moment, generally our issues have to do with property rights and respecting the marketplace as being the decider of what uses we're going to have. Now, to the extent you want to update the code for the parking to change those things, that's updating the code. To the extent you want to mandate uses today that may not be economically feasible in the future, that are changing all the time, is not updating the code, it's antiquating the code. It means in 5 years, when the uses in a center like this are different, your code won't work again. Now, sure, it can be changed, but you can see the difficulty in making changes in this code. And frankly, back to the sentiment of the owners, it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it? And so I just want to encourage you to think about the rights of property owners and their ability to economically have the decisions for their property as opposed to making everything a political decision. Now, I can be available for questions or whatever is helpful for you.
Thank you. I think it's kind of a unique situation here in Villa Park, too, because typically the centers are owned by one person or maybe two. I think that we've seen that the multitude of owners here have done well here and been good stewards. And I think what you just said is pretty spot on myself. But we have to take consideration the will of the folks here in town, and I think we need to get some other input from other council members and also from the public if they have any opinions about this. This is I think you're right. This could be moved myself, but we need to hear the rest of the folks here in town what they think about this as well. I don't see much of a problem here myself because you want tenants that stay here and stay a long time.
Certainly.
You want as least hassle as possible. It helps us from planning aspect and everything else. It's just that we're worried, honestly, in the long run, what if there's a big change in ownership, even though we don't anticipate that anytime soon, or the turnover won't be en masse anyway.
You know what we're worried about? Our owners have been here 30 years. The city council changes periodically.
Oh, yes.
So I think we have a bigger concern about that than you do, but we understand that because times change.
Yes, of course, of course.
Jennifer, you gave a very good explanation. It's not, I understand it's not broke, but our code is broken. It may not be broken considering your office buildings, but we have some limitations the way it's written right now. So can you explain that so at least everyone understands why we were looking at it to begin with?
Yeah, so I went over in the beginning the limitations that were addressed as part of the development standards as well as the parking standards. When it comes to the list of uses that we have, it really came down to in part responding to the community where they felt that while, again, the property owners have been responsible, at the same time they want to see a good mix of uses. We have a community that shops here and wants to have their entertainment here, and they want to stay and spend their dollars here in Villa Park. And so the property owners are going to rent to the tenants that they choose to, and that could be a great mix, or it could start to be going towards one type of use over another, as we started to see with banks. And the residents in the community started to raise concern that if we have 4 banks in the center, now all of a sudden we have limit to other services that we'd like to have here in Villa Park so that I can walk into the town center, do my grocery shopping, go to my bank, get my nails done, and buy a dress for the evening and go out. So I think that was initially the list of uses where we started from. What we found as we started to go through the list was that some things, for instance, in the prohibited list, were dealing with things that were more industrial in orientation, how they were named. So a print shop, for instance, was prohibited. However, in today's economy, a print shop would be Kinko's. And so in our prohibited list of uses, we couldn't allow a Kinko's here in the town center. So we wanted to take a look at the list of uses and say, do we still agree that a Kinko's is not okay in the center? If we like Kinko's and we think they should be here, or any other copier shop, sorry for being too specific to Kinko's, we want to add that to the permitted list, or at least expand a category so that it could be allowed to be here. In addition, there are some things on the list that raised some concern or weren't in any list. For instance, pawn shops was raised during our discussion on Friday. Right now, if we just had general retail, one could make an argument that a pawn shop is general retail. And so all of a sudden you could have a pawn shop come into the town center. That is something that a city council would want to consider. Is that a use you want to see here in town? It's okay if you like them. Another great example of a general retail category would be a 99-cent store. That would be totally appropriate to find under a land use category of general retail that 99-cent stores would be allowed by right. Whether or not the council thinks that that's an appropriate use in the town center, the property owner at any given time might say, well, that's the use we want to have there, so we're going to lease to that person. The council may say that's not a use that we want to see in the center. Many cities have done this over time. You have a list of permitted uses that you have here. And at some point in time, a city may say, antique shops are taking up the majority of our retail space. We don't think we need any more antique shops, so we're going to move those from permitted to conditionally permitted to try to help balance out the uses that are on the ground today. So that's why we were looking at the uses themselves to deal with that compatibility of land use, not so much sensitive receptors in that they would create a nuisance, but instead balancing land use for our residents.
In that CP zone that we were talking about, didn't we talk about allowing them retail on Friday? I thought we were going to allow them.
Again, the proposal that you have in front of you would be retail and service uses as conditional use permits. So essentially it's a flop. So you're trying to set some intention to how you are dividing up land use in the center, again, to create that balance so that your office areas aren't going all to retail and your retail area isn't going all to office. So it would allow for retail. You could have a coffee shop or a little
locksmith or
restaurant.
so, but do they need a CUP?
Then they would need a CUP.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Unless we write it that they don't.
Unless you want to change it, sure.
If I might address the mix of uses, I got to say that the best way to achieve the mix of uses is to have the residents of the city see what they use, because what they use is what's going to be leased. That's letting the market make the decisions. And frankly, if the uses are not being frequented by the residents, then those uses are going to disappear in the center. And so we let the market, we let the residents, we let the people vote with their feet to go where they want to go, and where they go are going to stay, and where they don't go is not going to stay. And so there's the marketplace is the natural decider of the mix of uses. And you know, we advocate that we let the market decide those things. And that's the best for the ownership, it's the best for the economics in the center, and it's ultimately the best. There are a lot of things that citizens would love in their community, but if there isn't the money to support it or the willingness to support it, it's not going to exist in that community one way or another unless someone effectively subsidizes it. And I don't think you should be having the city take the role of being picking the winners and the losers in the marketplace and deciding what we're going to have and what we're not going to have based upon, you know, a vote at a particular time. Many uses come and go. Some of the uses that are complained about in terms of banking, I mean, ask yourself, how long do you think the large banks are going to exist with the kind of facilities that they have? This issue, we may laugh 5 years from now that it was even debated today. The marketplace will take care of itself. And you see it, banks are reducing the size of their branches and downscaling. I don't think that's a realistic concern. I think that we need to look at the reality is one of the things I needed to address is the reality is what we've done is we've taken the service businesses, we've taken your tailor, your locksmith, your shoe repair person, we've taken your real estate broker, your travel agent, we've taken your hair, well, not the hairdresser, they're okay, but we've taken so many of these uses and said you're not accepted in our city, without going to the city council and getting their indulgence to allow you to exist and have your business in the center. And we just think that's not appropriate. We think those uses, they work in the center, and if they work and the people frequent those stores, the owners ought to have the right to lease to those people without going through that additional process of a conditional use permit. Now, there are uses that we are happy with them being on the conditional use permit that logically would require more city scrutiny. I mean, for example, we haven't objected to alcohol sales as being a basis for the city to give additional scrutiny, and that's a legitimate concern about the city because of the things that go with that. But on the other hand, you know, what are you going to decide about whether a travel agent can go in or not? You're really worried that we're going to have 35 travel agents in the center? I mean, do you really think that's going to happen? No. I don't think so. And let the marketplace make the decisions, not a political process. Do you really want to be here every night till 10 o'clock deciding whether this travel agent should get to go in here or not? Do you really think that's what the city should be about?
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I didn't mean to monopolize.
I appreciate your comments, but this is kind of a unique city. You also have to kind of keep in mind, this city could very easily be overwhelmed and influenced by exterior issue or outside issues. It's so small that it is a little unique. I understand and appreciate your position, but that is something we do have to consider.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify from the last speaker, many of the uses that he listed off, tailors, shoe repair, things of that nature, are actually permitted uses in our proposed code. I just want to be clear for the audience that's here with us tonight that we are not requiring that a shoe repair or a tailor would require a conditional use permit. I believe that the confusion is over with the CP zone. If that were to be put in place, then those properties that were CP, those uses would fall under general retail or service oriented, and those would require conditional use permit.
Mr.
So I
Mayor,
just want to keep those issues kind of separated so we don't confuse and kind of muddy the waters while we're moving forward.
If I could, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
excuse me, the CP zone doesn't exist yet.
That's
period.
correct.
And so the first thing would be, I think if there are CUP uses that, Mr. Looker, that you could tell us that you think is appropriate, that would help us out too. What do you consider besides a liquor store?
Councilmember Mills, if I could just, the only thing that I want to caution is that the reason why something like a travel agent has been called out is because it, in its very nature, is not a problem. But when you put together the travel agent, the real estate office, administrative professional, all of those, if all of those moved into the center as a whole, not any one use, or we don't expect that there would be 35 travel agents, but you could expect that there could be 35 different office and professional uses in the center. Totally appropriate. I have no problem with us doing that in the center. It just should be intentional. It should be because the city has decided that the center as a whole should be more leaning towards office and professional uses rather than retail and service. So before we start to say, well, let's take out the text preparer and put them over in permitted uses, I just want you to recall that that becomes what else is analogous to that? And that also becomes permitted, and we have to consider the lump sum and not just the one individual.
That was my point, actually, is that I'm curious about what the property owners consider conditional use permit proper ones. And they can answer a little later, because I think.
I had a question just for the future, for the next time that this is brought, and maybe you have it and I just don't know, the map of the town center with those zones drawn out would be so useful, so we understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, and we didn't prepare a proposed zone intentionally for the CP because we would like to hear from the property owners whether they'd like to be considered for that or not. We felt it was a little premature for the city to say, we'll pick these 3 buildings, and then some property owner says, I don't want to be in that, when we don't even know for sure yet how the CP will work. But yes, we will bring the map back, and we'll tell you what our best professional technical advice would be, and hopefully with the input of the property owners as well.
My question, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The building that is pretty much an office building anyway, have we heard from that property owner complaining that if he wants to rent for, commercial or retail, that he would have to get a CUP? Is he expressing the same thing, only the flip side of it?
I haven't had this commercial professional discussion with him. I have had numerous discussions with him, and he says he will never allow retail in his building. I mean, once it's strictly professional, it's a professional building, it's not retail. He frankly doesn't want to be associated with the retail frontage.
All right, very good. I just wanted to hear that side because I hadn't heard that side. Thank you.
Jennifer, but he still has the option.
Right.
Go ahead, Rick.
Jennifer, before I run off to the restroom and excuse myself, which I'm going to do in just a moment, I think we would all agree that we don't want the entire center to be occupied by, let's say, real estate offices or any group of professional where we completely obliterate the entire, consumer, retail, merchandise issue. That would make no sense for the city to have no retail, okay? So it seems to me there's 2 ways you do that. You either put limitations, geographic or size limitations, percentage limitations that can be occupied by one category of business, which is kind of what I had expected to see, or I guess you do it this way. Is that kind of the split that's being made here? In other words, if I were to say, do we want to see more than half the center occupied by real estate offices, probably the entire community would go, that's ridiculous. So maybe you put it 25% or whatever, or you do the CUP. Is that what you guys had to grapple with in getting here?
We did consider that, and we worked through the idea of percentages for the center and setting kind of caps for each of our uses, and that was something we generally talked about at the 4 town hall meetings as well, where we showed what our percentages sit at today and tried to gauge how the public was responding to that. Unfortunately, what percentages can do is be a bit of a land grab, if you will. So what's here on the ground today becomes perhaps the cap, and then all of a sudden you can't have just even 1% more over that. So if there's a vacancy next to the flower shop and something wants to go in that makes that category go over the threshold, it's an automatic no. rather than allowing any kind of flexibility. So we felt that this proposal, working through between the property owners and the city and the residents in our community, what makes best sense for each of the categories was a better way to try to manage and at the same time provide the greatest flexibility.
And a hybrid might also be feasible where there was percentage, you need a CUP to go over it. But is that a...
There could be. I don't know that it'd be much different than saying permitted by right or CUP for categories, but sure, we could take a look at some kind of
I'm kind of
hybrid.
thinking out loud, but I listened to council's comments, and, to just force everybody for a CUP for any category just to put in a real estate office and there's no real issue. If there were a percentage there, it might, at least then you wouldn't have to go to CUP for every time you want to put one of these categories in. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, James.
Lost my voice. Well, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not being paid like this gentleman to represent the landlords. And I understand that. I've owned commercial property, and I'm telling you, when you own a piece of commercial property, if it's empty, you'll rent it to anything to get it rented to make money, because that's what you're in the business for. But there's a lot of cliches, such as, if it's not broken, don't fix it. This young lady has done a magnificent job, and she could probably fine-tune it a little bit. I was in the meeting with the landlords and you, and it's amazing the stuff that's thrown out. And, the city should have every right to prevent anything coming in here. Property rights are like freedom of speech. You don't have a right to stand up here and cuss in front of everybody. You don't have a right to do what you want with your property. There's a lot of people that would have 42 dogs in their backyard if we didn't have a restriction. I think it's 3, if I'm not mistaken. So it's very important to have these regulations and these rights. And if you had one landlord, you would not have the same problem. And I understand, and it's not a problem with any of these people, but like right now, we're considering, and I think what started all this was the fourth bank, or got it going. And thank God it came up at this time, because we got a young lady that's doing a great job in trying to come up with something to satisfy everybody. And I think we should stop trying to satisfy everybody, but the citizens of this city. And right now, the citizens do not want a fourth bank. Sorry, gentlemen. But the thing is, if you let it go, you could end up with 6 banks. But you could end up with, like Rick said, a very good statement. We could have 16 real estate here, because Villa Park is a very prime real estate place. So, all these cliches don't mean a darn thing to what we're trying to accomplish. We do need regulations. We do need restrictions. I have 3/4 of an acre right up here on the corner, and as I said in one meeting, I want to build 15 apartments on it. If you didn't have regulations, I might do that. But there should be regulations. And to have this gentleman sit here representing the landlords, and I understand that, and I'm not picking on him, but to sit there and say, let's let the marketplace take its place, do you know what's happened to a lot of places that let the marketplace? They went down the drain. You've got to have, and there's not a city here. I think this gentleman is if you're not mistaken, is a municipal developer, right, for a city? And you've got to have that. Anaheim has it. Every city has these restrictions. So God forbid that you remove all restrictions, and I think she's doing a magnificent job trying to come up with something. But I'll tell you what, we should get far less opinions in this and come up with something that's practical and what the citizens want.
Thank you. Next.
Do you want me to go next?
No, I'm going next.
My name is David Mullally. 37 years ago, I, along with some other investors, came out here and bought a dirt patch with weeds in it. And for 37 years, we have worked and cooperated with numerous city councils. Every city council over the last 37 years has had different ideas concerning this center. Right now, I feel like that after 37 years, we as property owners have proven ourselves that we know how to bring in the proper mix into this center. If we didn't, we would be plagued with vacancies. Right now, we have not had any vacancies probably in the last 10 years to speak of. And the properties that we are involved with, the Rockwell Building, Bank of America, Westmoreland, the Union Bank Building, Villa Park West where Bagel Me is, we haven't had any vacancies. We have a wonderful mix there. We have a mix that has proven itself over the years. We have real estate offices. We have retail places. We have restaurants in there. And my question is, I'm sorry, I've got to say it. If it's not broke, why do you want to fix it? And if you put in conditions that require the real estate office that wants to move, and he's got to get a use and occupancy permit, and you put these conditions on us, we could end up with 30% of vacancies like other centers in Orange County. We don't have that here. Please don't put any more restrictions on we as owners who have brought to you a successful center. We have a good mix of retail. We have a good mix of services. If you eliminate the services, the person who wants to use that service is going to go someplace else, and you're going to hurt the retail. You've got to have a balance. And we have proven ourselves for 37 years. We don't have those vacancies. Now, concerning this, the change to the CP zone on these properties, we object to that. At the present time, it's being used as offices, it's being used as a bank. But if Bank of America decides to leave, or Westmore just happens to close up, and I want to change that to some retail or a restaurant, I've got to hold my breath and come back and find out whether the next city council is going to grant it or not. And it would be helpful to have that mix and have that flexibility. So we object to you changing a zoning on property that has been there for 37 years. And there's no need to change it. It's occupied. It's full. We haven't had any change. We haven't had a change in those properties for what, 10, 15, 20 years? These are long-term leases. I beg you, don't put any more restrictions upon us. Let the marketplace do it. We've done it before. We're doing it. You've got a successful center. Don't destroy it with burdensome regulations. When we have I can name you tenants who wanted to come in to the center, another center that we have. They walk away from it as soon as they find out that they've got to go through a conditional use permit. They spend their money and they say, we don't know at the end of the road whether we're going to be permitted, and we're not going to spend our money to do it. Bye. We're going someplace else. And I don't want to say that here in Villa Park. We don't need that here. We don't have those vacancies. And we've got 7 food services already in the center. I don't know, maybe another restaurant might want to come in. But on the other hand, I hear something about parking. Restaurants take up more parking. We have to be aware, and we as owners are aware of the parking. We are aware of the mix. We're not going to put in 14 real estate officers. Come on. We would be hurting ourselves. So please, we do not want that CP zone. We do not want more restrictions. Now, we want to work with the city if they want to expand these uses. They want to talk about setbacks. They want to talk about the lot lines or restrictions. They want to talk about the height of the buildings. They want to, those sort of things. Yes, we want to work with you. And we have worked with you in the past. And we trust that you will let us work with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
This is my profession, so I'm here to speak professionally. We've all seen the pitfalls of central planning. Central planning, somebody up there knows better than the people, and it doesn't work. It hasn't worked in governments. It doesn't work in real estate. But we're a free enterprise system. We're a capitalistic system, and we're proud of it. We're primarily a country that has small individual family users. 65% of all of our employers in the United States employ fewer than 20 people. Today we're seeing a trend towards central planning, top down. We know better. We know what we'd like to see out in the future. And the people who are projecting those visions don't have the depth of experience as the David Mullally's or the David Gales and so forth. They've been in this business all their life. Market-driven competition brings to light and surfaces that tenant which will produce the highest revenue over time with the greatest durability. It's interesting that here in this center we struggled for many years to keep it full. We went through several retail restaurant tenants that didn't cut it, and brought in Rockwell's. Rockwell's has had its ups and downs too a little, but they're profitable enough to stay. You were concerned with sales tax, and we have some issues with wine bar slat over here too, on hours and so forth. But they're bringing in sales tax for you, probably more sales tax than any other tenant other than those that occupy at least 3 times as much space. That's free enterprise. That's it working where the guy that can produce the highest revenue is going to profit from his center. So watch out for central planning. Be a guidepost in terms of restrictions and height and so forth that we have to do. But don't try to guide whether or not the mix of tenants in the center is as you would have it today. I predict within 5 years the branch bank system will be totally different. I believe that the failure of many banks across the country is going to occur and reduce the 2,100 banks that currently occupy our banking system will be down under 1,000, probably 800. Unfortunately, I think they're going to be the giant banks that don't care much about the small businessman. I don't know, somebody's going to step in there. Right now, the community banks are just walking all over the big banks because they provide the customer service us little guys need. Unless you want to borrow at least $1 million, you're not really going to get any special service. So the market's driving that. This center has done well and progressed, like you said, for 30-some years. Why? Because the entrepreneurs saw to it that what was best for Villa Park was also best for them. And they could read between the lines. For example, the professional office building owner says he doesn't want any retail, never have any retail in there. Could be. It's happened for 30 years. But I predict that somebody's going to want to put a computer training center in sooner or later. I don't know what that category is. Is that office? Is that professional? Or is that retail? A bookstore might be complementary to a professional office building. We see snack shops in the corner for convenience of the employees, so they don't have to take a half an hour to get a sandwich. They can go downstairs and get one in 20 minutes and carry it back to their office. We don't know what those changes are. And certainly as city council members, with all of your other responsibilities, you aren't going to have your finger on the pulse of that like a property owner does. So I certainly sympathize with those who say don't change it. Let us continue to operate in a free market environment, and we'll do the best we can because it's our pocketbook too. Okay? The last point I want to make is the current trend against the bank. The bank is a tenant. It is a tenant that can pay more rent than the prior use. The prior use of the service station was unprofitable, has been since Phil passed away. It just simply doesn't produce enough volume of gasoline sales to justify, and that's not because the price is high. It's because he can't afford to pay the additional premium for a small quantity user. The wholesale fuel companies give a big price break to somebody that can pump 100,000 gallons a month consistently. If you don't, they have to send a smaller truck or half a load or whatever, and so they charge more. So how you can't compete with the ARCOs and so forth unless you're a big volume. That change has occurred in my lifetime and in Phil's lifetime. And so now we have a case where we got a property that's in trouble. We have it because it's reached the end of its economic useful life. And we all would love to have the old-fashioned service that we got when the tire went flat and old Dad was out of town and they could call up Phil and come up and change it, or a battery that wouldn't start. Try getting that out of a car dealership today. We'll come out and fix it. Maybe Sears does, I don't know. But it's a service that no longer happens. And we can't expect those people to continue to offer those services at a loss. So the alternative use comes to the surfaces in the market. Right now it happens to be a bank. I frankly think 5 years from now the banks will be shrinking. I know of one that was converted to Branch Bank that was converted to a car wash right over here on Taft. Ball Road, actually. Ball Road, and I think it's State College. It's got a funny name to it, but it's changed that whole center for the good economically. And it's in a location, that's fine. I don't want a car wash here either, but the point is, if we ended up with a nice bank building and it didn't work for Chase, what would happen? We'd have a brand new building that we convert to retail instead of a dilapidated service station with a fence around it and a lot of problems for mitigation of environmental problems. I would much rather have us move ahead with the current trend and have the owners to have an income stream that can count on over time. How Chase operates that bank, if they were to go in there, that's their business. If they can't make it, they'll close it. They'll sublet it. Or if they're not permitted to do that, they'll negotiate their way out of a settlement on the long-term lease, which still would be profitable to the owners. But if you try to regulate it from here, David's right. Tenants, mom and pop aren't going to wait 40 days to pick a site where they're going to open their flower shop. They're going to say, hey, if it takes 40 days in Villa Park, I got a spot over here on Tustin Avenue I can take tomorrow. And that puts me 30 days ahead, and I won't lose my employees in the process. I can move right now. You can't act that fast. So don't get in the property management business. Stick with the guides and the strict guides of a governmental agency that wants not use control, but design control. And Jennifer is good. She's doing a great job. I've attended 2 or 3 of the meetings. And the one other thing we commented on, I suggested in a grocery store with the Branch Bank. That's why the 200 square foot business came in there. I don't know what the future is going to bring, but you see all these ancillary services growing up where one stop. I'm not sure just where it's headed. I would go to somebody like David or Eddie Nahegan. I'd go to those guys. They're talking to all the broker community who's got a hot tenant that wants a spot. And, they'd tell me probably what would be best for it. But by the time they processed them through a city council for a conditional use permit, that tenant would be long gone. Thank you.
Wayne. Any other speakers on this item?
Well, I'd like to talk a little bit about the marketplace. Shortly after Phil died,
I said that we started losing money on the gas station. We never asked for a subsidy. We never asked for the community to come forward. I mean, basically, we took our lumps. That's the marketplace. We decided at that point in time that something had to change. As it turned out, we were approached by Chase Bank. The rent is actually marginally greater than what we were getting from Frank. I mean, honestly, it was about, I don't know, I don't want to speak the numbers, but less than 10% more than what Frank was paying us when he paid us. The reality is, though, it's a secure income stream. That's where the value is for us. But, like I say, if Chase fails, if Chase goes bankrupt, I'm going to be left with a problem. And that's my problem. I don't look for anyone else to come forward and say, we want to step in and help you. They never have in the past. I've been at this for over 35 years. Nobody has ever come forward and said, hey, you made a bad investment, but here, let me make it better for you. It doesn't happen that way. I want to speak a little bit about the idea that, we have banks in the center. Let me tell you how tenants are. If Bank of America came to David and said, our lease is almost up. It takes a conditional use permit for you to have another bank here, and our lease is up. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to offer you a new lease, and it's going to be 25% less than what we paid you on the old lease. Why not? You're behind the 8 ball. If they closed for a period of time, someone's going to have to get another conditional use permit. Good luck. It just restricts your ability to utilize your ability to rent, and that hurts your value. We've been hurt. It's been a long time that we've done without any income on this. It's damaged us economically. We'd like it to be over. That's why we don't want any more restrictions.
Any other speakers?
I'd just like to make one comment to David is my partner. I would like to first of all emphasize that I would not like to be in your position. You're caught between a rock and a hard place. You've got the community telling you what they would like to be here. And we're telling you what we want to have our freedom, that anyone that is a reasonably non-toxic tenant should be allowed to stay. I've also heard a lot about central planning, and I want to touch on that also for just a moment. Coming to the community, and everyone, I think, pussyfoots around talking about what the community wants. My only comment is that the community sometimes doesn't support what it says it wants. And the service station is a prime example of that. There's obviously been a considerable heat over the closing of the service station, but when it was around, it was not adequately supported. And that's where public services come in. We didn't hear the city saying, we'll buy it and we'll run it for the convenience of the community. Nobody approached us offering to do that. We didn't expect you to. So that's one part of it. The other question becomes this concept of central planning, I think, that Wayne brought up. It's a myth. It doesn't work. And it's because, ultimately speaking, we should all be humble. This center is a fragile being. It's developed a balance of tenants over 30, 35 years. You couldn't just say, well, what if a 99-cent store would come in here? They're not going to come in here. This center doesn't fit any of their demographics. Okay, so it's just not, it's not the real world. What if 35 real estate agents came in? It's not going to happen because 29 of them would go out of business. And this is really the point I think you've heard over and over again. The market is the only source that can determine what will survive. The city cannot, Jennifer cannot, and frankly the residents can't. And I think the banks really are no different. Whether you're talking about 5 real estate agents or 3 insurance agents or 4 banks, banks just are larger. It's the same concept basically. What is the right number? The right number is the number that the market will support. And I think, as my partner said, if Chase can't make it, they'll go away. If Bank of America cannot compete with Chase, they'll go away. It's not going to all be a stagnant situation. You'll have 4 banks, and they'll be here for the next 20 years. Not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Any other comments from council?
I haven't made any comments. This is supposed to be giving you the guidance so that you can craft the draft ordinance that's going to come to us next month. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, very good. Can I take a shot? Can I go for it? All right. Because I sat in on the CDC meeting and I listened, and of course I used to serve on the Town Center Improvement Committee, so I understand that. The first thing I'd like to say is that, you know, we worked really hard to reestablish what I think was kind of a deteriorated relationship with the property owners when we first established the Town Center Improvement Committee several years ago, and I think over the course of the past 3 years or so, we've made a lot of headway, and it's excellent. They all showed up. We're all talking to each other. We each know each other by first name. I think that's terrific. That's come a long way. It's unfortunate that the original code, when it was written, was not thought out with greater vision, but it wasn't. And we have people who purchased land with it zoned a certain way. I get angry when developers go in and buy something that they know is zoned one way and decide that they're going to develop it and they're going to work the system and get it rezoned to their liking. Well, you knew what it was when you bought it. But they'll buy the elected officials and they'll get what they want anyway. Conversely, I don't like it when the rules were laid out. They knew what they were buying. The property owners knew what they were buying. And now we're going to change the rules on them kind of midstream. You know, when we started looking at making the changes to the code, it was to allow greater flexibility because they actually couldn't have the kind of mix or the kinds of things they wanted when they, you know, Baskin-Robbins, I remember, was a great example. A Baskin-Robbins near the high school. Wow, do you think that would sell any ice cream? But they couldn't bring it in here because the sign ordinance didn't permit, you know, franchised type signage, and Baskin-Robbins has got rules just like Subway. So we made some changes to loosen things up. I'm kind of old school. A lot of the stuff that's already been said about free market and what the market will bear. I remember when we had another massage CUP come in, and there the person who had massage already was like, "Oh, we don't want that. You know, it'll be competition." I'm like, that's the most un-American thing I've ever heard in my life. You know. And the one masseuse, the brand new one, didn't make it. I can tell you something. I've been banking at Wells Fargo since I moved to this city, and ever since they started talking about Chase coming in, I have been greeted like I'm the queen. And they've got somebody that's there greeting everybody now. And, you know, my financial status hasn't changed much, really, but it's really different, and that's called the market. That's free market economics. So I'm a strong believer in that. Probably the biggest thing that was said during that entire CDC meeting that really resonated with me was, "Don't tread on me." I thought, wow, you know, we have to think about what we're like as a city. What do we believe in? If it was our property, if we owned property, what would we be thinking about a government, a heavy-handed government coming down and telling us what we could or could not do? Even with these changes that you've put out here, literally, you could have nothing but antique shops. It would be permitted by right, and we'd have nothing but antique shops. That's what could happen. So these are the kinds of, that's my thinking. That's my thinking. I want to make sure I get my few notes in here. One of the things that I want to be sure that we're doing, and this is a note I wrote a long time ago when we're looking at mixed ratios, but we've gotten away from the ratios, but being certain that there's not going to be anything in there that might, in the future, prohibit expansion of the grocery store. I just want to be sure of that. So check through that. The other thing I want to be sure of is that if we ever decide to put a second story on the Public Works building, would our code prohibit that with the height requirement? Just want to be sure of it. I want to be sure of it. I want to be sure that we have nothing that prohibits joint use facilities. You know,
something by day, something by night.
Whatever. Right. You know, I just want to be sure that we've got some flexibility happening there. You know, I guess the coffee shop bank kind of thing is kind of, but if somebody were to have, I don't know, we kind of have it now, the beauty shop, you know, the hair salon, you know. If they put a a drugstore inside Ralph's, although, then the drugstore would be upset, but then one of them would live and one of them would die, and that's how that goes. I don't think we should be changing the rules on these property owners. So as I look at these, these are just my input. I think it kind of gets wordy when you start putting all of these, what's permitted. You list every single potential business there possibly would be. That just, to me, is crazy. And that's how pieces of legislation go from being the 3 pages we could have had to 500 pages. It's just crazy. But, okay, that's where we are now. When I look at the uses permitted subject to conditional use permit, I would like to see the administrative and executive offices moved. I still think banks and banking facilities over 200 square feet should stay, and I know that that's a bone of contention. I'm only going to deal primarily with that. Under item D, businesses operating before 6 a.m. and after 11 p.m. or offering 24-hour service. What 24-hour service are you talking about? What potential are you talking about there?
So any business that would want to be open 24 hours. So if you had a convenience store, for instance, 7-Eleven, AM, PM, something like that, that would be open 24 hours a day,
Okay.
we are suggesting that something like that would be under a conditional use permit.
I would like to see anything operating 24 hours a day to be prohibited use. I would like to see the convenience store item actually moved to prohibited use. I don't think that that's something that we'd want to invite into the center. That's where I'm coming from.
Was it Ralph's open 24 hours?
Ralph's is not open 24 hours.
At one point it was.
At one
yes.
point.
Yeah, it was when the market.
There is some
when
convenience.
The market had changed at that point, and a lot
Right.
of the stores stayed open 24 hours. So prohibited is kind of.
The other thing that we do have just
That's true. All right, fine. So with that input, I would say, okay, then we leave that there with the CUP, but I don't know that we want a convenience store or 7-Eleven. That tends to bring an element that we probably don't want to have in Villa Park. That's what we're looking at, right? I would like to see the financial planning brokers move to permitted by right. Insurance real estate permitted by right. Same with O. Same with R. Same with P. I would like to see that's those travel agencies, tax preparations, all those permitted by right. Why not? The general commercial, or not, not that one. Right above it where it says used passenger vehicles, I would just like that attached to service station. Only like that. And other than that, I love the creativity of doing this commercial professional zone. I just think that, once again, we're robbing property owners of their freedom. You've got one guy over here that's already doing it because that's what he wants, and it's working. I don't think he has any vacancies, and he's no trouble to us ever. So I'm kind of happy with that.
Can I ask a question, just because the point was raised earlier, and I imagine there'll be a little bit more discussion, but I just want to understand from while you're making your comment,
Right.
If there were direction from other council members to keep move administrative professional to permitted, but have some kind of maximum limitation, so no more than 49% of the center could be administrative professional. Would that be of interest to you, or would you still be opposed to that?
I think it depends on if you're going to be including the new zoning in that. I mean, I agree with you. And I'm talking to the property owners right now. When I first moved here, there was nothing but real estate offices, and there was nothing happening in this town center, and I don't like that either. So there's got to be a way for us to make sure that that's not happening. So I hear you. I mean, that was just, that might have been big money for you, but for us, it was a dead center. The thing that I love right now the most is almost any time I drive up here now, and it's a big difference than it was 5 years ago, that parking lot is full. You're driving around trying to find a place to park. That's what I want to see. That's because people are doing stuff up here. There's a lot to be done. And I can't remember which of you spoke to it, but when you take away, one part of that mix, you start hurting the rest of the part of that mix. We don't want to become the financial district of Orange County. We just don't want it. So I guess I could say,
consider it.
yeah, I would consider that better.
Okay, and I don't have
But I
any
would
answers to that,
also
I'm
not
just
want to
interested.
see it so outrageously restrictive, where you would say 10%. You know, it would have to be, and then what are you going to do that on? Square footage?
Yeah. And again, I only want to get input so that we can bring you some options to consider, because if that, truly what we're hearing from the property owners is requiring all of them to be through conditional use permit is overly prohibitive. We don't disagree with that, perhaps, but we're trying to speak to the greater needs of the community. So if there were a way to negotiate this to where the intention of keeping the center as a whole, retail and service for the majority, so put some kind of cap to say once administrative professional starts to get to be where it's tipping the scales, then we limit that. That could be a way that we can move this forward and be respectful and yet responsible. Same I would consider then if we move forward with the CP zone, not saying we're going to because we need more input, we could do the same thing where it would be primarily office and professional, but you'd allow retail until it started tipping the scale as well. So something for the council to consider.
And then that perhaps once it hit a certain trigger point, that then would have to go to CUP. I would still like to allow for flexibility, but the whole idea of too much, I've seen this trend in government in general, and it's not just businesses, it's residential as well, where this whole CUP process is there. It's a way for government to control everything and, you know, gouge the businesses and gouge the property owners, you know, and I don't know. I don't like that feeling because it's not very free. It doesn't feel very free. So I kind of like that idea where you've got a ratio. And then when you hit that ratio, then it has to come forward for a CUP. But you're not calling out any one business or another necessarily.
Deborah, didn't you say you wanted to prohibit the expansion of the grocery store?
No, I did not. I said I wanted to ensure that nothing that's being written in here prohibits the expansion of the grocery store. There has been talk at times of those wings, and you know we know that that's a small footprint for a grocery store, and there's a lot of things that aren't carried there because they seem to be doing pretty well ever since their $1.2 million facelift. They seem to be doing a lot better. So who knows? Maybe they'll be able to expand in some way. And I just want to be sure that that doesn't happen. The last thing I'm going to say is that whatever draft ordinances she comes up with for next month, the word needs to get out often, early, in every possible venue to the residents that this is what's happening, so that they have ample opportunity to be alerted. Yeah, so that's my only, and to make that clear to them what the process is going to be. Are you still there, Jared? Are you too sleepy? All right. So okay, so that would be my only input, and that would be like right away. This is what's happening, and on X date, we're going to have the first public hearing. So here's how you can review it. This is where you can see it. It should be something that goes out multiple times because, sometimes the residents are almost like a 6-year-old. You have to tell them every night to brush their teeth. The residents, you seem to have to tell them things multiple times. Like you said, we didn't hide the fireworks thing from them, but yet they didn't know about it.
Well, they have to be responsible.
They do.
Also themselves.
I mean, but we also have residents who are traveling, away on business, on vacation, so they don't see every notice.
Yeah.
I just want to be sure that we do everything in our power to get the word out.
I think he's done well.
I think we do well.
I think we could do better.
I don't know, what can we do better?
We
Honestly.
will take that into consideration. We'll make sure the public is informed. Absolutely.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other comments?
Or to mailing something to every address
Having
at an
comments?
expense.
No, we're just going to have several options, right, Jennifer? And this will be a CDC meeting. Of course, before this meeting happens again next month, not the one next week, but the regularly scheduled meeting on the 28th of May, I believe it is. Okay. Any comments from anybody else?
I've got one.
Okay, sorry.
I have to concur with Wayne, the landlord, and their council on this CUP involvement. I think it's excessive. I don't think it belongs here. I don't want it here. And it just doesn't make any sense. It's not efficient. I had expected to see some kind of allocation in terms of percentage when I came in. And I still think that probably makes some sense. I think that the city has a legitimate right to exercise some control to keep the center within reason for the benefit of the community. But I concurrently agree here that you got to put some limits on it, and I don't want to be doing all these, and I don't think we should be in this business. They can best do it in the private sector and figure this out. So what I would like to see is I would just like to see some reasonable, limited breakdown of categories so that we can make sure that we don't get a situation where some use just dominates and really kind of disadvantages the community with regard to the center. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay.
And if frankly, if it creates a problem, I know the banking sector is really heavy and it causes some concern. There's always CUPs or variances or whatever if push comes to shove. But I think we need to get just some percentages on these categories and then let the public, capital market work its magic.
Well, plus, if this is simpler, if a business doesn't pan out, then it's very fluid, dynamic. It quickly changes to something that gets a shot. I think that's what the owners are asking us for, and I think we should support that. So,
can I ask one last question
Sure.
of council? When it comes to the list of permitted uses, and Councilmember Polly, I don't mean to suggest that you were saying that we shouldn't have antique shops, but I'm going to use that as an example. Is there anything on the list as it sits today that, although the property owners didn't raise it as concern, it raises concern to the council that these are uses that you wouldn't want to see in the center? For instance, an antique shop. So if you're okay with the full list as it sits today, we'll go ahead and move forward with the direction that we've received. But if there's something that wasn't highlighted or we didn't talk about, but it does raise concern, we would like to hear from you tonight so that we aren't including that just as by right without any kind of input or discussion.
So basically, the direction I think you've seen tonight, and we're taking the yellow highlighted ones and moving them to the by right?
With the exception of the convenience store, I'd like to see that on the prohibited list.
Right.
Is that it? Is that what you've heard?
Yes and no. We're going to bring you back a couple of
sure.
Or convenience
Okay.
store. I'd like to see that on the prohibited list.
I don't want to say on the prohibited list. I think we don't know how the economy is going to change again. I mean, the 24 markets might come back again. We can always say no.
They are back.
Well, also,
we could have the pharmacy may want to stay open.
They can if we've got a CUP.
Yeah.
Offering 24-hour service, and you've got convenience stores.
I apologize because that was a concern I had too, and I got sidetracked just pushing on with the percentages. I think there should still be some CUP items. I don't think it needs to go on a prohibited list, in my mind, for a convenience store. Somebody wants a convenience store, it may make sense, and if the hours are decent, it may be fine. But just looking at these, convenience store, electrical distribution substations, live entertainment, amplified music, massage establishments, and passenger vehicle sales, drive-through services. Those would be items that I wouldn't mind seeing in the CUP category.
I feel very clear on that direction. The only thing I'm asking now is if there's anything on the permitted list, permitted by right, that we haven't discussed yet, that you feel raises concern. And I'll add to the list, just because we've received this today, that one area that I know was raised, and I would like to hear from the council, is thrift stores. And so the property owners have requested that be added to the list permitted. And I'm just curious the council's direction on that so that we can bring back a comprehensive approach.
There's a difference between thrift stores and then the high-end. There are, some
consignment shops.
High-end consignment shops where, you're,
slightly used.
Yeah, where you're slightly turning in your Gucci for something better,
Right.
So, I mean, are those the one and the same? See, you know what I'm talking about.
I do. And I guess we'll work out the logistics. I'm just curious if we can talk more in terms of what I'm thinking when I hear thrift store, the Goodwill type of facility. Again, this is on the list that was suggested for us to add to permitted, so I'd like to have the input from the property owners. I'd like to get the input from the council.
I have two. First, when it comes to that, I would like to see that have a CUP. Secondly, on number 5, why are we not including the sale of equipment or supplies on artists and photographic studios? That wasn't on the original one.
We added that back. Originally, if they didn't sell anything, they were a CUP. So this was to clarify that you could just have a gallery, you could just have a studio, you could just have an artist painting in a space and not have to sell anything, and they'd be allowed to be there by right. So it was 2 categories. One were places where they sell things, provide service, they could do framing, canvassing, whatever. The other is just somebody who wants a photo studio where they just do their own thing.
So if they want to sell equipment or supplies relating to artists...
That's number 4.
Got it.
That's okay. But they're selling things, right?
Yes.
You might also, when you finally get your final, I don't like the idea of thrift shops in the town center personally, but you're going to have to be sure that you go through your numbering
Yes.
when you finally get all this together.
And the alphabetical list of it,
Yeah,
too.
it's a big
Yes,
mess.
we will do that.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Any other comments?
Do you need any other direction from us, Jennifer?
I feel pretty clear at this point in time. We may have a bit of fine tuning at CDC that we'll do, and I would highly recommend that we do the CDC meeting sooner rather than later so that we have time between CDC and the
We have one on
council.
Friday.
This coming Friday?
That's right, Jared?
Probably too soon.
Might be a little sooner than I expected, so.
Mayor, if I might just, I don't
Give me
want to,
5 more minutes.
I don't want to drag this on, but obviously the option was thrown out about the percentages.
Yeah.
I don't, do the property owners have any thoughts on that, or do we know their
Yeah,
thoughts? Before we go down that path. If you-
No, I would say, in the first instance, you say percentages, and that can mean anything. 10% of anything is
Well,
going to be way too low.
In concept is what I'm.
Well, but it depends. If the concept, I mean, if you really, really think that you need to worry about, 100% travel agency, and you want to put a 75% limit on it or something like that, it's not going to affect us. We don't care. I mean, I think that would be the response. But if you're going to say 10%, we care a lot.
And I think staff's intention is to bring to the CDC an option with an attempt at percentages that we feel will be reasonable to property owners and will meet the needs of the city. So I feel pretty good about that, and I think the property owners will feel better once they see something on paper rather than responding tonight.
My question was not that helpful. Talking about percentages.
Yeah, go-
Yeah.
So we can record
Yeah.
it, so we know what.
Gosh.
The problem with talking about percentages is, how do you divide up the percentages? We have retail, Mr. Brodsky and Mr. Ferkelo have retail. Do we get twice as much because we have twice as much square footage than he does? Do we get twice the percentage? Does he get half? Do we get a third? You see the problem as soon as you start putting percentages up there.
But you would be looking at the
I
town
don't
center as a
want
whole.
to.
know how to do that as a whole.
Maybe you could, maybe
as
you,
a whole.
I hope that you don't want to solve that problem of trying to come up with the percentages that would be fair between our retail and his retail.
As a whole, sir.
Would you, what about percentages of our the office building back here versus office uses someplace else in the center? So percentages, I think you're getting into a real minefield there.
And
I
we'll
don't know how you-
definitely.
I just don't know how you can divide those up between the property owners when you have different sized properties.
We will definitely keep mindful of the property owner's concerns and input, and we wouldn't present something that would create those kind of conflicts. So we'll ensure to take all of this into consideration when we're drafting our proposal for the CDC meeting.
Okay. So do we have a motion on this, or do we need a motion? No. No motion needed. Do you have direction? Done. Next. Consent calendar. All items on the consent calendar are considered routine and are usually enacted by one motion approving the recommended action listed on the agenda. Any member of the city council, staff, or public may request an item to be removed from the consent calendar for discussion or separate action. Tonight, we'll be looking at items 6 through 10. Council members, can I get a motion to move them, or does anyone want to pull an item?
I hate to pull anything tonight, but I would like to pull 7 real quickly.
Okay.
I hate to pull anything tonight, too, but I need to pull item 10. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 8. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm totally...
Any other
Sorry,
items, or
8.
could I have a motion to pass the balance?
Thank you all for your patience in sitting
Yeah,
here till
thank you,
midnight
guys.
with us
Yeah.
to get this worked out.
Help us.
I just have a question, because I went over a couple items already that just needed some corrections. Do I need to bring those up?
Yes.
I
We'll
do.
bring them up now. I apologize. I haven't had a chance to get to the minutes
That's
that
okay,
you
because
wanted to correct.
I don't want to pull it if you corrected them when I read the book, so I don't know what I don't know what to do here.
Is it something
In the
that was
consent-
already
yeah.
on handout? Well, we haven't had any late pass-outs with corrections, so then you probably have to pull it.
Yes, no, I haven't.
Okay.
Excuse me, I haven't got around to
Okay,
correcting it
I
yet.
just want to make sure
apologize.
that I know, okay, so then I have to, the minute, it's the
Number
minutes.
eights have already been
Eight's
pulled,
already
yes.
been pulled.
And what was the other one? Oh, it was the,
7.
okay, and, I know, 9.
I'll pull 9.
Sorry, it's simple.
the way
It
it
was just,
is.
it's a small,
The way it is.
so, I was trying to catch it before we got here.
Can I get a motion to pass the balance?
What, item
I
6?
so
Or 6
A
and 10?
second.
6 and 10.
I
Okay,
move.
we got a motion and a second. Jared, item 6 and 10.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes. Item 7, Mr. Barnett.
7, just a quick thought. You know, Michelle gets us a nice schedule every month of the cash and the checks, et cetera.
7, right?
Yeah, I think
Keep
that's
looking
7.
at item 6 and
Oh,
you're
I'm sorry,
confusing
I'm
me.
sorry. Wait a minute, I write the wrong one down, I wrote it up here.
The treasurer's report?
I may have written the wrong tab down. No, I just flipped the wrong tab, 6, the one we just approved.
we
It's
just
my-
passed
We
6.
just passed the one I meant to pull, I'm sorry. I flipped it.
Okay.
You know what, I don't think it matters, let's leave it that way. I'm just going to throw a suggestion out, we can deal with it later. I think it might be nice when we get these things to have, if we can get it, a simple bank statement or summary page or something attached to this, because with all the stuff that's going on out there in the cities these days, we get a great report, and I trust Michelle, explicitly, implicitly as well, but I think it would be good if we had a copy of like just the month-end statement page or summary or something of these accounts that was attached, so that we look at it every month. Not only do we get the report, but we see the funds are there.
You can compare it.
Yeah, just a thought. We can raise it later.
Isn't that number 7, the treasurer's report? That's what's in our checking and banking account?
Maybe I should have.
Are you looking for like a general ledger?
Yeah, you know what, you're right. You're right. No, it was 7. I'm sorry. Deborah got me on 6, and I looked at 6 and saw the checks, and I got confused. Yeah, it really is 7. Okay. So, comments the same only as to item 7. We have the bank balances and everything here, but we don't have anything to corroborate that that's really what's there. And if it's a big deal, maybe we need to do something else. But if it's not a big deal, and there's a statement summary, or the bank could send us a one-page thing for the end of the month balances, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea in today's world to have that stuck on the back so the council can look at it and go, yeah, we got the report, and yeah, there it is, all the funds are in the account. Michelle, your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, my thoughts to that is that Dennis Kulai, the treasurer,
Right.
that's what he does every month. That's his signature at the bottom, is that he goes through the detail of all my bank reconciliations, traces them to the actual statements.
Okay.
And his sign-off is saying that he verifies my work. He does the check on me.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can do that as well.
No,
Or
I
you
don't
just
want
have
to. I'm reading the little
to
fine print
take
right
out
now as you say
account
that.
numbers, and there's going to be, I'd have to redact some information. There's probably about 40 pages.
It does say right here, I certify the report as accurately reflects all city Villa Park investments and complies with the investment policy. You know what? That's good enough for me. I almost didn't bring it up anyway. I just thought about what's going on in today's world and government, it probably made sense for us just to have it. I'll tell you, I trust you no end. I've been working with you on the budget committee. I've never found a penny flaw or imbalance or anything. So I just thought it'd be a good idea for council. But in light of that, I agree. I think that's fine.
Is that a motion?
Yep, motion to pass number 7.
Okay, Jared, motion second. Receive and file. Number 8, Deb.
Number 8 are the minutes from the last council meeting, and item 10, I had pulled item 10, which was the fiscal year city council goals and work plan. The minutes say that I pulled it for the benefit of the public and requested that the city manager post it to the website. Yes, that's true. But I also had asked that under item 2 of the work plan, and you were taking notes then too, that we add the item to strengthen citizen involvement through communication oh gosh, is that what I said? Through communication enhanced neighborhood watch programs and promotion of do not solicit registry, and the do not solicit registry under item 2, which was reduced crime rate. And there were no objections from the council at that time. I did go to the website to see whether I could find it. I love the new search, in-house search engine. I typed in work plan and it popped up and the changes weren't made. But I also wanted to take the opportunity to say how fantastic the new website looks and how easy it is to navigate. But I would like to ensure that, and I will check, because I do check up on these things, that this is added to the work plan. I also noted that nowhere in the work plan did it talk about increasing fundraising ability for the nonprofit organizations or the schools in our community. Anyway, staff has spent an awful lot of time on doing just that, and that's not part of their stated work goals. If that change can be made to item 10, I would appreciate it. That's all I have, and you had something else in the minutes?
I did. On item 16, where all we've got under the Villa Park Community Service Foundation, I realize that the DVD is obviously the Bible, if you will, to the minutes, but the reason this was brought up, and I just would like to make it noted, is that there were 2 discrepancies. One of them was the fact that we were told that we had the $15,000 prior to today in the bank, and there was an issue about it. You knew we didn't have it, but we thought we did, and we had reported on it at a public meeting, and I'd like that put in there. And the second was that there was a discrepancy as to whether or not the foundation had reimbursed the city on the Halloween Fest, and if we could just put those items specifically in there, that way we can correct the record.
I think it also would be important to add that it was requested that because it was requested, that the foundation provide their financials to all council members.
Oh, yeah,
And
we
they-
did say that. but-
We said it's important, and they started doing it, but I think it's important.
Yeah.
If there are
All
no
right, we need-
others, I'll be glad to move the item
Okay, I'll second.
Great.
with corrections.
Jared?
Yeah.
A voice vote, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Opposed? None.
Okay, item 9, Deanna.
Item 9 was on the contract. If you actually go to page 2 of the contract, he just needs to correct it where it says for the completion of the Villa Park City Hall facade demolition and construction. It's on Article 2, nature of work, is just to correct the wording on there. That's
We
all.
recycle contract
Yeah.
agreements here, and we just left
And I
the,
just caught that, just make
Old
sure we
title on
fix
it.
that. And that was it on that.
Okay. What do you need on
That
that,
was me.
Jared?
as well, flip the page.
Voice vote?
It is, okay.
Item 9?
Article 2, it's the contract that goes with item 9.
It's the 4th page, the actual contract agreement itself.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a contract agreement for the fiscal year 12-13 sewer rehab project, but in one of the paragraphs, it still references the
first
City Hall
paragraph.
facade construction project. We recycle agreements or boilerplate, and forgot that one change.
Okay.
We'll make it,
Do you
no
need a
problem.
voice vote, or what do you need?
No, this being contract, we'll take a roll call vote.
I'm spending money.
Okay. Is that a motion, Deanna?
Yes, make the motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and second?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Mayor Reese.
Yes. All right, thank you all. Item 12, old business. We'll consider resolution 2013-3235 to determine whether conditions at 10566 Covington Circle constitute a public nuisance. Ryan, do you have a report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The property owner's son
was here tonight, but he actually had to leave to go start his mother's dialysis, so he is not here. This is one I'm sure you're all aware of. We had a lot of issues with the property. Mainly, the number one issue was there was an excessive amount of debris in the front yard and side and rear yards of the property, among other issues. As you know, I've worked with the property owner and her son to address most of those issues, and the biggest outstanding one was the debris. Since our last meeting, we worked with Villa Park Disposal to get a dumpster out there to remove the debris. That was after the 15 days when we took that step to go and do that. But we allowed the property owner to do it on our behalf, essentially, and remove it to the dumpster, and we took the dumpster. That dumpster was filled and removed as of yesterday, and I went out this afternoon and confirmed that there was still some debris there, and the property owner's son was in the process of removing the remaining debris. I haven't confirmed this evening that it is removed, but I was told by him that all of the debris has been removed. But I would be happy to confirm that tomorrow. I just haven't been out there.
I was there this morning, unless the dumpster was delivered.
The dumpster was there.
No, the dumpster wasn't there this morning, so unless
Correct.
another dumpster was delivered this morning, because the trash cans were outside and they were full, I don't know where could have gone.
Yeah, most of the stuff
There were 3 cars
that-
in the driveway that windows were broken, and in fact, there wasn't a truck.
There are vehicles at the property, one of which I know has been operative and then inoperative and then operative and then inoperative. The others get moved around, so they are operative. As far as registration and things, I don't know.
I don't know.
But there is one in the driveway right now that I know of as of this afternoon. The debris that was left this afternoon was more stuff than trash. And the 30-yard dumpster that was out there was removed as of yesterday. We scheduled that to have it removed as of yesterday, and the Villa Park Disposal obviously came and did that for us. So that's kind of where it stands. I've been told that what was left as of this afternoon has now been removed, and I will be happy to confirm that tomorrow. But at this point, I would still recommend moving forward with this, just to have it there.
Both side gates were open this morning. I mean, they were fully open, and there was so much debris on both of the side areas.
It's still not in compliance.
I mean, it really.
Still not in compliance.
It looked.
As of this afternoon, there was still stuff on the side. Now, to be fair to this gentleman and his mother, they have made significant progress on the property from where it was before. I have photos, but I think we all know what was
This goes
there.
on and on. It's gone on for a long period. I move we
Yeah. That would
we
be my
we act on
recommendation.
this and
What's the next step is what I want to know. What's happening next?
Well, the next step after this is essentially with this resolution and this process, he now has 30 days to correct the issues, and then we actually go in and do it. I talked to Todd about what the process would be to get a warrant to do that, and we already have the power to do it after our 15 days. So this is sort of more formality than anything. So
We want to do it.
What's that?
Let's just do it.
We can.
Okay.
Any other council member comments? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak on this item in the audience? Seeing none, any final discussion or a motion?
One last thing, I'm sorry, because I was there when the gates were open. But beside the debris in the backyard off the left, and I'm sure you noticed this too, the entire yard is like completely brown, dead, stick brown. I don't know if you've been back in there to see that.
Yeah, I have. I've been through the backyard on multiple occasions, and through the interior of the house and through the garage, and I've walked through the property. The backyard, the original complaint on the house was actually the overgrown trees and the overgrown vegetation. That was what started this whole process. That was the first thing he addressed, and trimmed the tree in the front, trimmed the trees along the side of the neighbor that was complaining, and trimmed all the trees in the back. All of that debris was part of the debris issue, and that was part of what was removed. That's why I say some of what was left was more stuff than trash. It was the stuff. So some of that stuff may have been brought into the house. Some of it may have been disposed of. I can't say. Obviously, I haven't been out there this evening, so. But yeah,
But my concern is maybe once he cleared all that overgrown stuff, then everything underneath it's just all dead.
Yeah,
And
it's
so my
mostly dirt
concern
back
is,
there.
I mean, if anything hit that, I mean, do we have any control? The front yard isn't dead and brown, and it's in the back, and I don't know about the whole yard, but from the side, the left side, looking at the front of the house, it's pretty bad. Do we have any behind the fence? Are we completely without ability to control?
No,
It's
absolutely not. We have the ability to ensure that
All right.
fire hazards are addressed and,
Yeah,
and those types of
that
issues.
area is a real concern to me, because if anything hit it,
And pests.
The abandoned car that was on that street also, there was one, it had a ticket on it this morning. It was a Mustang.
That's
Is that a separate issue that was there too? Okay.
Yeah, I noticed that this afternoon. I know that there have been cars in front of the house
It had
that
a
have been
citation on
towed,
it.
and we've had the sheriff's department out there regularly, keeping an eye on the situation. If there are vehicles that are inoperative that are on the street, they're towing them. If they're unregistered, they're towing them. If they're illegally parked, they'll ticket them and or tow them. So they've been fairly diligent about that so far.
Okay, motion on the item?
Second.
Deanna, okay. Jared?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pasquale?
Yes.
Councilman Pollard?
yes.
Yes.
Mayor Reese?
Yes, thank you. Item 13, at this time, we'll consider Resolution 2013-3236, setting May 28, 2013 as the date for public hearing to determine whether conditions at 17841 Lincoln Street constitute a public nuisance. Ryan, do you have a report?
Yes, I think we all know this property fairly well as well. This is kind of around the corner from the last property. This is an ongoing code enforcement issue. This is, again, where the fire hazard issue comes into play. The front yard at this property is essentially dead and slightly overgrown. The side yard is overgrown. The rear yard has overgrown vegetation growing over the wall and also outside of the wall. The property owner has financial distress, if you want to call it that, sort of outside the purview of me as code enforcement, but she has raised the issues with us, and we've been sensitive to those issues, and this has been a very, very long process on this property. She has also requested that we cease contacting her with regard to these issues and contact her attorney. Our municipal code requires that we contact the property owner of record, which she still is at this point. So everything that we've done up to this point has been to contact her and her attorney, and we've made that very clear to her that we have to do both, and so that's what we've done. So at this point, we're recommending moving forward with the resolution to declare it a nuisance, so we have the ability to go in and correct the nuisance if necessary.
Thank you, Ryan. Any council member comments?
And that's be a hearing on May 28th?
That's correct.
Okay.
I have a question. I have one
I'd like to see
question.
pictures. It would be nice if we get some pictures stuck on these. I try and go
Oh,
by
sure.
the houses, but
I can pull
if we
some
can
up.
get pictures attached part of these nuisance motions, it would be helpful, especially since we seem to be getting a number of them.
I just have one question. Have we heard from her attorney?
I have not. I have made multiple attempts to contact her attorney and have not heard one peep.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here in the audience like to speak to this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council for a motion.
I so move.
Second. Jared?
You're second.
Second.
Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Reese?
Yes.
Councilwoman Fasenelli?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pollard?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving right along. It's only midnight, a little past it. Item 14. Next is an item regarding the Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, otherwise known as PACE, that I requested to be added to the agenda. I feel really bad for our folks out in the audience that have had to endure this
that who they
all
are?
night long. I apologize. You guys picked a winner of a night to come. This is abnormal. What can I say?
Just the hero people?
Yeah, this is PACE, or the HERO program. So I think, I don't know if you guys had a chance to read it. I'm not going to sit here and yap about it too much. I think I will allow them to come up and give a little spiel on it. I definitely like what I see in it. I don't see any downsides for our city. And we'll go ahead and let you tell us about it. Please.
Thank Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. I'm Barbara Spooner. I am the Director of Energy and Environmental Program at Western Riverside Council of Governments. And what I'm here to talk to you about is California HERO Program. What the California HERO Program is, it's a residential and commercial property assessed clean energy, or a PACE program. PACE is authorized by AB 811 and AB 474, which allows local jurisdictions to develop financing districts for the financing of energy efficiency, renewable energy, and water conservation projects. And then that financing is paid back through a line item on the property tax. The guiding principles for our HERO program is WRCOG initiated this program a year and a half ago. We've been very successful in our county. We have 18 cities in the county unincorporated. In general, PACE is a funding tool. It's not meant to compete with other means of financing. It is to be another financing mechanism that's available to property owners. It's another financing mechanism that's available to the contractors who are meeting with the property owners to have their projects completed to the property owner's specifications. When you look at regional and statewide programs, they provide economies of scale. We've proved that with we have over $325 million in private investment dollars into our program that are warehouse lines of credit, so it's refillable buckets, a self-sustaining program. We've worked our program to the point of we've completed, it's very simplistic, our contractors are very familiar with the program. It's a turnkey solution that local jurisdictions can join our the statewide California program and not have any additional costs to the local jurisdictions. Benefits to the property owner. There are benefits that are the same across the board. It provides them with just another mechanism or another financing tool that's available. It has a no money down approach to financing. Property owners do see some savings on their utility bills, and in most cases the repayment of the assessment does stay with the property when the title transfers. For participating jurisdictions, when you look at the economy, it does create and maintain construction jobs. On the energy side, it does reduce relay need for transmission. When you look at the utility rates that are coming through and what the PUC has approved for rate increases coming through down the line, that's very important. In the environment, it saves air quality, reduces greenhouse gas emissions. On the financial side, it requires no local jurisdiction debt. This program is self-replenishing, self-funding. So regardless if you are looking at it from an economic perspective or an energy or an environmental perspective, this clicks all of your boxes, so regardless of which side you're on. The results of our program, this shows in January when we launched through March, and actually since March through April we've added another, we've approved over 5,500 applications for $155 million in our residential program alone. We do have our commercial program that is just launched, and we have projects that are moving through the underwriting process. For our region alone, we've completed 2,200 projects totaling over $40 million. So that's $40 million into our community. We don't do this alone. WRCOG is the program administrator and the bond conduit for the California PACE program. Public Financial Management's our financial advisor. Best & Krieger's our bond counsel. David Tausig and Associates, our assessment administrator. U.S. Bank's our trustee. West Coast Homes and Homesteads, our placement agent. Renovate America, who's in the audience, is our residential funding partner, and Samas Capital is our commercial funding partner. So how does it work? It is a voluntary program. Really need to stress we created an assessment district, but it's a voluntary assessment district. The property owners apply. They select their improvements. They select their contractors. If their contractor is not registered with the program, it's very simple to get that contractor registered. We enter into a voluntary contractual assessment with the property owner. We pay the contractor, and then we place the assessment onto the tax roll. Examples of what property owners can finance, we're looking at HVAC systems, cool roofs, solar, window filming, outside irrigation. It's endless. It needs to meet Title 24, Energy Star, and WaterSense. Our contractors are key in our marketing. We have over 650 that participate in our program. We do require them to provide us with their board license so that they meet their bonding and workers' comp insurance. They do have to provide evidence that they have a jurisdictional business license to do operations within a jurisdiction. They do need to have all permits pulled for anything that the city's required to have permits, and again, they must be registered with our site. As you can see, when you look at Western Riverside, our contractors are not just stuck in Western Riverside. They go the whole way up to Santa Clara, clear down to Chula Vista, out into the Eastern Riverside area, so they are all over the place and ready for our program. So who qualifies to participate? Property owners, residential, commercial. They have to have clear title. They have to be current on their property taxes, current on their mortgage, and they do need at least 10% equity in the home. What happens when a property owner sells their property? In August 2010, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac came out with a statement that says they will not purchase any mortgages that have a PACE lien on them. So we do disclosure, and make sure property owners understand that when they go to sell or refinance, they may need to pay that assessment off prior to sale or refinancing, and it's really dependent upon the lender. So what do jurisdictions need to do to join the California HERO program? The city just needs to adopt a resolution of participation. We provided copies to the city council members and I believe to the city attorney so that they can look at that. We would then start the validation process, and what the validation process is, we go to the courts and we verify with the courts that we've followed the letters of the law under AB 811 and 474. That takes about 3 to 4 months to get through that process. After that, there's really no second step. We begin the marketing and the outreach into the community for the program. We're not asking for any of your additional staff time, only that you process permits that normally would come across your desk through the normal course of business. Basically, to summarize, our California HERO programs, we expand on our successful program. It does show to boost the economy. Western Riverside is really a star in that, in the fact that we were really hit by the hard economics, especially with the building community. And you can start to see a rise back in our contractors and the businesses that are in our area. It does save money on the energy and utility costs, greenhouse gases. We are a perfect example of a public-private partnership. Again, this is all private sector dollars, private investment dollars. It is not public funds. Our contractors are all ready to go. They're in the areas. We're ready to accept more. Again, no financial resources, no liability to the jurisdictions, and really it's an easy process to join. And I did want to let you know we have entered into an agreement with the Association of Orange County Cities who will serve as the point of contact for this region. And that's something that WRCOG is working on with other Council of Governments and associations. And our latest and greatest news is the city of Temple City adopted a resolution of participation last week, and cities of San Marcos and Vista adopted the resolutions tonight. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. I tried to make it fast.
Thank you very much. Good. So you guys are very entrenched in Riverside, San Bernardino, starting to get out in San Diego, and in Orange County. This is kind of just a new thing coming to Orange County right now.
Yes, yes, this is new. The concept hasn't been new. The County of Orange tried moving along with its program, but just got stalled. So we're here with California HERO to offer a residential and a commercial PACE program.
Okay, so a homeowner wants to make their improvements, and you're gonna tack the bill onto the property tax bill. Am I correct? Okay, and you're going to get paid when they pay that property tax bill. Am I correct? I'm trying to simplify things.
Correct.
If they don't pay that bill,
If
the property owner doesn't pay their property tax bill for a variety of reasons,
we do have the ability to foreclose on a property.
Yeah, it'd be
in what time frame?
Lien on the property. Yeah.
It's a lien on a
and
property.
what time frame does your contract state?
Our starts, I believe, it's a 60-day.
At 60 days past due from paying their property taxes.
Correct.
Yeah, because really, the property tax bill by itself's a lien on the property,
Yes.
really.
But the county doesn't lien your house after 60 days. They go almost 4 or 5 years before the county will actually come after.
Before they sell.
Yeah.
Normally, what we've seen is a simple letter from legal stating the fact that they're, the taxes are in arrears.
Mhm.
Generally is motivation to bring that property owner back. But we're looking at property owners who are current on their taxes, current on their mortgage, they have equity in their home. So we're not viewing them as high-risk investments for this type of
Oh, I
program.
understand, but things happen.
Just
That's why.
curious, you've done so many of these. How many, out of all the ones you've done, how many have really gone to a process where you had to force it and you take the property over? I imagine it's very little.
We have not had to.
Ever.
Our people have actually paid on time.
Yeah.
These past two tax rolls, so we're extremely happy. Some paid early.
What I like about this is it's not FICO-based. It's not really the home is lending, it being the qualifying base. It's not the individual. And it also really stimulates building in your community. I believe I read there's 150 different items that can be done on your home that is energy efficient, if you will, items that contractors can come out and do on your home. So I think that's really neat. So it puts people to work. It does energy efficient things for homeowners. They don't have to use their credit to make this happen. So I just don't see a downside with it.
What's the liability just to the city? Obviously, yeah, we have, is there
No
any?
liability.
I mean, do we have to educate once we join this program, do we have to educate our residents in
Not at
any
all.
shape, way, or form?
No, we're
No
happy to
liability.
provide marketing materials, to provide information at your front counter. Everything's directed back to us. There's no liability to the city. The liability lands with our investors.
So your organization is private?
No, Western Riverside Council of Governments is a joint powers authority, so we represent the 18 cities in the county in Western Riverside, but
Mhm.
we're the administrator and the bond conduit. So we're the nexus between the private industry and getting to the tax roll.
My question is, why is OCOG not coming to see us then?
So we have an agreement with, we felt the Association of Orange County Cities might be maybe the best avenue to use as a point of contact versus the Orange County or OCOG.
Okay.
Seeing that they've struggled, through the years and are coming back. We're using them as the point of contact, and we've just entered into that agreement with them. So getting them prepared and being the front runners, we're still working through that process with them because that is a very new process.
For me, when I look at, I first of all, we just got this packet
Yes.
tonight. If we pass a resolution, we as a city are conferring some kind of approval of this entire thing. And I just, that's used. You take that resolution, you're saying, Villa Park, council thinks this is just hunky-dory. And I'd rather kind of wait and see where our association, lands on this, because I think they just started looking at that. Is that correct, Jared?
The Association of Orange County Cities have actually adopted the resolution. What we're doing is WRCOG's entering into a memorandum of understanding with the association so that they will be the point of contact for the region.
Okay. We need to talk with them and interface with them a little bit on this issue, I think. That's just me. I'd like to have some time to study this as well.
Any other council member comments?
I'd like a little time to read this. I didn't know anything about this other than what was in here. If that's okay, I'd like to study it just a little bit longer. And I realize we don't have any liability, but it's almost as though it's somewhat of an endorsement. I think that if we're going to just tell that, I'd like to at least be educated so I can at least tell our residents what we're doing. If that's all right.
Or decide whether we should be endorsing something like this.
James, if you'd like to come up and say a comment or something? Yeah. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, Barbara.
What I miss out of this whole thing is what's the advantage to the homeowner? I can get a contractor to do the same thing, it sounds like. And I agree with what you said, Deborah. For the city to sanction something like this says I've put a stamp on it, and I don't think that's necessary. And what is the purpose of the HERO program? Is that to come in and do work that a homeowner wants on their property, such as some construction job or whatever? And then I get a loan from you.
It's a financing,
and you pay
isn't
for
it? It's a financing
So
tool.
I don't see the advantage. I got a contractor that I use, and he does everything else. So I don't think the city needs to sanction that.
Jim,
Maybe
I-
approve them as a contractor like you do to be able to work in the city, but I don't see any advantage of this program.
I think it's
might
a tool,
give
it's a
rise-
financing
It might
tool.
give rise to, Jim, I think it might give rise to a property tax deduction. Is that,
It would do that as well.
Well,
Yeah, it'd be a write-off on your property tax.
in other words, they convert it to a property tax repayment, bill to repay it, and then you get to deduct property tax if you're not in the AMT for the
Well, I'd have
income
to
for
see
alternative
those
minimum.
numbers.
I don't think you can deduct assessments, actually.
Or you don't?
Yeah, it don't sound right to me.
So the HERO, to be clear, the HERO program is a financing tool, and it's a mechanism that just is another option that's available to property owners to take advantage of. HERO isn't for everyone. Not everyone's going to take advantage of it. If you have cash to pay for your project, I suggest you go out and pay cash if you can find lower interest rates. If you have home equity that you want to tap into and go that route, again, it's just another financing mechanism that's available to property owners. The action of a resolution of participation is not endorsing the program. It is the city actually giving the authority to California HERO to implement the program within its jurisdiction. As far as taxes go, you can deduct the interest from the assessment. Interest is a tax deductible item on your taxes.
But you can't deduct the whole payment as a property tax.
We're not tax consultants, and
Probably not.
I mean, that's a big question in my mind, because that was the big
It's
benefit.
the interest on the
Just think of
assessment
this
that's a tax.
purely as a financing mechanism for people who don't have money to make improvements. We're not all rich, so we can't, so this is a way to do that. Yes, the resolution.
It's another tool in your toolbox of choices. That's all
The
it
city
is.
imprimatur allows them to issue bonds for projects within the city, is my understanding. It's been a while since I looked at one of these, so it's a financing thing. And it would give people the opportunity in Villa Park to do it or not do it.
Yeah,
It really
they don't
does
have
have
to do
nothing
it.
to do with the city.
Right.
I mean, I guess it puts a city stamp approval on it.
Certainly does.
Well,
I need to read over the packet. Are any of the other cities that you represent involved in this?
I haven't done one under this, but I've done something similar in Huntington Park, where you have to have a public hearing California, I forget what it is, can issue bonds for a project. Not under this specific program. I need to look at this, so I'm familiar with it, but I've done things similar to this, and it is pretty pro forma.
Okay.
It's not a big deal, frankly.
Do you have competitors?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Who?
Thank you.
Fig Tree and Y Green.
What was the question? I missed that.
Competitors.
Oh,
Competitors,
yeah.
Everyone has competitors.
Yeah, this is true.
Well, we thought maybe.
Yeah.
You got lucky, so.
Any other speakers out there would like to say anything?
What's the advantage for the city to
There's no city advantage at all that I see.
Well,
What this
homes-
is, it offers our citizens another tool in their toolbox of choices that they could use if they want to do an energy improvement on their home. It also enables our local contractors that live in our city to be able to join this program and work close to home instead of having to travel to Riverside, San Bernardino, or San Diego. So this puts people to work, and it allows homeowners to not have to use their own FICO scores to get a loan, and they can put this over time on their property tax bill right off the interest. There's really no downsides. People can do it if they want, or they can not do it if they want. It's just another choice they have.
You can do that without the city sponsoring it.
Well, it's
No, they can't, actually.
They can't,
No.
this
Not unless you have your
Yeah,
own
you
money.
can't.
Yeah, not this one.
not this program. Right. Exactly.
So you need some conduit to work through. That's what you're saying?
To do
So
the
for our
bonding, yes. The local jurisdiction has to adopt a resolution of participation giving the authority to implement an AB 811 program within its boundaries.
But yours would not be exclusive.
No, we're not exclusive.
Okay.
So,
That, I was in Vista in San Marcos today, and both the Fig Tree and the Hero program were both passed via resolution at the same time. We work competitively yet together at the same time, all towards a goal of making sure that more homeowners have the ability to finance clean energy projects for themselves and have the means to.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what city was that today?
Vista and San Marcos, both San Diego, North County, San Diego City.
Vista and San Marcos?
Yeah.
Where does the money come from for Hero? Is this private?
Private, it's private investors. We have private investors on the residential side, which is Renovate America, Samas Capital, which is on the commercial side.
This is not the Bernanke money printing machine.
I haven't found that machine yet.
okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other council member thoughts or comments on this? Would you guys like to read it over for the month? What are your thoughts?
I
on
would
that?
like to read it over for the month if we
Okay.
can, please.
Let's table it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's table it.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll bring it back
Sure.
next month after we've had a chance to review everything on it.
Yes.
Great. Thank you guys so
Thank
much
you.
for coming tonight, and sorry it went so late.
If anyone on council needs additional information or on staff, you can contact me and I'll leave behind the card for you.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're skipping item 15. We move to item 16.
Halfway done.
right.
This is an item regarding the Villa Park Community Services Foundation that Councilwoman Fasanelli added to the agenda. Councilwoman Fasanelli.
At the last foundation meeting, I was out of town, and Jared attended. When I got back in town, as we reviewed it, a couple things had occurred that they had done. One of them had been a discussion that they wanted to remove themselves from the auspice of the council. So they formed an ad hoc committee to talk about it. So I'm bringing it to the council to discuss it as to whether that is a good idea, bad idea. I did ask Mr. Bender to give me his thoughts on the issue since I wasn't there, and from what I understand, it was all 12 of them. I think we're at 12 now. Board members to have this. I don't know who's on the committee because I've yet to be told who's on the committee. What I believe has happened is since I came on council and I got on the committee, I started to ask some questions, and they're not bad questions, just to actually just educate myself on it. And you know what? I may have ruffled some feathers looking over some people's shoulders. Nothing's gone wrong at all. It's just that there has to be a review process. The more I read into it, we are responsible for them financially as well as legally. So I think it's something that we need to look at. They're a viable foundation now. This was something that was brought up by their own board members. You know, I was not at that meeting. They're looking at it. We should consider it also. It's not something that we need to make a decision on because they need to come to us and ask that. But they're doing some items that maybe we don't agree with. The foundation originally was formed to beautify the city, assist the residents. I'm simplifying it. In the last few meetings that I've been to, they've had more political items that have come to the committee, such as the school board members, such as coalitions, veterans making flags. And I'm not against any of that in any shape, way, or form, but maybe their purpose has changed as to what it originally was supposed to be. I don't know that. So I think it's something that we need to look at and wait for see what is going to go on there. I know that Mr. Bender, when I asked him for some comments, he was under the impression that they were just reviewing the bylaws, but I did ask Jared, and it wasn't reviewing the bylaws. They formed a committee. So that's where we're at, and this is more of an informational conversation for that. In addition to that, I didn't know anything about this, what happened, I'll bring it up to date earlier at the council meeting, we have this, let's see, Mrs. Merg, is that what it is? I didn't know anything about this. I guess they submitted about 10 bricks, and they were rejected. Here's a letter from Denise Biddle that returning her check because you can only put, it says here, only names on the bricks. I don't know anything about this. I'm going to ask and get back to Mrs. Merg. I can't answer, but the city had no responsibility for this letter at all, and I want to make it clear that we don't do the brick sales. So I don't know what this is about, but we're going to find out. Right or wrong, I don't know what it is. Okay?
Any council member comments?
Jared, any comments?
To clarify, Mr. Bender, I think you may have misspoken, was under the impression that the discussion was through the government and transparency as a whole, and the term they used was divorce. The foundation wanted to, in quotes, divorce themselves from the city. They are all well aware of the action they took at the meeting.
Yeah.
Why they took such action, I couldn't tell you. I may have walked out of the room, may have just spaced during the 3-hour meeting that they had, on a late
Well, I
Monday
received
evening.
an email from Mr. Bender.
No,
thought
he's stating this is a natural progression.
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson is the individual who thought it was just a bylaw review. Doug Bender is well aware that this is the divorce and the separation from the city. Whether it's oversight, whether it's control that the city council does have on the foundation, and when the foundation was set up 12 years ago, City Council was named as the members of the foundation. The Board of Directors is responsible to the members of the foundation.
Can they divorce themselves from us without our approval?
No, they cannot.
No.
They can initiate it, but ultimately it lies with the City Council.
It's up to you. You being the city council are in charge of this. If you want them to be separate, they can be made separate. If you don't, they can't be.
I spoke to the Community of Orange Foundation, because this occurred with them also, under different circumstances. But, initially they were part of the City of Orange also. And they ultimately, after a few years, separated, so they're on their own also, and they're not under the auspice. So it's not something that's unheard of. I mean, foundations start at the beginning, they need the support of the city, and then they have bigger, grandiose ideas, and they go on to be wonderful foundations. So it's not a bad thing that they're discussing it. So,
It's nice to shed government.
it is. It would allow them a little freedom to do other things that that maybe we don't want to be associated with.
Yeah.
But are we hindering them at all now?
Excuse me?
Are we hindering the foundation at all now?
No, I don't.
Just curious.
I don't believe we're hindering the foundation. They might be wanting to do things that maybe the city doesn't want to adapt. Ultimately.
Like what?
Well, when this is a nonprofit organization, I'm not quite sure why we have school board members and coalitions coming to speak at that. That's just kind of what, it's just a question I have. It's not the proper forum for something like that. And if they adapt it under the foundation, then the city ultimately adapts it. So it's just something that we need to be aware of.
Mr. Hunter, would you like to speak to this item?
I didn't stay here till 12:30.
I'm so
Just-
sorry it's
Just
so late.
because I was interested in all this other stuff. I was interested in the fireworks, and I'm very disappointed about the three of you, but that's another matter. My name is Bob Hunter, as you may know, and I live at 18312 Lincoln Street in Villa Park. I have been on the foundation board up until very recently, when I resigned because I wasn't attending the meetings for personal reasons. I've been asked by probably more than half of the members of the foundation to come back and be a member at large. We already have 3 of those, and I just didn't know whether we needed another one or not. But the reason I'm here is to speak against separation of the city and the foundation. I see no reason, after being involved in the foundation since its very beginning, for us I'm still for the foundation to separate itself from the city. I I've seen nothing about anything except maybe the Brown Act from time to time, where we've been inhibited in any way for doing what we wanted to do. We have a mission. We have a mission statement. And I have not seen anywhere where the city has interfered with doing what the foundation has to do. There have been some changes as far as the membership is concerned in recent months, and that's, I guess, logical. But some of them, some of the things that you talked about, I was kind of surprised to see them there in a few meetings that I did attend this year. But at the same time, you know, that the whole idea is that we try to improve the cultural, recreational, and educational standards of this city. And I see no reason that we should separate ourselves that way. That's my view as an ex-board member, but I think that the fact that I've been there since the beginning, I think it should carry some weight with you when you make your decision. That's all I've got to say.
There's no decision to make. I just want to make sure. There's no decision to make. I'm bringing it to the council that they formed a committee, that the foundation board formed the committee. We haven't done anything. I just wanted everybody to be aware of that.
I was not there, as everybody knows. I haven't been there for at least 3 months. And if Chloe Hunter hadn't decided to graduate from college on May 15th, I would have been to the next meeting, but I won't. So, you know, I'll be very happy to answer any questions that you have, but, you know, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I was told who instigated it. I'm not going to mention any names. But I just feel that it's shooting from the hip. I don't see any reason to do it.
I don't think there's anything for us to do.
No.
We're not doing anything.
Well, you have, as the city attorney said, you have the right to stop it, and I guess it would have to be somebody who has the positive interest for separation to speak up for why it should be proper to do it. And what got me out of my chair this evening and down here was looking at the thing that said that you were supposed to take action on it, and I said, today?
Take action on it?
And that's what that's.
Well, it says that the city council discuss and take action as it so desires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
So-
and Mr. Fresky, who was part of the council when this formed, stayed until he couldn't stand up anymore. And I think that we all deserve some kind of credit for really hanging in there. What is it now, 12:30?
Yeah, no, there's no action to be taken, just to be aware that there's a committee out there and that we have to inquire, and after the next meeting, I'll be able to report back and have somebody also report on what their committee has found.
Well,
I think we deserve our action right now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
There's nothing pending.
But since we're talking about the foundation, you know, first of all, it was set up not to do some of the things that Orange is a much larger city, and it has the capacity to do a lot of things that our city can't do. And it was originally set up so that it could protect things like the boat parade and the Halloween fest and those kinds of things, separated out so it wasn't at the mercy of the vagaries of budget cycles and whether or not the revenue was coming in. Set up an entity that could take the money in as a 501c3 from the residents and allow those things to go on. The city council provided seed money to establish it and then gave it money until it was doing pretty well. But beyond that, when we negotiated contracts with different of our vendors, I'm really having a hard time thinking right now.
Just-
And I'll give an example.
Just one.
Okay, Villa
Park
Park disposal, for instance. Part of the contract was negotiated, and this was, I actually sat on PUC when that happened with Rich Fresky, and that they would give money to the foundation every year, and they kind of built in an increase, a CPI increase, and this latest round did the same thing. So a huge chunk of the money that they were getting and have been getting every year was coming by virtue of the fact that the city holds a franchise, with that provider.
It's about $3,000 a year.
Pardon?
It was about $3,000 a year.
Well, isn't it
More
more
like
than that?
Was it 5 last time?
5,500 for
Okay.
FISO.
Yeah.
5,500, yeah.
5,500
yeah.
was the
See,
last
it's-
time.
it's
The
Right.
next one's coming next month, so.
quite a bit more than 3,000, and they've now amassed, $70,000 in the Orange County investment pool, and now they're suddenly wanting to leave. The people who are giving money to that foundation never thought that it would be separate, and I think that, quite frankly, the council has been somewhat remiss until you went. With providing the kind of oversight that it should be providing with what is happening there and what is not happening there. And the item that Sandra Murg brought forward to you is I got a letter myself. And I'll tell you, when the first round of bricks came through, I thought, I don't want to buy a brick. Okay, I'm like, I don't need my name on a brick. And then I started thinking about, the one thing I did, while I was on the council was getting that In God We Trust on the wall, and I thought I would like to have that on a brick because that's something that I would like to have remembered. So I put In God We Trust, and I put it on my Poly Family, set my $100 in, and out of nowhere my check came back. My brick had been rejected. Well, first of all, the bricks are on public property, our property, city property, and the community already voted that national motto was okay with them to the tune of 70%. Of people. Now, then they had another round of bricks, and I had shared what had happened with my brick, that it had been rejected, but I didn't know who by. There was no vote. There was no formal letter.
I'm lost timing-wise. Is this not the same brick?
This is the brick before.
Okay.
And so several of us said, well, maybe they were just rejecting your brick. So a whole bunch of people, there were several people that put bricks in, and they all said, In God We Trust, and they had their family name. There must have been at least 10 of them, perhaps more. I don't know how many more. I just know of several that were turned in. And I think Sandy Murg also had one that said, In God We Trust. She had submitted two bricks. One said, In God We Trust,
And one
correct?
says Gleason's God's Gift.
Yeah, her son, her grandchild. And so I know of at least 10 that wanted to. They really basically decided they wanted to stand together and say, no, In God We Trust, and that is okay to have on our bricks in the city of Villa Park. And to get a letter from Denise Biddle, this isn't the foundation. Did she unilaterally make a decision to reject what was happening on our public property, and by what authority?
I don't know, but I'd like to move this item. It's pushing toward 1 a.m.
No,
and we
this
got
is
more
all
to go.
part of what's happening where it's somewhat out of control.
There's nothing here to do, Deborah. There's nothing pending.
I know that there are many people who got bricks or got their checks returned, and we want to understand by what
It
authority.
seems like we need to go to the Deanna.
I am going to go. I knew nothing about this till today. I just wanted to make sure that the public knew the city didn't reject these
Yeah,
because
right.
she was just
But we don't even know if
misunderstood.
the foundation did.
So,
Did the foundation did? If the foundation
I'll
did,
get an
They did,
explanation.
since the foundation gave you a $100 check back.
but I
They
got a
must-
letter from
Yeah.
Denise Biddle.
Well-
Doesn't the foundation have its own
Be
letterhead?
part of it.
Denise Biddle is a board member.
Yeah, she's part
Does
of
she
it.
have her own? Does the foundation have a letterhead when it
Of
writes to
course,
people?
Of course.
Okay.
I believe Denise headed up the
Find
BRIC
out.
program, right?
I will,
Denise
and I will report
headed
back.
up the BRIC program from day one.
Yeah.
And at that time, she was not a board member. And at that time, she decided that political correctness was what she wanted to do in the BRIC program. And it was never discussed at foundation meetings that I've been to, and I've been to a lot of them in 11 years. And so Deborah brought this up to me before. We had some words about it. And I honestly, I could see no reason why they were rejected, but I didn't feel like it was something that we were going to make a big issue of.
Well, that's interesting. This is political correctness, and yet I hear we're having, coalitions and we're having, political figures showing up. And I mean, okay, political correctness if they're happy with the message, what's that about? So I think we definitely have some issues here, but that's the city's foundation. It's not the members of this board that's kind of usurped it. And it's interesting to me that, we had a council member who thought it was perfectly okay for the council to have oversight of the foundation until he became no longer a council member, but now is a member of the board of the foundation. So I think we have a little issue ahead of us, and, well, I know.
Gee, I think I'm glad I quit. And I plan to get up at 5:45, so I'm going to say goodnight.
Wow.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank
Thank
you
you
for
for
coming,
coming,
Bob.
Bob.
Thank you for all the years in the foundation.
Oh, my gosh.
Also.
Really?
The second half to this agenda item is the MOU regarding city staff time. Have you had a chance to review that in your packet?
Sorta.
In the past, it's always been an informal gentleman's agreement, where the city would split 50-50 the costs of the events the foundation put on. In looking at it, we would only split 50-50 the costs for the boat parade and the Santa tour. At this time, we'd like to memorialize that, and council should decide, do you want to continue to split 50-50, or do you want to be made financially whole, and which events do you want to split for? The 4 annual events, it's the last page, that I would say the foundation has, would be the Halloween Fest, Santa tour, boat parade, and picnic. Last year was unique in that it was our 50th, and we had an event every month.
I think, can we table this to the next time, considering, let's find out why they have a committee, and I want to hear from the foundation, and we can have a few discussions.
I agree.
Okay, I make the motion to
Second.
continue it until the next time.
Totally with you on that.
Do you need anything on that, Jared? Weiss? Nothing? Okay. All right. Item 17. This is regarding Senate Bill 7 concerning charter cities that Mayor Pro Tem Barnett added to the agenda. Mr. Barnett?
I'd just like to have us send in some tweaked form of the letter we got from the association in opposing SB 7. This is the bill that essentially tries to circumvent the charter cities' rights. It's a bill to prohibit the state from funding construction improvement projects if a charter city doesn't have a provision in for prevailing wage bidding. In other words, if the state constitution gives us the right to become gives cities the right to become a charter city. As a charter city, you've got the right to expend your money on competitive bids. You go out to a contractor and get a competitive bid. You don't have the prevailing wage union rate obligation. Right. What this does is this bill says, well, that's fine, but if you don't pay the union prevailing wage, then the state's not going to give you any more money for your construction projects. And I think that just circumvents the constitutional rights of the charter cities.
Yeah, why be a charter city then?
In fact, the league is I know they're opposing. I think they're talking about taking action on it with a lawsuit because it circumvents the local authorities, rights under the California Constitution to, as a charter city, do what they want to do with their funds. So it's a backdoor way to either have you pay the union rates that the general law cities have to pay, or charter city doesn't do good.
Didn't we already approve sending a letter off? I thought we had.
That was different.
That was another one.
That was another one.
Yeah. So anyway.
Well, even though we're not a charter city, we should stand with those.
Oh, definitely. Yes. Is there anyone in the public like to speak to this? James? Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Any other council member comments and/or a motion? I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay. Jared?
Yes.
All in favor? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, item 18. Now time to hear individual council member items, starting with, how about Mr. Mills this evening?
He's always merciful.
There was vector control last week, and on every spending item, to be quite frank with you.
Yay.
They have a 6-member staff for communications and information technology. They have a budget of $914,000 a year, and they sought to add $90,000 for a PR firm to help them out. And that passed by a margin of 1 vote.
Oh, really? Heavens.
So now, a lot of staff there at Vector Control. A lot of waste, as far as what I can tell. Last month I voted against them. They bought 4 new vehicles because they just thought it was time. So they did, and that also passed. Anyway, that's Vector Control. And also their employees get to sit in these meetings, the people that go around and to collect the bug boxes and everything. They sit in these meetings.
You pay.
Yeah. And they're, for whatever reason, I don't know why. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Put your microphone in front of you. The people need to hear this.
I'm sorry. Are they going to listen to this? I can't.
That's amazing.
I hope they're still awake.
Yeah, well.
Might not be, but they can watch
They're
it.
going to watch it.
But it's memorialized. They can fall asleep later at the next showing. I don't realize. The library meeting at the Tustin Library was not held. I didn't get notice of that, so I've asked Sharon to have a mechanism. So the librarians are not involved with that meeting as a council members are that go to the county library meeting. So I said, well, there should be some cohesion there, because we have to be able to represent what Sharon and her crew wants. But there's doesn't seem to be a conduit there. So I've asked her to look into that. Okay. In the CDC, of course, we've been over all that this evening. And the one issue that's come up is a possible gate or fencing down at the request of several residents at Wanda and Collins, because of all the folks parking their cars along Fitchin Ranch. And also, it's a dog walk as well, which is upsetting a lot of people from the folks across the street. Other than that, there was a notice that came in, we'll take up at CDC also, about the noise across the street here. That's it.
Thank you, Greg.
Nothing.
On 327 was Orange County Sanitation meeting. The big deal was a vote on the hike in rates. That passed. I think there was 8 people that said no, and the balance said yes. So something like, I don't even know, I think there's 24 members in that board, something like that. That was a big deal there. We had a budget and finance meeting on 4/3. I'll let you speak to that, Rick, as a chairman. There was a little PUC meeting on 4/10 with Republic. Jared and I went to that. And one other little thing of interest to our city that I'm kind of excited about is Orange County Fire Authority got a grant and a bunch of donations of really cool smoke detectors. They have 10-year lithium batteries in them, so you never have to replace a battery for 10 years, which is neat. And we will be able to offer these to our residents for free.
How many?
Lots.
Ooh.
Lots.
Enough for
A
every
giveaway.
As an example, every room in your home, every hallway in your home, and each floor in your home, i.e. 10, 12 units. These are about $22 units each if you go purchase them. They're made by Kidd. And I'm going to approach CERT to help in installing these along with OCFA. It's like a grant deal.
If they come to the picnic, can we give them one?
Kit. They have ladder, all this stuff that, like, CERT would get all the tools to do it. And then with OCFA, they would, any, like, elderly in our city, or even anyone, even you, Deanna.
I'm just saying, if they buy a picnic,
they will come to your home and install them.
Well, I'm not doing it, so someone has to do it. I like it.
So I'm pretty
I like
stoked
it.
about
It's a limited number. I asked them how many
There's
they had.
boatloads of them.
It was like
I went in and saw them last
30,000
week. I had my hands on
I ripped the smoke detector off the wall when Fred was in Vietnam because I didn't know how to put it back together
I want our
again.
little city to adopt this little program, and between
Yes.
OCFA and I'm going to ask Pete Mortarartery, if I can say his name. Come on, Pete. But anyways, it's a really cool thing, and the residents can say yay, or they can do nothing and say no. They don't have to do nothing. We just, as a city, well, yeah, we like free smoke detectors that update our homes, and it's a wonderful thing. And of course, it saves lives. We all know that. The numbers are staggering of people that own smoke detectors. And even though you change your batteries every 6 months like you're supposed to, the actual detectors go bad in 10 years.
They do.
They are no good.
I just bought new ones. They do.
And there's a staggering number of people that have smoke detectors think they're great in their homes. Like 47% of those don't work, but people think they do work. So a lot of people die without those. I'm done.
So what do we do to get them?
I'll push it forward so that we make this happen.
Brad, who installs them?
OCFA / I'm going to ask CERT to partner with them.
Could we also ask,
Any group could do it.
any group like
Any Rotary could do it.
Rotary, Boy Scouts,
Anything.
Girl Scouts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. It's a good project, for
Yeah,
all
it's
sorts of
great.
different
And
groups.
they're very easy to install.
And these are smoke and carbon monoxide, or
No,
smoke
they are
only?
just smoke.
Okay.
They're just
That's
smoke.
why they're available. They're not bad.
Like I said, the retail value is $22 a whack. I checked them on the net.
Okay.
They're real nice ones. Next.
You know who Kitty is, right? They make
Manna
fire
from
extinguishers.
heaven. I
It
wonder
is.
where it
Yeah.
came from.
They've been around for 100 years.
Okay. I went to an OCA meeting, or OCFA meeting, I can't even talk anymore,
I know, it's brutal.
in a budget committee meeting. So let me just, in fact, I went to, maybe a quick synopsis. And the OCFA may even include a couple of the last meetings, but the budget committee, we're in pretty good shape. I think we're probably up a couple $100,000 projection for next year is the projected increase in asset value or cash. I suggested that I think the committee wants to see the reserves increased from, I think we've projected something, somewhere around $164,000 or $5,000 or something in reserves. We'd like to see them go to $1 million, and Michelle is looking into that. We think it's feasible, and it will still leave us sufficient fund for some capital projects within the budget frameworks that we generally use, and leave us with some cash and still get us $1 million in reserves. That's on the table. That'll be coming back to council in a while. The OCFA right now is preoccupied with money issues. They're in the midst of contract renegotiation with the firefighters on the union contract. We've got a special meeting Thursday to deal with pension deficits. We had a couple of meetings ago, we had a vote on a kind of an across-the-board fee increase for all the fire department fees, smoke detectors, reviewing plans for new buildings. They've got their fireman rates up to about $200 an hour now for this stuff. They passed off their hazardous materials work that they kind of bungled up, candidly, back to the Orange County Health Care Agency, who I found out only bill about $100 an hour, so we went with that. I voted against the rate increases. Rancho Santa Margarita voted against the rate increases, and the other 23 directors voted in favor of it, so it passed. And we're going to be looking now at pension voting. They're trying to make recommendations to OSERS, who handles the funding for the Fire Authority's pension, on structuring the pension rates, the unfunded liability, and the future unfunded liability. So it's just, it's just out of control. I mean, how, you've got the you got the obligation, you got the underfunding, and you got the future underfunding. So, what does that tell you about how well their projections are? So, I probably will abstain on that just because I think it's so ridiculous. It's kind of like voting about what the band's going to play on the Titanic while the ship's going down. So, and I probably will be voting against anything on the, in fact, I was going to discuss that. But my inclination is, I'm happy to hear any input here from anybody that wants to give it, but I'm somewhat inclined to vote against any contract stuff that has the defined benefit plans in it, because I don't think there's any way you can tell what the cost is, and I think it's a fiduciary violation. I don't know how you can do it. So, that's all I got.
I hate to interrupt. We lost our TV feed.
Good.
We're still recording.
Probably ran out of tape.
That's okay.
Or the batteries died.
That's
One or
it.
the other.
Mine's quick. I
batteries are
didn't
overflowing.
attend the foundation meeting or the Serrano Water Board meeting because I was out of town. We have another CDC meeting on Friday, which is just a couple days away because we've had a new issue come up with some parking issues on Roberto that we weren't able to get onto the city council that we need to take care of. The signs being installed at the corner of
Oh, yeah, when's that going to be finished?
they're working pretty quickly.
Looking nice.
It's looking nice. One of the questions I did bring up that I don't know what we're going to do, we have to move the post. There's the directional post that needs to come out once it's finished, so we have to, a few things that we...
Post?
Yeah, there's one of the...
Oh, you mean the
post-
street, the
mhm.
city
Yeah, 'cause
sign?
it's right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. Other than that, I think I've pretty much told
about the
everybody
lights?
everything else.
Jared,
Not quite yet. The lights will be there soon. But we've got...
it is going to be lit up though, right?
It'll be, yes, it's going to be loaded up with electricity.
Nice.
What's the timing on that, Jared?
Because I didn't see any trench yet.
It's moving
No, the
fast.
lighting.
No, I know, but it's moving
The sign
fast.
should be constructed by the end of this week. The lighting is still to be determined. Mike Knowles, our maintenance supervisor, is in the process of moving right now, which is kind of delaying that weekend project that we had for him, so. We'll get it
Okay.
in there.
Next, Jared, do we have a team report from your staff?
I think they're gone.
I see a lot of eyeballs that need toothpicks out there.
Well, Jared's awake now.
Nothing to my chair almost fell backwards. Nothing to report on our end. My baby's due in May, so I'll be out for a couple weeks during the month. Looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah, it's be cool.
We'll get the work done.
7 hours.
Excuse me?
Are you
We've been here for 7 hours.
That's disgusting.
Did we eat dinner?
That's on top of the
I didn't
10
eat
hours
dinner.
I was at work.
Yeah, 7
Nice.
hours. That doesn't include the prep
Holy
time.
crap. It's ridiculous. Okay, with that, we will adjourn our meeting. Our next regular meeting will be Tuesday, the 28th, 2013, at 7 p.m. in the council chambers.
What?
And that says our next regular meeting.
Okay.
But now we have a new meeting, which is going to be, I believe, next Tuesday.
Tuesday at 7 p.m.
Which is what date, Jerry?
30th, April
The
30th.
And that will be regarding our firework issue, specifically.
It can be other issues too, correct?
And it could be some other issues, but we hope not.
If
That-
there's- yep.
There will be no planning